Okay. Good morning, everybody. We are going to get started in 30 seconds, so while I review my notes here, I would please ask that you find your way to your seats. All right, let's try that now. Good morning, everyone. There we go. I hope you had a good night and you're ready for day 2 of our summit. For those of us joining for the first time today, welcome. And I know some of our guests in the room, participants, were joining virtually yesterday and are now in the room today, and others who were in the room yesterday are now joining virtually. So great that we have all of you in attendance. My name is Sheridan, for those of you I haven't had the chance to meet, and I am Sheridan's Vice Provost, Student Experience and Enrollment Management, and I will be serving as your MC. They had me back for a second day, thankfully. We've got a full, thank you for that show of support from my colleague there. I think I'm still on probation, so that's a good sign. We've got a full program for you today, and following yesterday's extensive work to better understand the issues and challenges facing international students, today we will be shifting our collective discussions and efforts to sharing best practices and developing plans for action and measures of accountability. And we know, as we talked about yesterday, that all of the hearts and brains that we need to have those collective conversations around where we go next by way of action are in the room today in person and virtually. So again, we thank you for your participation and your willingness to engage now in some of the very important decisions that we have in front of us related to what we do to make the student experience better for our international students. Again, all of our sessions today will be live streamed virtually. And so I would encourage you, for those that are in the room or online, to choose the modality that best suits your ability to participate, and we will go from there. So without much further ado, we will jump into our first session of the day, and it is a panel, a discussion with our local Brampton City Councillors. This panel will be moderated by my colleague, Noman Khan, Sheridan's Associate Vice President for Government and Community Relations. Mr. Khan works to connect Sheridan's academic programming and research to community priorities and strengthen Sheridan's role as an anchor institution in Peel and Halton. Prior to joining Sheridan, Noman led community engagement in Brampton for Toronto Metropolitan University's School of Medicine proposal, and before that, the United Way Greater Toronto's Public Affairs team. He has served on key community collaboratives in Brampton, such as Peel Alliance to End Homelessness, Peel Community Benefits Network, and Peel Poverty Reduction Strategy. He also serves as a board member of Catholic Family Services of Peel Dufferin. Welcome, Noman. Our panelists for this discussion are our wonderful partners at the City of Brampton. And first we have Rowena Santos and Paul Vicente, councillors for wards 1 and 5. Michael Pileshi, councillor for wards 2 and 6. Jeff Bowman and Martin Medeiros, councillors for ward 3 and 4. Pat Fortini, councillor for ward 7 and 8. And Hakirat Singh and Gurpreet Dillon, councillors for wards 9 and 10. Councillors and Mr. Khan, the floor is yours.
I think they're on.
Yes. Your mics are on.
Are they?
Check. Yes. Check.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sheldon. And thank you to all of you for joining us. Special welcome to those joining us on the live video feed. Wonderful to have you all here. As Sheldon said, I'm Noman Khan. I am Associate Vice President, Government and Community Relations here at Sheridan College. Wonderful to have you here. And again, a huge thank you to the counselors who came. I just want to acknowledge that we'd invited all the counselors, and they did acknowledge the invite. Many of them are traveling with family to send their regrets and best wishes, and one counselor had confirmed, unfortunately, he has come down with COVID and is self-isolating. We wish him the best. Most of you I see in the room were here yesterday as well, so we will do a very similar format to yesterday for the sessions we had with members of Parliament and members of Provincial Parliament. We'll ask each guest to make about 2 minutes opening remarks, following which we will open it up to questions from you. Again, just like yesterday, there's a mic to the right of the room and to the left of the room, or in your case, right of the room and left of the room. And like yesterday, I encourage you to make sure the questions are focused on the topic today, and in this case, today's case, on municipal issues, because we really want to make sure it's a meaningful engagement with our councillors. So with that, I will introduce our first councillor who's here, Rowena Santos, Wards 1 and 5. Thank you. You've also been council's delegate on the International Student Roundtable. We appreciate your contributions, and we'd love to have you share some thoughts. Your 2 minutes starts now, councillor.
Well, thank you so much, Noman, and thank you to everybody joining us today, all of the agencies, all of the institutions, the city regional staff, international students, all, Sheridan College, as well as our sponsor who hosted this. I heard that yesterday was a very impactful conversation, and when we started the roundtable meetings, first of all, it's been great to be part of, and I've attended pretty much every meeting, I think, and watching that entire journey to get us to the point that we are today. A couple of things. I think what we discovered in coming to this summit is that it does take a very collaborative effort. Everybody from the private sector to the public institutions to government, different levels of government need to be part of the solution to enhance the international student experience, not just for the students themselves, but also for their local neighborhoods. And in fact, Councillor Vicente and I, who represent Wards 1 and 5, in September, we brought this issue up last year about getting a lot of complaints from local neighborhoods related to property standards, illegal lodging homes, and blaming international students for those different misperceptions. What we've discovered is that many of that are misperceptions, and in fact, international students need more support. And so your collaborative efforts and our conversations we're having today and yesterday and ongoingly are incredibly meaningful to make sure that we support our students, and by supporting them, they have a better experience, and so does the rest of the neighborhood. One final note that I will add is that in terms of government responsibility, the municipality has really taken a lead in highlighting this issue in the city of Brampton. We're not sure what was said yesterday per se at the provincial and federal levels, but we get calls every day, and they come to us first. And so we feel like we have a responsibility not just addressing some of the housing issues in particular, but also fighting and advocating for the supports we need at the provincial and federal government. So thank you so much for having us here today. It's been an honor to see all of this work come together, and I look forward to the questions.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Santos. Next, we have Councillor Paul Vicente, also from Wards 1 and 5. Councillor Vicente, please, your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Noman, and thank you to Sheridan College for having us here today and for hosting this summit. I, along with Councillor Santos, represent Wards 1 and 5, but I also bring a perspective in terms of economic development, as I serve as one of the chairs of economic development here in the city of Brampton. And it's been clear to us at the city that international students are a significant and important part of the fabric of the economy of this city, the province, and the country. And recognizing the challenges that international students face every day, not just in terms of integrating, but doing their studies and having to live and participate and survive, given the limited supports that they may have. We have a responsibility wherever possible, first of all, to explain the story and the significance that international students have for our economy, and in terms of explaining to residents why we need to be more accepting and more welcoming of international students in our community. They are the future leaders, the future people who will be contributing to our community in the future, and they deserve every opportunity. Education is the great equalizer, we all know that, but as a city, we will always do whatever we can to support international students and to ensure that they have every opportunity possible to become successful Canadians. So I am looking forward to listening today and to learning more and to answering any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Moving over to wards 9 and 10, we'll go to Councillor Dillon. Your 2 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And first, I just want to say thank you to Sheridan. Janet, thanks so much to you and your team for organizing this. I want to thank all the organizations that are here today. And I think today is something that's very important. We've been working at the city on, we're having a lot of discussions at the city of Brampton and the region of Peel in terms of what we could do to support our international students. And my perspective, I think my colleagues really kind of outlined what we've tried to do and what our goals are. My perspective's a little bit different because, I have cousins who have been international students. I've had nieces and nephews who are international students. I've dealt personally with some international students, and I've really got a chance to see some of their struggles. I've noticed over the past, I would say, 8 years as a counselor that there's a lot of finger pointing going on. And I think, to finally have a platform here and a place where we can all come together and discuss, how we can work together, I think that's really important. And, the federal government, gives the visas for them to come here. The provincial government and our institutions provide the education. On a municipal level, we're dealing with a lot of issues in terms of accommodation, et cetera. And it seemed like different parts of the body were moving not in sync. Everybody was moving separately. And to have everybody here today and figuring out what we could do going forward is really important. And, these kids are really coming from places where they lack opportunity. And I've seen many of them whose families have sold off, a lot of land for them to come here. They're struggling back home. They got a lot of pressure on them here to not only get their education, but to support their family back home as well. What's the exact solution? I don't know. I'm hopeful that we can find it out. These kids are here for a better future. But there are some serious challenges that they're facing. They're actually, a lot of issues that have arisen that I'm quite surprised of, particularly in the Punjabi community. A lot of finger pointing at, these kids. It's like there's a divide in the community. And I always say, listen, these are our own kids. We have to provide them the support and we have to guide them. We just can't say, hey, listen, these international students, they're making a mess here. They're contributing to our economy. They're the leaders of our future. We got to make sure we give them the correct supports that they need and guide them on the right path. We don't want down the road any friction within the communities. We want to make sure that everybody's coordinated, everybody's well settled, and that we're living in harmony. And I think that starts with providing the supports that they require. So really looking forward to answering any questions, to listening more so today, to see how you guys can guide us as counselors to finding solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. We'll go to your councillor colleague from wards 9 and 10, Councillor Harkirat Singh. Your 2 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Harkirat Singh, and I'm the city councillor for Brampton's wards 9 and 10. First of all, I want to commend Sheridan for hosting these seminars for the last 2 days. The international student phenomena in Brampton has been a point of discussion for many years, and it's great to see us addressing it. So thank you to our public sector partners. Thank you to Sheridan College. Thank you to everybody who took time out to attend. My perspective on the international student phenomena comes more from even the front lines. I was a former professor at 2 institutions. I've taught well over 500 international students. I've seen them from the point of entry into Canada grow to have families, get married. So I've seen the struggles firsthand. Many are still in contact with me. Many have become voters now. So that will be the perspective I'll be bringing here in this discussion. Outside of that, my concerns stem, and I think my colleagues here have alluded to it, around the dehumanization of international students. I think in the rhetoric it gets lost that, these are family members, these are people of our community, and they're going to contribute a lot, not just to our economy, but to our social fabric. And that's where I'm very interested in, and I hope to address some of those issues as well. There's going to be, and I'm glad we had all three levels of government. I was a former school board trustee for 4 years and a city council for 4 years, and I still don't understand sometimes what the federal government's responsible for and the provincial government's responsible for. So that discussion and talking about that interplay and how it connects to international students, that's very important. Where public sector partners come along, that's very important. So I think having a robust conversation is a good start. And I look forward to talking about tangible solutions moving forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh, and thank you to all of you for your opening remarks. We, again, now open it up to questions. You'll see there's a mic on either side of the room. I'd encourage you to please line up by the mics. We always try and encourage questions from students and graduates first. So please, if you are a student or a graduate and would like to ask a question, please do line up. Otherwise, do you have a question, sir? Go ahead, please introduce yourself and you can ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and my name is Manan Gupta, representing Newcom South Asian Media and Road Today. Thanks to our elected officials from City of Brampton, those who took their precious time to join us. My question is related to the opportunities for international students at the City of Brampton. What kind of efforts are being made to provide some learning opportunities for those students? Because, like some of you said, that there is huge potential to be tapped, and we want them to provide some unique learning pathways. So one question is that. Second is also related to.
Can we ask the first question and then
Sure.
we'll come to your second? Maybe I can ask since you're chairing corporate services, Councillor Singh, would you like to answer that question first, and then we'll throw it to the other councillors? Thank you.
Yeah, so it depends on the visa, obviously, restrictions too. Sometimes the part-time hours come into play. But I personally know many students who have got their PRs and are working at the City of Brampton. A lot of it stems from simple mentorship. So I used to teach business communications. I used to edit resumes and do interview workshops. And just helping in that instance, it goes a long way, I find. And I know my colleagues here do that for not just international students, but our youth as well. But priming them for the process has been one way that I've helped and continue to help. And then, it's a competitive process. It's open to everybody. And many international students, especially on the more technical side, have gained entry into the City of Brampton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos, and then we'll come to Councillor Dillon.
So I'm going to share a story of Councillor Vicente and I being on the ground and actually talking to international students at the doorstep. And then I'm going to share an example of an opportunity at the City of Brampton through the Nurturing Neighborhoods program. And I know Rasmeen is here from the city staff today. So the personal story is Councillor Vicente and I were going door to door connecting with residents, and one young man opened the door and saw me, and I said, "Oh, I'm Councillor Santos," and he said, "Oh my God, you work for the City of Brampton." I'm like, "Yeah," and then I was sharing, what we did and what we were up to. I didn't know he was an international student, and he said to me, "Oh well, I don't know, I can't vote, I can't, because I'm an international student." And I said, "Oh, well, what school do you go to?" He said, "Actually, I just graduated from marketing from George Brown." And I said, "Okay, wonderful." He's like, "I'm really looking for a job. I'm in between, looking for a job. I'm really struggling financially." And I said, well, we would be happy if you would volunteer and get to know, and we could network and open some doors. And he came in and volunteered. What I didn't know is what he shared with me the day he came to volunteer. And he said to me, I was having the worst day. I was struggling to figure out how to pay my rent. And you came to my door, you and Councillor Vicente, and you made me so happy because I felt wanted. And I felt like I could contribute. And until this day, and his name is Shrikant, and Shrikant text messages us and shares with us what a difference it made to connect with us. So mentoring, as Councillor Singh said, is super important in opening the doors for them. The second example I want to give is the Nurturing Neighborhood program. Rasmeen, please stand up and say hello to everyone. I don't want to embarrass you, I'm sorry. So the Nurturing Neighborhood program at the City of Brampton encourages residents from local neighborhoods to participate in a conversation about where they live. And one of the things that I had mentioned to Rasmeen and city staff at the time is that I don't think we've been asking international students who are living in our neighborhoods to participate in those conversations and have those walks and meet the other residents who live in the neighborhood in order for the residents to understand international students, but also to make that important networking opportunity. And so Rasmeen, myself, and other members of council have been talking about how we include and find those international students to be part of those nurturing neighborhood walks so that they could all better understand each other and that the local neighborhood can also support international students at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. That's a great story as well. And at Sheridan, we've been actually working on a similar program called Be a Good Neighbor program that we hope to launch in the fall with our neighbors in the community surrounding Sheridan, working with landlords, local business owners. So more to come on that, but that's great alignment. Over to you, Councillor Dillon. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add that, you know, sometimes I think Councillor Singh alluded to there's certain restrictions in terms of how long they can work or, you know, the hours that they're able to work. And, you know, I think all the councillors here, sometimes we almost feel like we're in a job placement agency because we get so many calls for, you know, assistance with jobs. And so we help out with resumes. You know, a lot of them come volunteer. You know, we try to, you know, guide them in the right place in terms of building their network. I think that's really key. But I think at the City of Brampton, what we've done is we've changed some of our HR policies, you know, to not allow certain, you know, close relationships for people to be in certain jobs. So there's no favoritism involved. Somebody help me with my English. There's a word for that. Nepotism. That's right. Thank you. We've also, you know, a lot of the kids, international students are from diverse backgrounds. And so we've, for the first time this term, or in our history this term, we have a diversity office. We've undertaken a number of diversity, you know, surveys. We've done a diversity audit. And so we're not where we need to be in terms of hiring, you know, from the diverse backgrounds, but we're on the right path. And I think when we talk about international students, when they eventually get their diplomas or degrees or their work permits and their PRs finally, that, you know, we're headed in the right path, and they're included in that, in that diverse group of people that we're really looking forward to having work at the City of Brampton. And diversity is so key. I'll give you an example. You know, understanding the changing demographics of our wards, of our city, and how, you know, for example, our parks and a lot of our city facilities and the way our services are being utilized. It really takes a diverse staff to really understand that and move our city forward. So, you know, right now there's nothing specific to international students, but they're really included in that diverse group of people that we're looking to work at the city.
Great. Thank you very much, councillors. And sir, if you don't mind, I'll take one question from here and then we'll come back to you. Please go ahead. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, I just want to recognize that Mayor Patrick Brown's with us as well today. Thank you for coming, Mayor. We'd love to hear from you and some remarks from the podium as soon as we're done here with the counselors. Thank you. Go
Good
ahead,
morning,
please.
everyone, and our panelists. I'm Jagtar Singh, and besides being an international student, I am the vice president of our Centennial College Student Association. So there are many of the challenges being faced by the international students, but I just want to touch upon two most important issues. First is we do not need any introduction to the increased crime rates in city of Brampton and even Toronto. So I just want to know what steps the government is taking in order to ensure the city of Brampton is not only safe for the international students but for the residents as well. So if you can just touch a little upon that.
Great, thank you. So the questions about crime and safety in the city of Brampton, who would like, maybe, Councillor, because you didn't get a chance in the first one, would you like to start first?
Thank you so much for the question. In terms of safety in the community, safety is a top priority for our council. And as council, we of course manage the police authorities in terms of their funding, but also in terms of how they do policing. And with our Chief Nish, he has taken a completely new approach in terms of how policing is done in the region of Peel and here in the city of Brampton. In terms of a policing force that is trying to be more understanding and also more compassionate of the challenges that residents face. Particularly as it pertains to safety within the community, we want to encourage more dialogue between residents who are experiencing challenges and police. So as counselors, we all try to encourage connections between community liaison officers and residents who are experiencing any challenge, whatever it may be, whether it's auto theft or break-and-enters, etc. In terms of safety here in the city of Brampton, crime is actually not as high as many people think. People feel like they're not safe, but the stats tell a different story. But being that as it may, at city and at the region of Peel, we're always looking to find more ways for our police force to support folks who need help, to give supports to people who are experiencing mental health or addictions. We dedicate a lot of resources at the region of Peel in terms of health supports so that we can avoid folks who are perhaps in a stage in life where their situation leads them to crime. But also, and councillors before alluded to this, supports for youth. Because we know that in a community where youth are better supported, where they are given enriching activities, where they have opportunity to do more, we know that crime rates are significantly reduced. And so whether it's starting with people who are very young and giving them supports and opportunities, whether it is policing that is responsive, but also caring of the folks who may be experiencing challenges in life that lead them to commit crime, or whether it's supporting the residents who are experiencing troubles day to day, we want to be as responsive as we can and not try to sweep the issues under the rug, as it were, but to talk with residents and find solutions so that our neighborhoods, our communities, our schools, our institutions are places where when people walk and move about, they feel safe because they are in a safe environment.
I'll go to Councillor Dillon next and then Councillor Santos.
Yeah, just very quickly as well, I just want to add that, I think Councillor Vicente really touched on a lot of it, but there's also a side that I've seen from new immigrants, even our international students, where there's a hesitancy or a fear of our police. And so we have a lot of, we go to communities and they say, listen, we have a lot of crime here. Well, did you report it? They're like, no, we didn't. Whether it's a stolen car or whether it's not even a stolen car per se, but whether it's a break and entry or whether it's something, suspicious activity, they don't call the police. And I think it's really important that we work with our new immigrants, our new international students, to let them know that, listen, the police are here for us. And it's okay to call them, and we shouldn't be scared of them at all. I know the Peel Police undertakes a number of bridge building initiatives, and so they go to different high schools, they have sports, they play with them, they attend a number of events as well, and I think, I'm not really sure how they've really had any interaction with our international students per se, but I really think there's a bridge to build and to really get to know one another. The more communication we have, the stronger relationship we have with them. I think there's more of a comfort level, and when we have, if we're able to find out that there's actually more activity, criminal activity or anything illegal going on, we have those stats and where the Peel Police can actually respond to it. So I think the kids coming here need to know that the police is on their side. They shouldn't be fear. I know back home people are a little bit fearful, but that's not the case here in Canada at all.
Right,
Thank you,
but
Councillor Dillon.
I just want to touch on one more point. Like, adding on to this point, personally, I feel I'm not safe in Canada. I do not know, just based on the facts and some of the incident which had happened in the recent past, personally, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, like, international students are not feeling safe in Canada anymore. So, like, what steps, tangible steps government is taking towards that?
I'll ask maybe Councillor Santos to jump in.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Vicente had suggested and provided a little bit of example of how the Peel Regional Police in particular are taking a different approach, and part of what they are doing is partnering with agencies like INDIS, like PCHS, to help, as what Councillor Dillon had said, create that level of trust specifically with the police. I'll give one concrete example. Peel Regional Police has a very specific unit that deals with human trafficking. And human trafficking, we know from the roundtable discussions that we've had in lead up to this summit, has been an issue particularly targeted for female international students. Women who come to this country, who come to the city, who don't know how they're going to pay for things and feel some level of shame once they start getting involved in human trafficking, and where do they go? And so I think our agencies and that very collaborative approach that Chief Nish and Peel Regional Police are taking with community agencies on the ground is so important. And it's also why we need to make sure that these agencies are funded appropriately, because as we start to identify more of these issues, as we start to establish more trust with international students, there's going to be more demand for that service.
Great. Thank you so much, Councillor Santos. I'm just doing a time check. We have about 15 minutes left, and I'd like to go over here for the next question, please. Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out, so my name is Constable Yana Marchese. I'm actually the Community Liaison Officer for 22 Division in Peel Police. So I just wanted to let you know that you're always welcome to call us. I will give you my business card as well, so you can have direct contact with me and you can share that with anyone that's interested. But you're free to call us at any time, and I'll be happy to meet with you and go through any steps for crime prevention or safety or whatever concerns you may have. And that's open for anyone within the region of Peel as well. So.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thank you so much, panelists,
Thank
for
you.
answering
Thank you
the
so much.
question.
Truly appreciate that. It's wonderful.
I wanted to point out to her, like, it's easy to say from the counselors as well that, yeah, talk to us and all that. These students don't have any time. The day they enter pass through the airport, right? They're worried, oh, how I gonna pay for the bills, where I can find a cash job or these kind of jobs. So the fundamental problem is from the day they enter here or from where they start. So it's a good thing. I'm so happy for the yesterday and today that at least they are taking steps. I'm the victim, 32 years in this country and 27 years in Brampton. I was forced to sell my home in 2017 thanks to city of Brampton, right? And some of these people who had nothing else to do just complained about your neighbor, right? I am the living proof. Yes, I have my office in Brampton, but I don't want to live in Brampton anymore. It's a nice city. I still love it in one way, but too much things which nobody is looking. They don't want to acknowledge to the real level. I could say, like I am in Calder now, but 22 minutes, same thing like if I go from my office to my sister's homes and my brother's home, maybe 28 minutes in Brampton. to Carlton, but problem is 410, stunt driving, right? All these youngsters, not like most of the students, but some of these international even students, they have those Mercedes and all that paying 1,600 in lease to maybe do Uber because that's bypass the process, right? And once we start looking at that one, not just talking, how many times, sorry for my language and all that, how many times do you guys have been on door to door except the election time?
Sir,
And I can pinpoint those two people who did not show up from the regional appeal.
Can you speak
Right?
in the
Okay.
mic? Can you move over?
Yeah,
a little?
sorry.
Sorry,
I thought
also-
my voice is still loud.
Sir, also it's mindful of time, because we have other people waiting, so I just want to make sure councillors can respond to your comment, and then we'll move to the next question. So thank you.
So what's the question per se?
I don't know what question
It
I
was
asked.
about-
Maybe the people can tell you. I'm telling you that there are too many issues which we are still trying to acknowledge, which is a good step taken by
Right.
City of Brampton and Sheridan College after too long, right? Maybe more than 5 years when there used to be so much crime right in that plaza opposite Sheridan College, right?
Right.
Right? And now
So-
even that time I had some students because I do their free tax return, right? For the last 2003, even from that
Right.
time. So I have in-depth understanding for some of the students. I feel proud some of the students have married, they have kids, and they move to different places that still want to come and see me once in a while. So I consider myself as a mentor, but at the same time, I don't have that kind of time alone just to help single person.
So
For
if I
15
could
years-
suggest, sir, if I could suggest, thank you for coming and sharing your story. I think it's very important to hear from people like yourselves with lived experience in Brampton. Could I connect with you right after the session to see how we continue to work with you? Because you have some great perspectives. But I just want to be mindful of time that there's people waiting for questions. We'll ask, they have a specific question so the council can respond. But do connect with me right after. Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Norma English. I'm a lawyer with North Peel. It's a community legal aid clinic. My first question is about affordable housing. In the region of Peel, has there been any thought, because you also now have Ryerson that's looking to bring students here, and there's a shortage of housing in general. And have you thought about maybe module housing, maybe working with Sheridan? I noticed being on their property, they have a lovely landscape, lots of land, maybe an opportunity for you guys to get together. In addition, so I'm just going to throw a few things on the table quickly because we're running out of time. In addition, there's a lot of rooms of empty nesters that could be taken advantage of. Has the city thought about maybe giving some kind of zoning sort of vacation holiday for people so that they can actually rent out the 4 rooms that are sitting in their house? I have a neighbor in that situation, so that they're not being visited by law enforcement because they now have a rooming house. And maybe the city also having a register of affordable housing and maybe working with people to get their basement apartments zoned, et cetera, and give them a tax break or some kind of incentive to work with you and provide affordable housing as opposed to, you know, getting it up and running and then charging $2,000 for their unit.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. If I could, before the councillors, just quickly say that yes, Sheridan is actively working and has been working with the city's housing office. They're a great team, and we're working with them to explore all options, including, like you said, modular housing. There was actually a Catalyst application fund that the city had opened recently, so we're in dialogue with them as well and hope to share some constructive, positive momentum on that front with you on that soon. But
And
maybe
even zoning changes, and maybe even like having temporary zoning changes, providing someone meets certain criteria. If they don't continue to meet it, then you can pull back the zoning vacation, holiday, or whatever.
Thank you. Maybe Councillor Santos and then Councillor Dillon.
I'm going to actually, Councillor Vicente is part of the Affordable Housing Task Force at the Region of Peel, and there are many things happening at the Region of Peel on affordable housing, but also various things happening at the municipal level as well in terms of registering secondary multi-unit dwellings. So, Councillor Vicente?
Thank you so much for the question. I can tell you with 100% certainty, we spend a lot of time thinking about housing here in the city of Brampton. It's no secret that the city of Brampton for decades has been a city that has sprawled outwards single-family homes. This council has changed that direction significantly. Just in the past couple of months, we have approved many mid and high-rise new developments that will be coming online in the future. We are completely changed in terms of our focus from building just houses to building places where people can afford to live. Affordability is a major issue, especially today. No one can afford $1 million house. They need to be able to find affordable places to live, whether it's to buy or to rent. And so we have done a lot of work with institutions like Sheridan, our friends Algoma that are here today, and just Algoma just as a case where they have been working directly on our urging and our encouragement with the private sector to find opportunities for post-secondary institutions and private sector to work together to build purpose-built housing for students. And we're very proud to see our friends at Algoma working with a developer right now to build a high-rise development in downtown Brampton, close to their downtown campus, which will, in one section, be for market and for sale or for rent, but there will be a dedicated section for student housing. And that kind of partnership is really what we as a city, because we don't build housing, but we can create the place and the environment and the conditions for more housing to be built. So it's no secret that at the City of Brampton and at the Region of Peel, we want to build more places that people can afford to live in. And so it is something that we have undertaken, and we are working, I would say, I think, very aggressively in that area. And some of the ideas that you talked about, whether it's zoning changes or creating a list or a directory or providing incentives, or shall we say disincentives for people to have vacant homes, all of that is part and parcel of the work that we do, together with our staff, who are the experts and who can help us to ensure that the policies are done correctly and that actually support post-secondary, but also the needs of the community.
Yeah, I do subsidize housing in our office, and I know that you guys are addressing the issues for permanent residents, Canadian citizens, but I also wanted to see that incorporating the international students, especially when we're starting to add more and more students that are going to be looking for housing, quite possibly. So,
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Dillon, you want to respond?
Yeah, I just want to add really quickly as well. So right now, I know in Brampton, a lot of people are buying houses just as investments, just because they know they could put about 10 to 12 international students in there and make $5,000 a month. And a lot of these kids are living in unsafe conditions. So at the Region of Peel, understanding that we need to increase the supply of some of these rental units, what we've done is we've implemented a program called My Home Second Unit Program. I believe it's called that. And so what it does is it encourages people who have existing illegal basements to renovate their basement, get it up to code, get it to safe conditions. And what the region does is they'll give them a $20,000 loan that's interest-free, and they have 10 years to pay back, and 10% of that they'll forgive. So we've seen an influx of people, renovating their basement, and it allows, the region and the city to have some more of that supply, more of that inventory for some of these students to live. And it's $30,000 if you, if you renovate your basement and you allow somebody from the affordable housing wait list to live in there. So these are some positive actions we are taking. Unfortunately, over the past 20, 25 years, we've really looked towards urban sprawl. So as the councillor alluded to, we're looking for more rental buildings, more intensification, and not just these big homes that we've seen in the past while. So we're making progress. Obviously, we need more to do. Sorry, follow-up question?
Yeah, sorry. He was paying like $2,000, $2,500 for a room,
Right.
So you have to sort of have the two together, where it's not only opening up the door to having more housing, but affordable, because
Great
people are
point.
taking
I
advantage.
should have added as well. There's you have to charge, I believe it's like 80% of market value, and so you can't just set your own rates. And so that's one of the conditions of getting this loan as well. And so we're really trying to kind of control those rental rates from really getting out of control. Thanks for mentioning that, because I forgot to add that.
Thank you, councillors. We have a question over there. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so in Greater Toronto area, there is a joke.
Sorry, closer to the mic so we can hear you.
So there is a joke. The first thing to do in Brampton is leave Brampton. To me, as an international student, this city lacks vibrancy. And I know that some events and concerts are going on, but most of them are in the Brampton downtown. So my question is, are there any initiatives being taken to make the city more attractive, not only for students, but for everyone overall? Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe we'll start with economic development, and then we'll go to Councillor Singh. Councillor Vicente.
What do you say?
He was questioning what's being done to make the city more attractive for students and for everybody else to stay. Oh. We can move.
Yeah, it's just a little bit difficult to hear your question, but my understanding is, what is the city doing to make our city more attractive for students? Is that correct?
I'd rather say how to make the city more attractive for everyone. How to change this trend for people to live the city. How to make them spend more time here.
I can start and say that I think one of the things over the past few years that folks don't know about is the amount of talent and arts and culture that we have in the city of Brampton, and really highlighting that cool factor that is hasn't necessarily been highlighted in the past. We have tremendous talent, tremendous artists who have been successful in other parts of the world. Russell Peters, Alicia Cara, just to name a couple, Director X, just to name a few. And what we've seen in this new term of council, particularly around the downtown core, is more events, more culture, and highlighting the artists and the cool factor that we have here in the city of Brampton. Unfortunately, the pandemic shut everything down, and we weren't able to necessarily showcase that in cultural events. But with the new arts organization we have in Brampton, we are engaging many students, many youth, including international students, into the arts scene. And I think it's that arts and culture cool factor that you're going to see more of a buzz on, and that we are investing in. The second thing I'll say is that there's a booming film industry happening in Brampton as well. More people are shooting movies here. Disney Plus was just here over the past weekend doing a new show. And so we totally appreciate your question. I hear you, because Brampton is full of talent, full of culture, and I think you're going to see far more investments, and you're going to see that wow factor, including our tourism strategy, coming to the city very, very soon.
Okay,
Thank you, Councillor Santos. I think we have time for one more question. Please go ahead. A last question. Yeah.
No one? Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Mélanie. I'm from Collège Boréal, main campus in Sudbury. I am here with a few initiatives in our city. Councillor said we're here for ideas. I have a few that work in Sudbury. We have our colleagues from Cambrian College here as well. We have every fall a mayor's welcome. So all international students are invited to meet the mayor, either at City Hall or our Science Center. We get city buses to come, and it's an honor for students to meet the mayor and councillors, to shake their hand. The mayor says, "This is your community. We hope you stay." So it works. The other initiative is a ride-along program with our police services. So we have 3 post-secondary institutions in Sudbury, Cambrian, Boréal, and Laurentian. And we work with the police services, and we have a ride-along program. Now, we are a smaller community, so we have to, yeah, it works for us, but there are takeaways that might work for other communities here. So our police officers meet international students. They share. We talked about how perceptions are for international students for the police services, so they get to share these experiences. They talk about traffic laws, domestic violence, and then they're paired with a police officer, and they get to do 1 or 2 ride-alongs with them. So for a full shift, they're in the police car, And it's just a great conversation. Police services are really grateful for this initiative because they get to know the newcomers in the city. So I could talk about it for hours. If anybody's interested, I'd be happy to share more details, but these are initiatives that work really well in Sudbury. Thank you.
Thank you. That's truly appreciate your feedback. That's great advice. In fact, that's something we're looking at for this year's Orientation Week, working with Algoma and others to incorporate more of our elected officials into Orientation Week for students. And we have been working, Chief Bill Boyce is here, we've been working with Fire and Emergency in Brampton to actually walk the neighborhoods throughout the year. So our leaders from Sheridan, like Janet, our elected officials, we walk and actually go door knocking, door to door. And that's made a huge difference. And we plan to do that again this year as well. So some great learning opportunities from you. Thank you for sharing them. I just want to make sure that we leave time for some with the mayor's remarks. Councillors, sorry, but I think Councillor Santos wanted to respond to her idea.
No, I was looking for the mayor for his closing remarks.
Oh, there he is. So maybe 1 second. Well, Sheldon, would you like to come and introduce the mayor to the podium, or would you like to do it? Okay. But before we do that, maybe I'd just like to say thank you to all our 4 councillors who are here. Truly appreciate your time and your feedback and answers. Thank you very much. And now it's thank you to Sheldon. It's my honor to introduce the Mayor of Brampton, who is here with us today to deliver remarks. Please welcome His Worship, Mayor Patrick Brown, Brampton. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Noman, and it's great to be here at Sheridan. And I know today we're sharing best practices and ideas of how we can make every university, every college, the best location for international students. But I want to start off by saying I think this comes from a great place in the heart of Sheridan that we have a discussion like this. And I think the fact that we actually have a conference over several days speaking about how we can be more inclusive and more welcoming speaks to the beautiful intentions we have to make sure that we've got the best environment possible for international students. And I want to commend Janet and her team on an issue that I think reflects what this is all about. You know, my belief is that the goal for an international student, you know, who sacrifices a lot to come to Canada is to make sure they can achieve their dreams. And one thing that I was very grateful for Sheridan College for is last year, Brampton City Council launched a campaign against Bill 21, a bill that says that you can't be a government worker if you wear a turban, a hijab, any article of faith. And no one should ever have any barrier based on their faith. No one should ever lose their job based on their faith. And the first college in the country to come out in support of that campaign to stop Bill 21 was Sheridan College. So thank you, Sheridan. And I should note the lawsuit against Bill 21 is now fully funded thanks to the help of colleges like Sheridan and cities across the country that said, we love the mosaic that is Canada. And I have to say, I know we've got work to do, whether it is the relationships when it comes to public safety, when it comes to housing, but we are making great strides. And so as much as we see difficulties, we have to remember the positive of the great strides we're making. I look at the city of Brampton and I know there is an acute housing demand. At the same time, I look at the fact that in the last four years, we have built and approved 15,000 secondary units like basement apartments, approved, legal. So we deal with the illegal ones, and that's a frustration. And I see the fire chief here, and no one's more frustrated with illegal basement apartments than the fire chief because he knows the safety risks they present. But at the same time, we're leading the way in terms of legal secondary units. To put that in context, the municipality next to us, so it is larger than Brampton, approved 500. So 15,000 speaks to the fact that I believe our residents are getting the message that we need to have legal secondary units. We need to make sure that we have safe places for students or anyone to have that proper living conditions. And I know Sheridan is working with us on ideas of how we can make that even more possible. You know, my message for international students would be this. There's no place better in the world than Canada to learn. There's no place better in the world where you're going to have opportunities. And I think sometimes when we focus on the local and we need to fix this or we need to fix that, and we do, we lose a sense of the bigger picture. And I've seen stories internationally where there have been barriers for international students. There were some news stories that were coming out of the US or Australia that really didn't speak to the same inclusive nature that we have in Canada. And what I love about the city of Brampton, and I think it's reflected across the country, is that we're proud of our diversity, and that if one part of our family is attacked, we stick up for each other. If one part of our family is attacked, we stick up for each other. And whether it's Sikhophobia, Hinduphobia, Islamophobia, any type of hate or intolerance in this country, I see real pushback on. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And I'd also say it is difficult to be far from home. And the fact that we have so many amenities in our city makes that distance a little bit easier. And I look at Brampton, and I say we're a United Nations. We've got every culture, every faith, every language in our city, but we are determined to make sure that amenities match it. And so obviously there are culinary options for every country in the world, but in terms of the infrastructure of the city, we are determined to make sure those amenities match the mosaic that is coming in and attending colleges in places like Sheridan. So I'll give you a local example. We noticed 4 years ago that a city that is as diverse as Brampton can't invest again and again in the same recreational amenities. We had empty baseball fields and hockey arenas, and the passion for sports was very different. And I love hockey, that's my favorite sport, but I also knew that I could get ice anytime I wanted, but there was 200 teams on the wait list for cricket. There was 50 teams on the wait list for field hockey. So right now in Brampton, not only are we building more cricket fields than any other city in Canada, we're building a new domed field hockey facility. I think we're really seeing a commitment in this city to make sure that if you're studying in Brampton, whatever recreational passion you have is available in our city. We also, as the councillors mentioned, are taking very seriously making sure that opportunities once you leave Sheridan are available. And so whether it's an equity office in the city, whether it's the commitments of diversity inclusion with Brampton Fire and the Peel Police, we're really determined to make sure that opportunities exist. I think that's what this is about. I would just close by saying when I say that's what this is about, every week in Brampton, I see a story of someone who came to this country with nothing but their shirt on their back. And they have been incredibly successful. A few weeks ago, I was at an announcement with a company called BVD. And there was a fellow there, Bikram Dhillon, came from India 40 years ago. And he set up a petroleum company servicing the trucking sector. And he came with nothing to Canada, just determination. And 2 weeks ago, he donated $10 million to our hospital. And as he made that announcement, he wanted to give $10 million to Osler Health. He said, this is a country that gave me the opportunity to be this successful, and I want to give back. And that's not a unique story. I really believe it is part of our Canadian dream, and those stories I see every single week in Brampton. And so when I look at international students at Sheridan, I think of people that are going to be supporting the success of the city and the country in years to come. And I also believe it's our responsibility that if barriers exist, that it's our collective responsibility to tear them down. If there's adversity in the international student experience, it's our responsibility to tear them down, because some of these international students, and Jen, how many international students do we have this year at Sheridan? 8,000. So you look at those 8,000 students, there's going to be Bikram Dhillons in those 8,000 students. And I want to make sure that just like the success that Bikram had years ago, that whether it's working with the college, whether it's city councilors, whether it's at City Hall, anything we can do to make sure that that runway is clear for their success, that's our responsibility. And that's what I see this conference being about, to make the experience easier and to make sure opportunity continues to be possible. And so thank you for including the MPs, the MPPs, the councillors in this conversation. And I got to give Janet credit. We've often, we have lots of discussions with Sheridan, and we challenge each other to be better, but this is an example of wanting to be better, of wanting to make sure that any headache we have, we eliminate. So thank you to Sheridan for being a great partner, and thank all of you for being here to have this conversation today. It's an honor to have you in the city of Brampton.
Thank you, Your Worship, our councillors from the City of Brampton, and Noman for that insightful discussion and remarks from our colleagues and partners at the City of Brampton. Lots of really great reflections and insights there, and I know that our councillors will be sticking around for a few minutes if they're able to, so in case you want to speak to them, feel free to do so at our next juncture, which is now that time. So we have a coffee break lined up. There's coffee and some refreshments available at the back of the room, and we will be resuming our program when we reconvene here at 10 a.m. So a little bit of an extended break. Please enjoy the time together. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt everyone's coffee break, but if I could kindly ask that you start to make your way back to your seats, we'll begin in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had ample opportunities to get some coffee, have a bite to eat. Can we get a round of applause for our catering and food services team? Is everyone enjoying the meal so far? Wonderful. We're going to get rolling because we have to stick pretty close to schedule. We have colleagues joining us virtually, as well as joining from overseas as part of our panels over the course of this morning. So I am now going to introduce our panel on multi-stakeholder engagement strategies, which will be moderated by Jock Phippen, Sheridan's Associate Vice President of Enrollment Innovation. Jock has worked in roles supporting student success in higher education for more than 20 years. Currently, Jock works collaboratively across Sheridan on a strategic initiatives framework dedicated to organizational process and system changes to deliver an integrated, intuitive, and inclusive learning experience that maximizes personal support and provides learner opportunities for real-world and community problem solving. If that sounds like an interesting job to you, it is. And you should talk to Jock about what that looks like at our next break. Our panelists for this discussion are Shauna Garrett, President and CEO of Edunova Cooperative Limited, joining us virtually. Jessica Quick, Director, Peel Newcomer Strategy Group, United Way Greater Toronto. Sunant Sharma, Associate Dean, Community Citizenship, Leadership, Engagement, and Student Refugee Program, and also the World University Services Canada Local Community Representative. He's also a Sheridan employee and winner of the longest job title. We also have Samantha DeBoer joining, Student Refugee Program, World University Services Canada Local Community Representative from Toronto Metropolitan University, joining us virtually, and Ganesh Neelanjamat, founder of the iSent app. So please join me in welcoming Jock, our moderator, and our esteemed panel.
Well, thanks very much, Sheldon, and thank you so much, Rupa, for the leadership and organization of this whole event. And a few things off the top. Samantha actually isn't able to join us today. She sent us a note, and I'm seeing a pink thumbs up from the tech table. So we do have Shauna joining us, so virtually from Nova Scotia. So thank you, everyone, and good morning. I hope you're energized for this panel. I'm very pleased to moderate it. The focus, as Sheldon described, is multi-stakeholder engagement strategies, providing a seamless international student experience through partnership and collaboration. And our panel presentation this morning will provide an opportunity for everyone to hear about innovative initiatives that support international students that thrive on a collaboration and partnership model. And our panelists will describe the diverse stakeholders that they work with, and they'll share examples of successes and challenges that they face in working collaboratively. Their presentations will showcase initiatives across different sectors and stakeholder groups. So as you listen and consider your questions, we really hope that you can reflect on the what, where, and why dimensions of multi-stakeholder engagement strategies. Now, this topic is really important as we look at a truly student-centered cross-sector coordination of the work that we're doing. And as we heard from sessions yesterday, the work of the different organizations and departments that support international students really needs to flow from the point-in-time needs of those international students. And the information that these students get needs to be trusted, accurate, timely, and personalized. And we really need the services to be integrated at all three phases of the student experience in order for that to happen. So the format for this session, I'll say it's a little bit different than some of the other ones. Each of the panelists has been given a 10 to 12 minute time frame to present on their experience related to this topic. And after each panelist presents, we'll open the floor for a short Q&A so that the audience has an opportunity to engage on the concepts that you've just heard. Following all the panelists' presentation and Q&A, we should also have time for a full panel discussion and some additional insights from the panel. So that's how we're going to be rolling forward. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the panelists. And I'm going to start with Shauna Garrett. And I don't know that we've got Shauna. I don't know if we have an image of Shauna, but welcome, Shauna. We do. Hi. Great to have Shauna here. Shauna is from the Maritimes, and she's held registrarial and student enrollment service positions at Acadia, NASCAT, the College of North Atlantic Qatar, and Mount Allison University. She's also worked as a superintendent, principal, and dean at international schools in Japan and China. Shauna holds degrees from the University of Prince Edward Island and Acadia University, and is currently a PhD candidate in educational studies in Nova Scotia's inter-university doctoral program. Shauna is the president and CEO of EduNova, which is based in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And she's going to speak to the organizational structure and basic founding principles, including how EduNova engages with various stakeholder groups when designing and implementing programs and services for international students. Shauna will share collaborative partnership models such as the Study and Stay program and the Discover Nova Scotia New Student Resource Hub, and the agent training program that they run in collaboration with CBIE, as well as international admissions staff training program they do with WES. She'll also speak to onboarding of MyCreds with ARUC and the post-graduation immigration support program. So welcome, Shauna. Next, I'd like to also introduce Jessica Quick. Jessica is the director of the Peel Newcomer Strategy Group, PNSG, the local immigration partnership project in the Peel region. PNSG is a project of the United Way of Greater Toronto and is funded by the United Way of Greater Toronto, as well as Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada and the region of Peel. PSNG engages partners in the community to collectively support newcomer settlement and inclusion through research and service integration, community consultation and planning, professional development, and capacity building for the settlement sector. Jessica has an educational and work background in applied health sciences, environmental studies, mental health promotion, and settlement supports. And prior to joining PNSG, Jessica supported the development of equity approaches with Peel Public Health in the COVID-19 response. So welcome, Jessica. And next, I'd like to introduce a colleague, Sunan Sharma. Sunan's a proud member of the Sheridan community and has been since 2005. He's currently the Associate Dean, we already heard his title, the longest title in the community, Associate Dean for Community Citizenship and Student Leadership Engagement in Student Affairs. Sunan holds a master's degree from Royal Roads University and is passionate about improving the lives of students. He's going to focus today talking about housing research and international students' experiences, finding accommodations in Brampton, and Sheridan's partnership with WUSC to deliver a student refugee program, which provides educational pathways to settlement. So welcome, Sunan. And lastly, but certainly not least, I'd like to introduce Ganesh Neelan Janmath. Ganesh arrived in Canada in 2010 to pursue a postgraduate certificate in project management with Sheridan. And after having previously completed an engineering degree in computer science from BVB College in Engineering from India. Ganesh has also completed an ITIL V3 Foundation certification and has over 16 years of experience working internationally in India, Europe, Canada, and the United States. Ganesh has served multiple organizations as a software programmer, business analyst, and an entrepreneur, leading and managing teams and innovation projects. Today, Ganesh is a successful entrepreneur leading iSent, his own bootstrap venture with an operational team and clients across the globe. And based on his own challenges and experiences in learning as an international student in Canada, Ganesh founded iSent, the international student app, to empower public institutions with an effective information delivery and communications management tool, bridging the gap between the international offices and the international students themselves. Having conceived the idea for iSent in 2013 and launching the app in 2015, iSent now serves over 500,000 international students with staff spread across 800 campuses and multiple countries, including Canada, the United States, New Zealand, and the European Union. So welcome to the entire panel, and thank you for joining us. So, without further ado, I'm going to turn things over to Shauna, who I think is going to direct traffic from Nova Scotia for the first 10 to 15 minutes of the presentation. So over to you, Shauna.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Jock. Thanks for the lovely introduction. And also big thanks to Rupa and the team for organizing this summit. What I'd like to do is share a little bit about what we're doing in Nova Scotia and possibly some lessons learned. So first of all, I want to just give you an overview of Edunova. So as Jock mentioned, I'm Shauna Garrett, the president and CEO of Edunova. And Edunova is located in Halifax, Nova Scotia. We are a provincial cooperative, and we essentially are a membership-driven nonprofit organization. So we are set up to support all of the institutions in the province. So we support all of our 11 post-secondary educational institutions, universities and colleges. We support public K-12. We support private K-12 and the language schools. So we have a fairly diverse number of members and stakeholders. And over the years, we have learned how to engage with stakeholders, sometimes through difficult experiences, but we wanted to share with you today what it is that we're doing here in the province, and maybe there's some takeaways that folks can use in Ontario or other provinces or at their own institutions. So our mandate essentially is to support international student recruitment and retention. And I'll give you an overview of some of the ways that we've done that. So I'll give you a little bit of a background and history on this story of, what I call championing international students in Nova Scotia, a little bit of the challenges we were facing, some of the solutions we came up with. I'll talk about our study and stay programs that may be a program that you might be familiar with, some of the lessons learned, and an overview of our new student recruitment and retention projects that we are launching moving forward. And Ganesh is going to be one of our partners and is one of our partners for those as well. So first of all, just to sort of set the stage, we are a fairly small province, but have a great number of educational institutions. I think the highest number of educational institutions per capita certainly in Canada, possibly in North America. So we are what we like to say Canada's education province. But we did back in 2013, identified that we were faced with a number of challenges. So Ray Ivany, who was the president of Acadia at that time, wrote a report which was a now or never urgent call to action for Nova Scotians. And he essentially identified through that research report a number of the areas that Nova Scotia was being challenged by and faced with. And one of those was the retention of international students. There was concern that we were not retaining international students at the level that we could be, or that other provinces were. So there was an extensive consultation taken, and there was a dashboard created as part of that report to track the numbers of international students that were coming into the province, how long they were staying, and then where they were going afterward. Now we have our new government that's here in 2022, and we have a call to double population by 2060. So our government is really working hard to increase immigration as one of the ways to double Nova Scotia's population. So part of some of the ways or the actions or the strategies that the government is looking to undertake is to encourage settlement outside Halifax. We do have a great urban center here, but we also want to make sure that we are ensuring that we have settlement and immigrants that are happy and thriving in communities outside of Nova Scotia. We want to focus on welcoming communities and finding ways to set those up. And they have looked to EdgeNova and other universities to be part of our solution for the province. And we undertook back then some research to figure out how can international students play a part in this solution in the future. And of course, this has been iterative, but one of the main takeaways from the research back then was international students are challenged with getting jobs and being successful in the job market. And one of the big takeaways was that there needed to be widespread collaboration across the province in order to start to figure out what some of those issues were and to start to champion our international students. So when we started to undertake this process, we took a learner's mindset, essentially, and continue to ensure that we are focused on an aligned goal to maximize impact in the province. We have taken the approach that it is important for us to be able to share data, resources, and expertise. It's not always easy. That's one of the challenges we run into because, of course, our collaborators are also competitors. So we've tried to find that balance of co-opetition to be able to understand that for us to make an impact in the province, all of our institutions have to be willing to share data in order to maximize our resources in the best interests of international students and the province. We have undertaken with all of our projects an iterative approach to ensure that we're trying a pilot, we're testing it, we're researching it, we're figuring it out if it works, and then if not, making adjustments as needed. We have multi-stakeholder participation in all of our projects. We try to ensure that we're consulting with current students, recent graduates, folks in the field, faculty members, staff that are working at universities and colleges. And we've also identified that we need to meet students where they are as opposed to where we want them to be. Oftentimes, we bemoan the fact that, students aren't responding to our emails, but we've decided that we need to innovate and get into the spaces where they are in order to actually get some really good engagement. And some of the programs that I can say that EdgeNova has run on these principles been our Study and Stay program. Best Conference is one of the initiatives as part of that program. And then I'll just talk a little bit about the 5 projects that we're going to be launching in the upcoming year. So back in 2013, when Ray Ivany launched the report and put the challenge out there, we were tasked to come up with solutions. So one of another kind of primary or foundational principle that we use is research. Every time we're starting a project or a program, we want to start it with research. So in those very early stages, as I mentioned, the job market, and there were a number of career-related challenges for international students that were identified. And the top identified needs back then, and actually this list, these top 3 over the past 6 years have only adjusted slightly. Needs international students identified that they were challenged with their networking and developing professional relationships. Very hard sometimes to get into, and also in the Maritimes, smaller population, fewer people, and all kinds of old family connections and old connections that were very, maritime-esque. International students had a hard time breaking into that, into those relationships. They found challenges with immigration, finding pathways to immigration and supports for immigration, and then everything that went along with preparing for interviews. And next was mentorship and the need for mentorship. So we took that research and we started to turn it into, in its first iteration back in 2016, our Study and Stay program. So at that time, we built a Study and Stay program that was based on 8 foundational principles: mentorship, career supports, networking, employer connections and development, community integration, intercultural and professional communications, access to immigration supports, and entrepreneurship. So those were the foundational principles that we took from the data back in 2016 in order to develop the foundational principles for the Study and Stay program. And then it was first called in 2016 Stay in Nova Scotia. And since then, it has really evolved over the years to support students across the province. There have been a number of changes in the economy. We've had COVID, all kinds of different challenges that we've encountered that we've had to adjust some of what we're doing to. But we have pre-employment and career services and supports for all of our student participants. We have opportunities for them to connect with local communities and with employers. And at this year, we have supported over 400 students to stay in Nova Scotia. I think the national average is 37% of students that come to Nova Scotia that are outside of this program end up staying in Nova Scotia long term. Right now, over those 6 years, we're happy to report that an average of 89% of the participants in this particular program have stayed in Nova Scotia, have built their lives, their futures, their families, their careers here. And part of that has been, in large part, due to the ongoing participation of the alumni that are in the program that have had good experiences, that stay on to mentor and assist. And to run this program now, we collaborate with more than 18 partners to pull it off. This is just a bit of an overview of the iterations of the Study and Stay program. So it was first 2016 just in Nova Scotia. Then it moved to Study and Stay for Atlantic Canada, and Edunova ran and coordinated assisted the other provinces to get their programs up and running. Now their programs are off and running. So PEI, New Brunswick, Newfoundland run their own individual provincial programs, and we are back to running our Study and Stay this year, Stay 6. And then next year, we are ramping it up to our Study and Stay Connect. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. One of the other streams was the entrepreneurial stream. We had a lot of challenges with international students that wanted to be entrepreneurs in the province to be able to get their immigration status and pathway built, and also all of the finances, resources, and connections to be entrepreneurs. So this year, for the second year, we ran an entrepreneurial stream, and we have had 32 students in that stream this year that are now working away with some startup funding on their own entrepreneurial businesses, and all of them have received immigration supports to be able to move to the next step, and if they so choose to stay in Nova Scotia as entrepreneurs and running successful businesses moving forward. And all of those students also have entrepreneurial mentors. So a little bit more about the Stay 6 program this year. We had 73 graduates. We had 32 nationalities represented this year. We had 88 mentors. So we had mentors follow along every single student, and they met usually every 3 to 4 weeks. Those mentors were there for career advice, support, connection to the job market, but they were very engaged and involved with all of those international students, many of them former international students and graduates themselves. We had our program graduation on July the 7th, and we're now collecting all of the data from that program along with information from those students to ensure that we are accurately meeting their needs to ensure that they are successful moving forward. And we will have that report completed and available in August. So next year, we're moving away from the study and stay model, which is just the final year or the capstone year of a university or college experience. So currently, that program started with about 10 students, and we've ramped it up to 100 this past year. And essentially, we have kind of developed it to a point where it is in a pretty stable format. But next year, we're launching the Study and Stay Connect. So Study and Stay Connect will have a foundations model. So we will be supporting students in years 1 through 3 with a similar format, but changing some of the content of our workshops, our supports, etc., through those first 3 years. And we will also be running our capstone year as well. So we are onboarding 3 new FTE positions in August to be able to help support those, which will be a total of 500 students next year. And we have hired Jen Westman, and she is currently starting to do, all of our asset mapping, student needs assessment, reviewing historical data, and doing an end-to-end review of our user experience of our app. So we're using the iSent app. So kudos and shout out to Gadesh's company to be able to support both our mentors and our students. So we will be doing a fulsome review of the experience that our mentors have had on the app and our students, and how we're going to use that app moving forward. So that's a quick overview of, what we have been doing with the Study and Stay program. Lessons learned through all of that to be able to get from, the report in 2013 to get funding from the provincial government and the federal government to run Study and Stay from 2013 to do the development 2013 to 2016, and then run a successful program, multiple iterations from 2016 to now. Is we found that collaboration is key. We need to be open to new ideas and approaches. Sometimes our ideas, our fixed set mindset is not the same as what students are bringing to the table. So we have tried to ensure that we're listening to students' needs and making sure that we have those feedback loops for current students, new student grads with all of our planning, and also connection with employers. So we know that the success of these programs will be completely dependent on ensuring that they are meeting the students' needs where they are, that we have a learner's mindset, we evolve as we go, and that we are open to deep collaboration across multiple sectors across the province, private, public, government, provincial, federal, in order to make these a success. So based on that sort of concept, we are now going to be launching 5 new student recruitment projects above and beyond the Study and Stay Connect for the next year. And it's all centered around the international student journey. So this is what we're mapping out for the international student journey for international students: the pre-arrival stage, the application stage, settlement and academic life. So we have the students that are set up along those stages, and we're looking to add different programs or different levers at each of those stages to be able to support international students. So at that pre-arrival stage, we have our Discover Nova Scotia New Student Resource Hub. We have our agent training program that we will be launching, an international admissions staff training program. And we're also going to be launching a post-graduation immigration support program along with onboarding MyCreds across the province. So I'm just going to quickly give an overview on each of those. Some of you may have heard of MyCreds. So we have received funding, provincial funding, to be able to support the onboarding of MyCreds to all 11 of our post-secondary institutions. And that will allow us to exchange academic credentials for our international students. That's sort of that digital highway that I see connecting students from before they arrive to after they graduate. This tool allows students to share their academic credentials and all of the application materials before they come, all of the letters that they will need for IRCC and other applications that they're going to be making for scholarships or bursaries while they're in the program, and then of course all of their transcripts, their parchments, etc., and applications to employers post-graduation. So this onboarding MyCreds is going to be our digital highway to also provide access equally to both domestic and international students across the province, for all of our institutions equally to be at the same standard and at the same level of the newest and safest and most secure technology that we can provide. We will be, and actually I should mention quickly that that implementation team is Concept, so that's the Council of our Nova Scotia University Presidents. So they are going to be working as their shared vision, and we will be creating a terms of reference for all of our registrars across the province, and EduNova will be assisting with the implementation of the onboarding process with ARUC. So the Association of Registrars of Universities and Colleges of Canada, and CADNS, which is our local technology group that's here in Nova Scotia that works with technological solutions. So it's a very deep collaboration across multiple levels and multiple groups that we will be working to onboard MyCreds with. We will be developing a Nova Scotia agent training program. We are working with CBIE, so Canadian Bureau of International Education, and IRCC on this one. So this is one where we will be training our agents. We're going to train 30 agents in their first year to be able to, expand their capacity to recruit international students, but making sure that we have gold standard agent training and agencies that are working with our institutions and our students. So we're looking for that to help increase and improve the quality of the submitted applications, the best fit for agents that understand our institutions to be able to help place them in the right fit for these students, and really upskill them on ways that they can go through the study permit application process, understand our immigration pathways here in Nova Scotia. And then the idea is that once they receive their CBI credential, that they would be able to, in year 2, come to Nova Scotia, do a familiarization tour with all of our institutions, and so that they can have a better understanding of what it is that we offer here, and do their graduation in person, cap and gown, at one of our universities. So that is a collaboration across private language schools, public universities, labor skills and immigration, government department, our college, and a few of the other members of our universities' partnerships, both in student recruitment, admissions, also on the registrarial and student services side of the house. The next program that we're going to launch is the post-graduation immigration, and it's going to be one where we will support free of charge. So right now we know that in the marketplace there are a number of immigration lawyers, firms, etc., that are charging anywhere between $3,000 and $15,000 per application with no guarantee of success. So what we're looking to do is we've already onboarded Inspired Immigration, a group of RCICs that work with secondary institutions, and they will be facilitated through the iSend app. This is another partnership with iSend to be able to schedule appointments with our RCICs and also attend various workshops, sessions on immigration and the various streams to help get those graduates ready. We're targeting those with postgrad work and job offers, and then we will go till we reach our target of 500 students in the first year of this pilot program. So the whole idea is to support our international students that want to stay, provide them free supports, to give them the best chance for the process, and also support their transition. We will also be running an international staff training program with World Education Services. And the idea behind that is we have a number of our institutions that haven't had this most up-to-date training. We are choosing 12 countries, and we'll also be including the most recent countries that have students that have been displaced by war, and to ensure that all of our international professionals are trained to be able to read those documents. And part B of this program is that we're going to hire science audit. So we're going to all of the institutional documentation sent to international students to ensure that it's higher. So the working group is private firms, US universities, and colleges, and government program. And last but certainly not least, we have our government programs. This is the way that we're going to provide information to international students where they with the of being transparent on offer here in the province, how much it costs, what services we have, and all of the information. So we're going to education career opportunities, possible and this is with ICE step, so that students a very understand we have off when it comes best choice for them.
We got the mic. We got the mic working here now. Shauna, it's Jock. You're just breaking up, and I think you're probably on your last slide anyway, but we're not able to make out what you're saying. So I think I just want to thank you for a really comprehensive review of Edunova and the projects that you've undertaken, and open the floor if there are any questions from the audience before we go to Jessica for the next presentation. So are there any questions anyone would like to have of Shauna and the Edunova model? Okay. Well, thanks very much, Shauna. We'll come back. I'm sure some people will have questions at the end. We will move on now, and we'll have Jessica speak about the Peel Newcomers Strategy Group.
Sure, thank you. I have slides too, so hopefully those are available. So I just want to first start by thanking the organizers. This is a phenomenal event. I'm really proud to be a part of it, and thanks to the facilitators and note takers as well, because I know that is a lot of work. And that's something that we've really found in our work as a local immigration partnership. So I'm just going to go to the next slide and just, oh, sure, thank you so much. Just 2 points that we're going to go over. So next slide. Oh, the clicker. I think I need a clicker. Great. Thank you. So a local immigration partnership, I'll just give a brief overview of what we are, as well as my second point is just how can we weave these international student issues into our current work? There's some really wonderful connections that we're making at this summit, and how can we move that forward? So just to illustrate the power of community conversations such as this one that we're at today, this is a flyer from 2008, and this is when Peel Newcomer Strategy Group started. And just a small group of 3 or 4 people came together and thought about the high level of population growth and immigration, and thought we need a platform or a forum for us to plan and coordinate among the services. And that's where this idea came from. So United Way, the region of Peel, started to think about that. And at that time, the Canada-Ontario Immigration Agreement came about, and that's where we were funded to start what became an initiative that's over 15 years now. And our local immigration partnership really tries to bring together, convene partners together so that immigration can be a smooth and seamless process for new permanent residents primarily, but also for temporary residents such as international students and in their transition. And just to mention that, you know, we didn't think that we'd be continuing on, but now we have local immigrations across Canada. So there's over 80 across Canada. So it's really wonderful to see that growth. So just to give an example of our work, in 2018 and prior, there was a working group that was brought together on international students. Sheridan was a part of it, UTM, York, other colleges, as well as settlement agencies, and really came together on a needs assessment report. And some of the findings are very similar to what are being discussed. We need to bring together formal and informal supports. We need to look at the research and data. So it's really interesting to see that conversation continue in this context. I think I'll also mention, oops. There we go. More recently, we've been trying to continue that conversation by looking at the data and really thinking about where has the demographics changed. And that's really maybe given some insight in terms of where people are coming from, changes the context, you know, the various situations, family situations that people are coming from, but also looking at the growth and just the volume of international students that are coming really lends itself for a concerted focus as we are doing right now. Okay, so something that we really wanted to catalyze is an initiative that was incorporated the voice of international students. So we wrote a case or a letter of interest to the Tamarack Institute. They were starting a participatory grant-making pilot. Sorry, oh, so there we go. And so this participatory grant-making pilot was really a way for a people's panel to come together and decide how funding would be disseminated to projects focusing on building equitable economies for immigrants and refugees. And I made the case through Peel Newcomer Strategy Group that international students was a key issue as well, and also that there was a lot of momentum in the community. And we were successful as Peel Region to have that pilot hosted here. And so with World Education Services, they have a Miriam Asefa fund that just launched, and we have about $600,000 that are flowing to 6 projects. And one of them we've heard yesterday at the Racism and EDI session, Ladlia, which is fantastic to hear. And we had an international student on the People's Panel, Puneet, who you heard on the International Students Panel. So lots of wonderful connections there. So just, I guess, you know, just to say that there's wonderful ways to think about how we can weave some of this conversation that we're having today into our current work and really try to amplify the international students' voice so that they can be really part of the decision making. And so this is a wonderful example, I think, where Tamarack is really pushing that forward. And I think I'll just end there. Oops, okay. Not very good with the clicker. So I'm happy to be connected. We do a lot of communications in the sector as we try to partner among the different immigrant and refugee serving sector. We have a few different tables that continue. One is our strategic advisory table. We have more of an incubator innovation table with the service delivery network that Indus and Punjabi Community Health Services, among others, are a part of, as well as a resettlement support working group. So thinking about the refugees and displaced persons from Afghanistan or Ukraine, we have a broad table of about 35 members from across different agencies, and it really supports some of that coordination and some of that cross-sector collaboration. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jessica. Now we're going to open the floor for questions for Jessica. And Jessica, I have one just looking out at the audience and knowing that we've got people here from many different colleges and universities. You talked about a number of the forums and tables that you convene to engage the voice of the international student. How is it if people who are here today from other colleges and universities want to contribute to that they could do so?
Mm-hmm. One of our main focuses currently is on permanent residents, but we do have opportunities to work on some projects that are focused more on international students, for example, and other temporary residents. So feel free to be in touch with me. I'm happy to have the conversation because there's a lot of opportunities depending on the focus of your work and how we can collaborate. But I think there's always great connections that can be made, so always happy to and open to being in touch.
I'm not seeing anyone at the microphones just yet. I'm curious, Jessica, actually, from your experience and listening to the voice of international students. In the panels yesterday and today, we heard a number of themes that have come up as challenges for the international students. I'm sure you've been part of those conversations. Is there anything that you're aware of that you've heard from the international student experience that hasn't been discussed yet?
Actually, I'm really impressed by the comprehensiveness, and I think that's why the summit's so intensive, is that there's so many aspects and dimensions to cover. So often housing is a key issue that we're hearing, and so really great to hear that there's some focus on that. And also just thinking of Rupa, your research with Dr. Amira El-Mazri, we had a presentation on that research recently at our central planning table, and really thinking about some of the embedded issues around employment, thinking about things that are sometimes invisible, like racism, and how can we really think about EDI strategies that can really unpack and really address those. So it's not easy work, and it's always in a new context each day, and something that I think that's important in thinking about incorporating the international student voice is really balancing out with the systems view. So all the service organizations that are around the table here, bringing all those voices together really makes an impact when they're combined, and we saw that at the People's Panel through the Tamarack Project, and I think that's really the way forward, but really thinking about how can we be concrete about bringing the data with those initiatives so that we are being focused in terms of some of the initiatives we're undertaking.
Great. Well, thanks very much, Jessica. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Sunant. I think you've got a presentation on deck as well.
Thanks, Jacques, and thank you very much for allowing me to present the WUSC Student Refugee Program. Just before I start, I want to get a feel for the audience here. Quick, who's heard of the WUSC's Student Refugee Program? Okay, great. Then we'll just get started here. So the WUSC Student Refugee Program, first and foremost, the WUSC representative couldn't be here, so I'll just be sharing some general slides overview of what WUSC is and what work they do. And then I'll focus on the partnership model, which highlights local committees across many of your organizations that work to sponsor refugees through an educational pathway to settlement. So just very high level in terms of who WUSC is and what they do. WUSC is a leading nonprofit organization in Canada that works, as I said, to help find durable solutions for refugees around the world. Quickly, their vision is a better world for all young people. It is a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable world in which young people, especially women and refugees, are empowered to secure good quality of life for themselves, their families, and communities. Just some quick facts. In 2019-2020, despite the global pandemic, the number of refugees worldwide increased by approximately 250,000. We know with some of the conflict that's happening in the world, that number is only going to exponentially increase. And the Student Refugee Program is a wonderful partnership model that gives educational pathways to settlement. So as I mentioned, WUSC's work is really looking at durable solutions. And I'll be focusing on the resettlement one, but very quickly, what they look to do is some local integration, and that is securing legal status and rights in a country of asylum. Or they look for voluntary repatriation, some of the things that we saw in the 90s in the Republic of Congo after the Civil War, helping residents return back to their regions. But what I'm going to focus on right now is resettlement. And that is the transfer of refugees from a country of asylum to another country. And specifically, resettlement through the partnership with local committees around North America to help these students settle. Very quickly, the focus of this presentation is on partnership model. And I think it's very important to highlight the extensive nature of partnerships that happen in order to get a student the opportunity to study in Canada or North America. As you can see, WUSC works with many partners, strategic partners, corporate partners, funders, over 100 universities, colleges, cégeps in Canada. University of Guelph, if you're in the house, shout out for being the original institution in Canada to bring this program here. Congratulations. But also up in the upper right, you'll see local committee members in Canada. And that's the focus that I'm going to bring to you today, is the partnership model through the local committee members and how we work together to support international students who, when they arrive, become permanent residents, but still require that support for settlement, transition, and success. Okay, so specifically we're going to be focusing on how to make an impact through the Student Refugee Program. As I mentioned, the Student Refugee Program started in I didn't mention it, but it started in 1978, and as I mentioned, Guelph was one of the first organizations to welcome a student through this program. Currently, students who pass through the Student Refugee Program, approximately 90% of them will receive a degree. 80% of them will receive a degree from the host institution where they first started. So it's a remarkable, successful partnership model that's had tremendous success for refugees to settle in Canada. Since the start of the program, there's been approximately 2,000 plus students who've gone through the program and successfully settled. There's also, as I mentioned, over 100 institutions that are involved. And it's a youth-to-youth resettlement program where approximately 140 to 150 students each year are placed at various institutions around North America. I did have the list, and I know there's many attendees in the room today that will be welcoming their first student in 2022. Congratulations. Just quickly in terms of how the partnerships, some of the partnerships work and who's accountable to who, the Government of Canada provides, has the relationship with WUSC to ensure that refugees are receiving quality support. WUSC is responsible for maintaining partnerships with local committees. They ensure we are trained, they ensure that we have the proper resources and one-to-one support, and that we are providing the necessary information back to WUSC so that they can be accountable to the government. And in the bottom corner here are the WUSC local committees. I'll be focusing mainly on that in the next few slides, but it is the local committees that are made up of generally a network of faculty, staff, and students. At Sheridan, we have a wonderful part of our model where each of the previous student refugee has wanted to give back. So our local committee has students, as well as previous refugee students, and as I mentioned, faculty and staff. And your local committee is responsible for doing two things on your campuses. One, it's to bring awareness to global issues, gender inequality, to help educate students about these issues. The second thing is to sponsor refugee students and support their integration, as I mentioned, in a 1 year of sponsorship. I'm proud to say that Sheridan College was the first college to respond in 2014 to respond to the Syrian crisis and do our part in helping bring students here to this wonderful country, province, and institution. Since then, we have successfully integrated approximately 10 students, one a year since 2014, except for this past year, we welcomed 4 students. So the partnership model really relies on a number of folks who represent a pillar. So your local committee is a partnership amongst itself with other partners. And generally your members represent one of the pillars and bring an expertise to the local committee to help in that first year of settlement and transition. You'll have your academic supports, you'll have your financial supports, social supports, health and well-being. And at the center of it all, it is teaching and helping educate the student to become self-reliant as they are permanent residents and will be either staying or so on and so forth, but it's teaching them the skills so that they can be successful. Our local committee also includes other members such as housing, faculty, some great advice from some of our executive, Jane Nagobia, in making sure that we understand some of the cultural nuances and things that are very important to bringing our students to Canada. I'd like to say that, through this partnership model and leveraging a shared passion and commitment, we were able to jump also on a new pathway to settlement. This past year, a new pathway to settlement with a partnership with the International Olympic Committee, as well as the UNHCR, where refugee athletes who competed in the Olympics were now finding a pathway to settlement through sport. These are two of our students, Rose and James, preparing for their Olympic Games. But it's another amazing pilot project partnership that had we not been involved in the SRP partnership, we would not have had the opportunity to try this new pilot. And it's been an amazing opportunity, and we've welcomed these 3 students, only 2 of them are there, to our community. And we look forward to welcoming another wonderful young lady in the fall from Syria by way of Lebanon. So I'm happy to take any questions on the partnership model with the local committee, as well as our work with WUSC, or happy to wait to the end for any questions. Thank you.
Do we have anyone up for questions for Sinead? I see someone at the microphone, but no. Well, I have a question. The program is clearly really successful across the country, and it's a great collaboration. It's a partnership model. What are the elements that make it a successful partnership model?
You know, I think some of the elements that make it successful is something that we're seeing happen over the last 2 days here. What makes it successful is when you have intersecting mission, vision, passion to make change and change lives for young people. That's what's made this a successful partnership, is finding shared mission, vision, and leveraging that, which we're doing over these last 2 days. I'd say some of the basic principles also come to light here in terms of what is part of any wonderful partnership. Open communication, trust, but more importantly, when you have a multi-stakeholder partnership, I think what's very important and what's been successful for us is making sure that everyone is aware of each other's roles, accountabilities. So if my actions are reliant on the actions of another partner, it's very important that we are very clear with our expectations and what we can and can't do. And that's actually, to get back to your question, what has been a success here, leveraging each other's strengths of the various partners to change the life and transform it for these wonderful young people.
Okay, we're going to turn things over to Ganesh. I see you looking at the table and queuing up your presentation. So welcome.
Thank you all for the opportunity here. And I'll start with a brief presentation. And I'm sure you'll agree by the end of my presentation that student success is not just the institution's responsibility, but it is the student's responsibility as well. So all the support and everything else that's happening here in terms of people contributing towards providing better services and improvising what is already in place, I think it's up to the students as well to make sure that they make the best use of all of it. So in my case, I think I have made the best use of what Sheridan had to offer to start with, and the result is what I'm going to present here today. So iCent is an international office mobile software suite. So, sorry, here. Okay, so a little bit about what we are doing right now. It's an international office student support CRM, compatible with iPhone, Android, smartphone devices, and desktop browsers as well. We are heavily focused on student support. So primary goal is to cover information delivery to students. So iCent is basically, in one sentence, a digital version of student handbook, or your virtual international office, you can say. Communication management, student engagement, community guides, reporting, analytics, all of what you need to know as part of improvising student support services on day-to-day basis or term-by-term basis. We are available for students 24/7. Primarily, we are available for international offices 24/7. Live chat, airport welcome services through meet and greet. Recently, we have started housing. So Sunand and I have been talking since yesterday about what else can be done in terms of housing, because now I'm aware of what Sheridan is doing as well in terms of housing. So basically, full life cycle support from arrival, pre-arrival supports to graduation is what we tend to cover. So who we work with today is we are active at around 800 campuses. We have served over 500,000 international students and staff. Around 170,000 of them are active on the app right now. We work with GuardMe, one of our key partners. It's a long-standing relationship, and anybody that uses GuardMe know that iCent is a complementary tool from GuardMe. We work with various public institutions. Around those 800 campuses are spanned across 150 different institutions globally. We also work with PPPs in recent times. And these are the few institutions that are listed here, including Edunova, Languages Canada, CAPC, a few associations as well, CICAN. And lastly, we also have the app rolled out at IRCC. The government of, the immigration department basically uses the product as a return to campus or return to workplace solution, plus internal communication and alerts and updates and things like that. So, yeah, so okay, so the products that we offer in terms of software services are the inbound support. That's what exactly we started with Sheridan in 2015. 2013, the discussion began and launched in 2015. So the inbound app, that's how we all, that's how the entire journey began. And then the outbound travel registry with UFG and Humber began in 2018, 17-18. Then we have the domestic student services that in recent times we launched with Canada and a few other institutions. And the community and settlement version, moving beyond the international student support alone to newcomers and settlement agencies in and around Ontario to start with, and we have a few clients in Nova Scotia and different regions. So I'm sorry, it's skipping slides. Yeah. Apart from the technology services alone, we also have partner dashboard or partner integration services. GuardMe is one of the key examples. The health insurance is completely integrated into the app. It's a single-click service where the policy, claims, reimbursements can all be done through the app. Housing support, which is one of the challenges that McMaster came up with in October 2021. And we are piloting that with McMaster and Mohawk. Mohawk is already live. I'll talk about what else we are doing with housing. Industry partner integrated learning services, where we hire students to work with us at our different offices, whether it's airport program to work at the airport or housing or anything else. We have a few students that we have hired full-time, and most of them are Sheridan students, and a few of them from Centennial as well. But over 200 students that we have hired in the last 6 years, and all of them have come from different institutions in Ontario. Meet and greet services is primarily where they support us, and we have 24/7 contact center support services as well. So what do we cover on the app and through our logistics or non-technology services? So as soon as the LOA, so we don't do student recruitment and activities as such. It's primarily once the student accepts the LOA, that's where our services begin. So onboard students, pre-arrival preparation, arrival checklist, whatever we need to prepare students with. I mean, needless to say, mobile apps are what is where all the students are, and rather than sending out emails, PDF files, websites, smartphone technology is certainly very helpful. Not just the information, but we can leverage what's available on the smartphone to offer in terms of camera and other functionalities, GPS, etc. So the second stage is about preparing students, train them, orient them, assisting with housing program, meet and greet while students come or land in Canada, the first face they see. We are at the airport with the institution logo and some of their staff as well. Provide access to tools, risk management, like COVID alerts and things like that on campus through push notifications, emails, SMSs. And on-campus services, academic social life is covered. student services, library, clinic services, etc., whatever is provided on campus. Many students are not fully aware of how and what exactly are the services available on campus. I don't think, in my opinion, students need not leave the campus as such, because the institution covers almost all the services, right from healthcare to tea, coffee, whatever else you can say, the cafeteria. Communication management, tracking student success for international officers, and ultimately measuring through reporting and data analytics in terms of what is working, what are student challenges, the portfolio that covers students' questions right since beginning to graduation, identifying what are the patterns, the behaviors, and trying to identify what best can be done on an ongoing basis to provide better student support services, and ultimately resulting in building a stronger and a better student alumni network. One more slide. I'll skip the story piece. It's covered in the next slide anyways, but I want to make sure that, supporting over 100 public institutions in Canada, we are Canadian designed and a Canadian product compliant with Canadian privacy policies and quality management services and information security services covered, with all the data and content hosted in Canada. The institutions own the content and we just provide software as a service. But how it all began is my day one at Sheridan was in 2010 when I began my post-graduation in project management program. And I went to the cafeteria looking for a job. They asked me for a SIN card. I was like, what is a SIN card? So I had to understand what it was. And I came back to international office. I met Elena Sheikh there. And she's my first point of contact. And she's the one actually who put me in touch with Andrew Ness, the then director, who basically helped us launch the app. But I went to her and I asked, what's a SIN card? She explained and she said, go back to, go to Service Canada. Here's how you get it. And I went back to the, I went to Service Canada office, and then they said, you need a job offer letter to get a SIN card. I went back to the cafeteria and said, I need a job offer letter. They said, no, without a SIN card, we won't give you. So then again, I went back to Elena. She said, okay, ask in case if they can give you a conditional offer letter. So they gave a conditional offer letter on a letterhead, the cafeteria letterhead, campus group, sorry. And finally, I got my first job. And I was like, this should not be so difficult because it's not supposed to be, I was not the first international student to come here anyways. So that's when I started deciding to jot down a few notes in terms of what were my challenges. And during that academic year, I built some, it was not supposed to be an app, actually it was a website to start with, but over a period of time when the traffic came through mobile phones, I decided to build an app. So thanks to Sheridan, the journey began here, and then also to all the HOIs in Ontario. Basically, them and their respective teams have helped us build the app. My journey and one of the pain points that I just explained was I probably made a note of only about 15 or 16 different challenges that I had: how to get my US visa, how to get my driver's license, SIN card, etc., etc. But I think there was more that the schools already did. But all we did is build a platform for them to deliver their information that was already ready, and in a way that basically a place where students are. So again, thanks to Sheridan for inbound, Humber for outbound, HOIs for all the best practices that they share. We do the airport welcome program in collaboration with Centennial College, housing right now with Mohawk College, Conestoga, Seneca for complete set of student life cycle support services that they have built on the app, Algonquin, Fleming for enrollment certainty, something that we are trying to do in today's time to track where students stand in terms of visa processing, whether they're going to be able to make it to Canada on time or not. St. Lawrence, St. Clair for 24/7 contact center initiative, all the not-for-profit associations like K-12 board, the CAPC, Languages Canada, Genova, CICAN, CCID in the US, and a few other not-for-profit associations that give us a lot of inputs in terms of what current challenges are at the international office and how we can better support students, and lastly, GuardMe as well for a long-standing partnership and support. So these are all the schools that we work with today in Ontario, and their private partners as well. So thank you all for all the inputs, and thank you for helping us be here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ganesh. And thanks very much to the whole panel. I've got a question for Ganesh, if others don't. Yeah, if you want. I'll start off, and then if you want a question from the mic. Yeah, from my own experience working with international students over the years, one of the things when it comes to welcoming and onboarding new international students I've found to be really successful is having resources and supports that address students in their first language first. You can see students sometimes are tense, and then if there's a support or a mechanism for them to engage in their own language, the shoulders come down, the questions come out, and the flow happens that really gets the resources and the services that the students need. So Ganesh, to you, it's just a question, how important is it, and has it been in your work, having tools for first language, first communication for international students?
I think, I mean, North America, Canada, US, English countries for sure. So it's certainly important to know. I mean, our app primarily supports 12 different languages. Should there be a need? But all the schools that are using the app right now have the second, primarily all the content is in English. They want students to learn in English and speak as much English as possible. Even the English language schools that use the app have the basic content, arrival content and information in native languages to start with. But ultimately, the goal is to bring them back to English. So I think that's where the bridging programs are, and that's what they're for as well, right? So I think it's important. That's where we have IELTS and other programs as well to prove our proficiency in English to start with. So yeah.
Okay. Can I also ask that the theme of this presentation is around collaboration and partnership, and I saw from Shauna's presentation that EduNova is now connected with ISEND.
That's right.
I'm curious about your experience working with EduNova and the fact that they are a provincial collaboration and partnership model, and your experience with that versus working independently with the colleges you've worked with.
Sure. I mean, we started off as an international student app, primarily inbound, but over a period of time, we don't call it the app anymore. It's basically a platform that can do various things. Primarily, when EduNova came on board and said their purpose is ABC, discover Nova Scotia, building Nova Scotia, or promoting Nova Scotia as a province for international education, or their post-graduation immigration support program. So we understood what they're trying to do and what their needs are in terms of better supporting students. Our job is basically to build technology tools to help them better deliver their program, and that's what we have been doing. I think they started with one app, and they probably have 5 different apps right now for various programs. Yeah.
Great, thanks very much. And we do have questions, okay?
It's a good thing you have started this online collaboration and all that. But I just very curious, how much is being promoted in the country of origin for those international students? Or do they have access, whether they're going to be part of Sheridan College or other colleges, right? Is it free access to them? And how much awareness they have? I don't think so that it is that much awareness in the country of origin. That's where it should be. It's a good thing when they come to the airport and all that. But I have seen, being an accountant, the SIN number they get, I don't know why they're taking 2 weeks or something. It should be part of the process that they enter. Their last name, first name, and everything is proper. It is not. I wonder why it is not. And if you could collaborate on that one or make it more meaningful, right? Like eventually, that why this thing is happening, why students have to be in the lineup or pay somebody else to be in the lineup, right? Waste their whole day where they could learn these things back home. They should be stressed by the colleges, which are integration, or right? Or those so-called immigration lawyers, consultants, and we partners, right? How much we promoting there?
I'll probably answer just the promotion piece. I'm a strong believer that the schools are already doing what they're supposed to do in terms of better supporting students, and it has always been the case. My experience about 12 years ago was very positive, and so what we have done right now, I mean, it's
probably you read up there as International Student App, but primarily we are an international office platform. So I feel, I mean, all we have done is they were delivering information, like international student support has been there for probably 30, 40 years now. What we have done is just built a platform for them to digitize their content, which they back in the days delivered through paper or emails or whatever else. So again, I strongly believe that they're doing what they're supposed to do, and it's the responsibility of students as well to better, but I'll come back. They're doing promotion. I mean, we don't do this. I mean, we are primarily B2B companies, so we provide services to international offices or student services. But they have pre-departure orientation. The content is available on the website. Having supported 500,000 students, I can guarantee you that not everybody goes through the website and reads all the content. Not every student reads through all the emails. So I think the schools are doing what they're supposed to do. And yeah, there's probably more that the agents can do as well in terms of better promoting post-enrollment support, at least until students make it to Canada. But yeah.
That's great. Thanks very much, Ganesh. Yeah. And reminder to everyone that Shauna is still online, and we can take questions from to any of the panelists, and we'll go to this side right now.
Sorry, every time I walk up to the mic, my heart beats equally fast.
It's all good.
I forgot my name tag today, but Sheridan is a big part of my identity. So I'll come to the question first. In 2018, 219,000 jobs were held by international students. In 2021, 21% of undergraduate students and 29% of graduate students were international students. In 2021 as well, 130,000 study permit holders were granted PR. So I listened to the presentation. There's a normal path which students take. They apply for a visa, they take English test. Sunan's working on the student refugee program. But I often see that the system we have right now filters out the poor, financially weak, but capable student who wants to study abroad. So forgive my knowledge here, but is there any program or is there any system which allows that student who is financially weak but wants to study abroad, is there any pathway that colleges are working on or non-profit organizations are working on which can help that student fulfill their dream?
Great, thanks for the question.
Abby, great question, and thank you for remaining part of the Sheridan community. We love our graduates, and great question. Well, I can only speak to Sheridan, and I know that we have recently increased financial incentives as well as scholarships and bursaries for international students for exactly what you said. So we can support those who are financially in need. Sheridan College has a partnership with Scotiabank, if I'm not mistaken, and we are also providing more employment opportunities for international students. So I know that isn't necessarily your question, but to answer your question, yes, there is funding, institutional specific, to support international students coming in to support their finances. So recently, since you've left Sheridan, there's some new programs here, specifically at Sheridan, that are providing funding for students to support them.
That's a great question. Let's go to this side. I see questions over on this side as well.
Thank you to all panelists for the excellent presentation and all the efforts. This is my question to Ganesh. You mentioned that you have collaborated with a few colleges in Ontario. Just curious to know if there are other colleges where you have not collaborated with. Can the information on ISN be accessed by those students? And is there a website of ISN? The reason I ask is because Peel Newcomer Strategy Group holds a website called immigrationpeel.ca, where we have all the information for all the immigrants coming to the Peel region. So if we can connect ISN to our website so that international students can also benefit from our website.
See, delivering content to students with respect to a particular school, it's only the school that is authorized to do that, right? Okay. So our partnership with schools, we provide a platform to the school and they build the content on the app and deliver it to their students. So we don't promote it like for any international student that's coming to any college. Anybody that is using ISN, the schools promote, they know when to promote and who to onboard. And like not every school uses it for 365 days support. Some of them use it as an arrival or orientation tool. Someone else uses it. Another school uses it for appointment booking and things like that. So Every school is, their strategy is different. They may have some tools already in place. So it's an a la carte service depending upon what they want. They just use those. And they promote to students, so we don't directly promote, unfortunately.
Right, so there is no website where an international student coming to Canada gets all the generic information as like getting the SIM card, you know, getting started with the life in Canada.
Sure. It's a microsite on each and every school's website that exists, and they promote according to their requirements and business needs. But there is also additional partnership with CRA that provides SIN card and SIN clinic information on the app. So we have a separate dashboard for ecosystem or partner services where the content that is put in by such institutions is spread across different institutions through click of a button. So basically, common content, provincial or federal content, or those kind of information is provided directly by those authorities, and we plug it in as we provide an option basically to institutions to plug it in case if they like.
Okay, thank you so much.
And Shreya, just quickly, just chatting with Jessica here, we're going to make sure that our content is available on vice versa on our website so that we can make sure.
Thank you so much.
It's a great question. Okay, let's go to this side. Yeah.
Hi, my question is for Shauna. Something that really stood out to me in your presentation was the term let me get that right. So cooperation and competition, coopetition. I thought that was a really interesting input into the presentation, especially considering that you worked so successfully with so many different post-secondary educations within the province. And I think that going around the room over here and just listening to conversations during break times, there is this really strong desire for cooperation. But considering that there might be lots of different institutions who are looking for students, or even different initiatives that are looking for funding, how do we create those shared values and see a bigger picture and see the benefit for all when there is that cooperation still underlying those conversations? So I wanted to hear, how was it so successful for you, and what tips can you share with the rest of us?
Yes, thanks for that question. I think the word I used is coopetition. I'm not entirely sure if that's a real word, but it's one that I've been using to describe this concept of our institutions are, and we are hardwired to compete, but we know that we will only achieve results if we collaborate or cooperate. I would say that in part, it starts with relationships. So Nova Scotia is a bit of a smaller province, which puts us in proximity to one another, meaning, well, before COVID anyway, we ended up spending a lot of time together, and you end up working with the same folks in different institutions over the years. So I think part of it is historical relationship building. The other part is as a small, you might say have-not province, we have to be aligned in order to compete both in the world and also even, theoretically with the other provinces for international students. So we know that we can't do it alone. We know that our institutions, many of them are too small to be able to compete on their own. And we have a very strong vision of that we are always stronger together, and rising tides float all boats. So that whole concept of it's getting away from that scarcity mindset where there's only a little piece of a pie that's for one or two people, and knowing that if we can work together, we can help rise the tides, help bring all of our institutions together to work together to be able to be competitive in the country and in the world. And to do that, we have to have alignment. We have to have provincial government alignment with funding. We have to be able to show our results to our members and also to our funding partners. And there are difficult conversations that we have to have from time to time to ensure that we have coopetition and not competition all the time. So I think it is, I think it's a variety of different factors that go into the success of these kinds of collaboration. And the other part of it, honestly, is a lot of hard work and connections and getting people together from all different spheres and being open to listening. So I think many variables to be able to get to the point where we are. We have co-opetition and not competition, and some of it is regional, some of it is, an attitude, and some of it is the sheer need to do this in order to be successful.
Thanks very much. It's a great question, and I know from conversations with colleagues that work at colleges and universities across the country, collaboration and alignment even within our own colleges and universities, and the communication and engagement we have with students is a challenge. It's a greater challenge when you add in industry and community and government organizations. So it's really great. Thanks very much, Shauna. Another question over on this side, yeah.
Hi, folks. So just thinking about WUSC, we obviously have, I'm from Brock University, we also support the WUSC program. We also have many students who are refugees who aren't part of the WUSC program. And so we've started building some resources and supports for students who have been displaced for whatever reason that might be. So the question is for anyone, but can anyone share any services or collaboration efforts or innovative ideas, either externally or internally, for supporting students who are displaced?
I could maybe start with that question. So we have a resettlement support working group, and government is a part of that conversation. And in the GTHA, thinking about the Ukrainian arrivals, there's been more work being done around displaced persons. So around communications, for example, they've been working to have a common key message of where people can go for supports. And so they've been working together with 211, since it's really easy to remember if you're coming off the plane. You can just remember those three numbers, and really trying to get to using 211 as the referral hub, so where they can go to for community agency services, and then it can be easily referred out from there to the various needs that someone might have.
Thank you.
2 minutes. Thanks very much for the question. A great question, and thank you, Jessica. I've been given the 2-minute notice here because we have to be on time for the next session. So we'll go to a last question, and it will have to be a quick response.
Thank you very much. My name is Manan Gupta, representing Newcom Media and Road Today. The question is just a segue from my previous questionnaire about the student refugee program. You know, I was looking at the slides. Since 1978, just 2,100 plus students have utilized this program. On an average, it comes down to 45 students. Is it due to the lack of uptake, or is it the gatekeeper issue at the IRCC? What is the issue? Why can't we, expand on those numbers? 2,100 refugee students just in 45 years. It's a no-brainer that something is lacking somewhere.
So I can speak about Sheridan. I can't speak about WUSC's mission because WUSC is, I can't speak to their mission, but I can speak specifically for Sheridan College. I don't know the history of WUSC and how it's grown from a pilot to where it is sponsoring approximately 140. What I can tell you is that it requires a sponsorship amount for each student, and maybe we could speak to some of the institutions who are sponsoring their first student now to find out how we can increase in scale. But it comes down to supporting that student financially and where the X amount of sponsorship dollars are coming from. Often, many institutions do student levies, where they charge back the student, and most institutions do that, where that funds the student refugee program. If you're aware of the climate in terms of student levies and fees over the last few years and scaling back some of that, many of that has come off the table. But I can specifically speak to Sheridan. We have grown from 1 to 4, and as we'll do as much as we can possibly do. And I think it's forums like this where the word spreads. Where the word spreads, we go from 1 to 2 to 5 to 10. But I can't specifically speak about WUSC's growth over the year, but I can specifically speak to the last 3 to 5 years at Sheridan and our commitment to continuing to do what we can, as well as many of the other organizations here who I know are starting their first, or as I mentioned, the University of Guelph, been at it for 40 years, right? I can give you a different example that the University of Ottawa was able to sponsor 18 students this past year. Fabulous, right? But that's specific to that organization and how they fund their program, which I don't have the specifics on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everyone. Shauna for joining us from Nova Scotia, Jessica, Sunand, and Ganesh. Thanks for your expertise and your time. And I'm going to turn things back over to Sheldon. Okay.
Thank you, Jock, and to our panelists for those excellent discussions and for your presentations. And nice to have Shauna join in as well from Nova Scotia. Before we begin our next panel, let's take a moment to stretch. And this is an ad hoc change to the agenda. I'd like to invite my colleague, Mustafa, oh, there he is. Hi, Mustafa Babouli, Davis Campus Athletics Coordinator, to the stage to lead a 1-minute stretch if you are able. Thanks, Mustafa. Good, how are you? I don't have to stretch too, do I?
Yes.
I do, okay.
Yeah, especially Sudan.
Yep. It's a good thing post-pandemic, all my clothes have stretch in them, so I should be okay.
Beautiful, beautiful. Actually, you don't have to stand up for this one. Everybody stay seated. We're not standing up for this one. Everybody's still energetic before lunch. This is very, very easy. I want your both feet on the ground. I'm going to use this chair, whoever this chair is. Sorry, in advance, okay? All you gotta do is keep your posture up, nice and easy, and I want you to relax your shoulders and look up. Bring it down, nice and easy. Now bring it back in the middle and either turn it right or left, doesn't really matter. The other side. Amazing, bring it back in the middle. Now, I want both hands up in this position, and all you gotta do is you're gonna bring it down, squeeze your back, and bring it up. Nice and easy. Sunan, I know this is tough for you, I'm sorry, but bring it down and up. And last one, bring it down, and now relax your arms. What I want you to do is bring your left hand or right hand, and you're gonna go the opposite leg and try to twist, nice and easy. You don't have to go hard. It's a stretch, simple stretch. Release, opposite hand, bring it to the opposite leg, and just nice, easy turn. Beautiful. Now, bring it back in the middle. Now, go a little bit at the edge of your seat. And I want you to extend your legs straight. Bring your toes towards you. And try to reach for your toes with your hands right there. As far as you can. And keep it straight. All you gotta feel it in your hamstrings, a little bit on your lower back. Amazing. In 3, 2, release it. And that's a minute. Well done, everybody.
Thank you, Mustafa. I'm not sure that I was supposed to feel sore after that, but I kind of do. All right, so we are on to our next panel. And this panel will explore measures of accountability that enhance the international student experience. Our moderator for this session is our lead summit facilitator, so let's give her a round of applause after I introduce her. Rupa Desai Trilokaker. Close. Sorry, Rupa. But Rupa, why don't you stand up and be recognized for all of your efforts in helping to plan and facilitate the summit. So everyone, Rupa. Rupa is an associate professor of post-secondary education in the Faculty of Education at York University. She comes to an academic career after 20 years of experience as a professional in the field of international education in Canada, India, and the United States. Her research focuses on government policy on international education, its impact on higher education, and the international student experience. How fitting. Joining us virtually, our panelists for this discussion are from New Zealand, Julie Keenan, Policy Director, and Jenny Barrett, Policy Analyst, Tertiary Education Policy, Ministry of Education, and Julia Moore, Code Team Leader, Quality Assurance Division, New Zealand Quality Assurance. From Australia, Joanne Barker, School of Global, Urban and Social Studies, RMIT University. And from I think, the United Kingdom, Julie Allen, Director of Member Services and Policy, and Vinicius Campos, Policy and Project Officer, UK Council for International Student Affairs. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Rupa, and panelists to the stage and screen.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Sheldon. So for this session, I guess we heard about successful partnerships. For this session, we're going to look at measures of accountability and sort of lessons from international jurisdictions. So one of the outcomes of the roundtable that was formed with Sheridan College and colleagues was to really post-summit develop a charter for improving the international student experience. So the purpose of this panel is to really, for us as a group, to sort of learn from international jurisdictions that have introduced several regulatory monitoring and assessing measures, either through charters or through other legislative acts, ways to improve the international student experience. So we're going to learn from 3 jurisdictions, New Zealand, Australia, as well as the UK, that have been well ahead in terms of introducing these regulations, almost 20 years ahead of us. We're trying to learn what is the context that really built these regulatory mechanisms, and each one of them has done it very differently. Their approaches to how they've regulated the sector, the processes they followed, who were the stakeholders involved, the successes and the challenges, and then the final issue of how it's really impacted the international student experience in each of these regions. So hopefully through this session, we can engage with them in terms of lessons we can learn for our jurisdiction in terms of our own development of the international student sector and regulating that sector if we so choose to do so. So we have 3 presentations. One has been pre-recorded, given the time difference with New Zealand. My colleague in Australia has been kind enough to stay awake. I don't know what time it is. She will inform us. I'm a little worried. She did say, can I listen to the earlier conversation? It'll keep me awake. So it's pretty late out there. So I really appreciate all my colleagues. I'm going to do a brief introduction of all of them. We'll start with the presentation from Australia. Then we will move to the pre-recorded session with folks in New Zealand, and then move to our colleagues from the UK. And as I said, very interesting and distinct models, but very interesting models nonetheless in many ways. So I'm going to introduce Joanne Barker from Australia, who has had over 20 years of experience in international education. She was the director international at University of Adelaide for 10 years until 2016, and has worked in international education management roles at Flinders University and in the private sector. She will speak to the Education Services for Overseas Students Act, ESOS as it's called, and how and why it was transformational in the Australian international education sector over the last 2 decades. In her session, in her presentation, she will discuss the evolution and impact of the ESOS legislation and the national code that Australia came up with, and how it provides compliance with the requirements. And I would go ahead and say that this is one that we should pay close attention to, because at least in my assessment, Canada is really following the exact footsteps in terms of the Australian experience in many ways. My colleagues from New Zealand who will join through a pre-recorded session include Julie Keenan, who oversees their policy and legislative work to develop New Zealand's learner well-being and safety changes for tertiary and international education, including what they have, which is a code of practice, which was re-established really in 2019 all the way to 2022. So Julie is an experienced policy advisor and a leader with 2 decades of experience advising ministries on policy, including education, justice, and Treaty of Waitangi issues, and developing teams of policy advisors and leaders. Jenny Barrett was involved in the development of the Wellbeing and Safety Code with a key role in planning and running a 6-week consultation period with diverse stakeholders, including learners, community groups, tertiary education and student accommodation providers and staff, and government agencies. So she really supports the implementation of this code in New Zealand and is currently working on projects to embed and strengthen partnerships with tertiary learners and other parts of the government. And finally, from New Zealand, Juliana Moore leads their New Zealand Quality Assurance Administration of the Code of Practice for the pastoral care of tertiary and international students. So in New Zealand, they have a really interesting partnership across the government itself to ensure the code is implemented. And from the UK, we have Julie Allen, who leads the Member Services and Policy team at the UK Council of International Student Affairs. And she works to support the membership, which includes the website, training, events, and the annual conference. Her team also works on international student policy with a focus on the international student experience. Vinicius Campos, who's also part of UKISA, that's the UK Council of International Student Affairs, joined them in January 22 to support policy research and development with a focus on the International Student Charter. And he's been working with them on the We Are International Student Ambassadors and members on the elaboration of the ISC, the International Student Charter, which is the UK's first student-led document on the international student experience. So in the UK, the charter has been taken up by students and actually developed by students, which is an initiative that Vinicius has led. So with that, I will ask Joanne to start the presentations. And Joanne, just let me know when you want me to move to the next slide, if you aren't able to show it from your slide. So thank you all for staying awake and for being with us today.
Good morning, Rupa. Can you hear me?
Can everybody hear her? Do we need it louder? Yep, we're good.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate today. Please just interrupt if there's, if you're not hearing me properly. I just want to start by congratulating the Sheridan College and the City of Brampton and Rupa and Christine for putting together the summit on improving the international student experience. It's absolutely central to everything we do in international education. So congratulations on that. I'm speaking to you today from the unceded lands of the Ngarrindjeri people, traditional owners of the lands in what is now the state of South Australia. And it is about 1:15 a.m. But very happy to be with you. I'm just putting my timer on because I know we're on a strict time frame and I will stick to time. Okay, everyone, I've worked in international education for over 20 years. I have a particularly strong interest in the role of government in contributing to a strong experience for international students. Although I do not work for the government, I'm not coming from that perspective, but it is my research interest. So what I'm going to talk to you today is about the Education Services for Overseas Students Act, what we call the ESOS Act. And apologies in advance that you probably notice I use the term academic programs and courses interchangeably. Personally, I believe academic programs is the correct expression, but the Australian government uses the word course to mean an academic program. So you'll see that in some of the slides. Okay, can I have the first slide? There's just 3 slides. Can we have the first one, Rupa? Thank you. Okay, the ESOS Act is consumer protection legislation, which governs Australia's international education export industry. By protecting the interests of international students in Australia, we also protect our own reputation as education providers. So it is the responsibility of providers to ensure that all aspects of the legislation are met. And in this way, we safeguard the reputation of Australian international education. You can actually leave it on that slide for a little while, Rupa. I'm going to say a bit more about this. So just going back a few years to the development of the ESOS Act, the first international students came to Australia in the 1950s under the Colombo Plan, but there were also privately funded students in those days. The Australian universities and other providers didn't work very hard to get international students in those days because they were not allowed to charge tuition fees, which would make that a worthwhile thing to do. With the deregulation which occurred in the mid-1980s, this created an enormous change. Education providers were permitted to charge full fees to international students, and from then on there was an influx of international students into Australia, much more so than the government had ever anticipated. So in the early days, the legislative framework around international students was pretty light. The government took a hands-off position. I don't think it ever expected that international students would become a major export industry for Australia. But starting in 1990, there was a major incident, and that was that many thousands of students who had intended to study in the English language sector in private colleges in Australia found that they had lost their money because the colleges had closed down before the students had even arrived in Australia, or in some cases, but certainly before they had completed their studies. So this led to the first iteration of the ESOS Act, which started to put some regulations around what Australian education institutions could do in the recruitment of international students. One of the early significant changes was a tuition assurance scheme, which required and still requires private providers to pay funds into a central pool of money, which is there to protect international students if colleges close down. That still exists after all this time, you know, that is a measure of protection which helps students to know that they will not lose their money. Fortunately, that doesn't happen very much these days, so that's been something that is not a significant problem as it used to be in earlier days. So with the introduction of the ESOS Act, there was certainly a heavier burden of compliance than previously. And when I was working in a university and we would have staff applying for jobs in the international office, I would always ask them as one of my interview questions in the application process, what is the importance of the ESOS Act? And some people were kind of quite freaked out by that question, but I never expected people to understand the legislation chapter and verse. It's simply about understanding two words, that it is consumer protection. And it's not just the responsibility of the compliance team to make sure that ESOS is followed in an education institution. It's everyone's responsibility. Every member of the academic staff, every administrator, everyone who comes into contact with an international student, even peripherally, is responsible for making sure that the compliance is followed. So, Rupa, I might get you to put up the second slide of the three. Oh, that's the third one, I think. Is there another one? Yes, that one. Thank you. The Code of Practice. So the legislation comes with a National Code of Practice, which was last updated in 2018. And I'm just going to go over these points very briefly because it's all there on the website. If anyone wants more information, you just need to have a look for ESOS National Code of Practice and you'll find all of this information in great depth. So these items, starting with marketing information and practices, required universities not to give education providers not to give false or misleading information, or to give prospective students unrealistic expectations about immigration, about being able to stay in Australia permanently. That was the first one, and probably the most important. That one's about truth in advertising. The second one, recruitment of an international overseas student, relates to the entry requirements being clearly publicised and about accurate information about course content and cost of living being provided. Standard 3, the written agreements, is about our offer letters. If anyone has seen an Australian university offer letter, it extends sometimes to about 15 or 20 pages because of the legislation, but it ensures that every piece of information in that legal contract is there for a prospective student. Education agents, a really interesting one at Standard 4. Education providers are responsible for the actions of their agents overseas. So truth in advertising must apply with them as well. And if they don't comply, the education provider is responsible. Standard 5 is about students under 18, a very complex one for students in secondary schools. I'm sure people would be familiar with some of the issues involved. I won't go into detail on that. Overseas student support services are enshrined in the legislation as well, about a standard of services which is expected for students that come to Australia. Transfers are for those that want to change institution. Visa requirements are about monitoring compliance with the visa conditions, including attendance, academic progress, unsatisfactory progress, and completion of the program within duration. Deferring, suspending or cancelling a student's enrolment, self-explanatory, but it's there in the legislation. Complaints and appeals are dealt with, and additional requirements relate to the registration, the national registration of academic programs, and also audit requirements. So what did people think about this when it came in? Well, I think some people were quite horrified at the high level of compliance that would be required from then on. But most universities, at least, were already doing the right thing, because we had, prior to that, something called the Australian Vice-Chancellor's Code of Ethical Practice. Now, the problem with that was it did not apply to any other institutions other than universities. So this legislation, which cuts across all education providers, really opened that out to ensure that everyone was complying in the way that the government expected. Just checking my time, sorry. Okay. So I think people were concerned initially, but with the passage of time, I mean, I can personally remember the day that I first read through the legislation, and it's now about 23 years ago, but I thought it would be transformative because it enabled some of the really inappropriate practices that were going on at that time to be closed down. And to give you an example, my very first overseas recruitment mission, which was in 1995, I went to Indonesia with a whole group of Australian universities for a big fair, and I was shocked at what I heard some of the other providers saying. The promises that they were making to individual students and their parents, and the things that they were saying not only about their own institutions, but very pejorative remarks about other Australian institutions as well. So I think we've gotten used to it. It's become something that, you know, with the passage of time, attitudes change, and I think it really has changed behaviour. I don't think anyone would dare now to say the kinds of things overseas to students that they did when I first heard them in 1995. And it's, you know, it has kind of spawned a whole industry of audit and compliance requirements, which are there. There's no denying that they're there, but I think it would be true to say that people don't find them as burdensome as they did in the early days. So one example is the assessment process, which now exists for any new provider. Before they can offer studies to an international student coming to Australia, there's a very rigorous process involved in getting ready for the analysis about whether or not they can be accepted as an Australian education provider. And that process essentially helps those providers to put into place a plan about how they're going to operate as an Australian education provider. And if they can't meet the minimum terms required, then they either, they don't start. They don't start in the first place. They don't set up a business. Okay, about 3 minutes left, I think. If I can go to the third slide, Rupa. Yep. Or it might be the second one. This one, the Council of International Council of International Education. So there is a governing body which sits above all of this, which is a group which is represented by all of the ministries that in some ways have touch points with international students. So if you have a look at that slide, you'll see the ministries that are in the first part of the slide. Education, obviously, foreign affairs, trade, tourism and investment, immigration, employment and workforce, industry and energy, and science and technology. So there's many, many touch points that that the government touches on in terms of international students. And this council is intended for them to work collaboratively so that you don't have one part of government doing something which is in conflict with another part of government. There's also expert representation on the council, which is represented at the bottom of the slide there. The International Education Association of Australia, universities, private providers, secondary schools, housing, student housing, and international students themselves. So it's not perfect. While I've said that it's widely accepted now and that there's a high degree of compliance in Australia, the system is never perfect. And some of you might know that about 10 years ago, there was a spate of physical attacks on students from the subcontinent, Indian students predominantly, that occurred it tended to be in the outer suburbs of Melbourne, the city of Melbourne. And so there are certain things that no legislative framework can prevent, and we all need to continue to be vigilant and respond to new issues as they arise. But good consumer protection legislation in Australia, I think, has helped Australia to become a desirable destination for international students, where students and their parents can have a high degree of confidence that they will get what they paid for. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Thank you kindly. So we're going to go through all the presentations and then take questions for these panelists, and definitely I can take your questions back to New Zealand and return with answers from them. But I think we're going to now move to the recording from New Zealand, and that'll be a little longer because we gave them time for a few questions that Christine and I engaged with them in. So we'll have a little bit of a longer video with them and then go on to the UK folks.
For your invitation to present at this summit today from New Zealand. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou kei roto i te āhuatanga te wā, kia ngā hutu, ngā kaimahi, ngā kaiako me a konga hoki. So welcome, all of you, within the purpose of today, leaders, teachers, workers, and our learners. We're really pleased to be able to offer insights from New Zealand today, and also keen to learn what you're hearing from other jurisdictions. We regret that we can't be live. The time differences are just a little hard. Today, we're presenting from the the Ministry of Education of New Zealand and the New Zealand Qualifications Authority, where two agencies have worked closely on the development and now the implementation of this code of practice. I'll go to our first slide. Just before we start on the code, some context on education in New Zealand. New Zealand has a national government system of education, so we are not a federal system. And tertiary education in New Zealand is all post-compulsory education. So that includes what could be called higher, further or vocational and foundation education in other jurisdictions. And that provision is to both domestic and, in places, to international learners. International education also occurs in schools. The Education and Training Act 2020, there's a link in the slides, sets a legal framework for the system and allows for the funding and regulation of the system. The Act provides for a code of practice for pastoral care for all international education providers. That's been in place since 2002. It's not mandatory for providers to be part of that code, but it is also, if they wish to offer international education, they must opt in. And since 2019, the law has required a mandatory code for domestic tertiary education providers. Next slide. So the code that's set out in the Act has a purpose to support and maintain learner safety and wellbeing, and outcomes, and sets out that a code must contain outcomes and processes to achieve those outcomes. Our 2002 code provides it's a framework for local decision making. So it gives providers a framework for assessing and improving their own wellbeing and safety practices against the outcomes and the processes. And it also sets requirements for them to use voice and evidence from practice, from learners and from communities as they do that. The Act also sets out provisions for ensuring that the code is appropriate. So the Minister's requirement to consult before issuing a code, and the appointment of a code administrator, or more than one code administrator, that monitors the code and provides guidance, and also considers the consequences for breach of code provisions. Julia will talk more about that role later in our presentation. I'll now hand over to Jenny.
Previous codes have focused on pastoral care, and we're now changing the law after the feedback that we've heard from learners, from providers, from community groups, to focus more on learner wellbeing and safety. So this is a holistic perspective. When learners have safe, inclusive and healthy environments for learning, living and socializing, they're more likely to succeed. And this view of wellbeing includes all aspects of the learner's identity. So that's their physical well-being, mental, familial, social, cultural, and spiritual health. It considers learners both as individuals and as members of their wider family and community groups. Crucially, creating an environment that supports learner well-being and safety is a shared responsibility between government, providers, learners, families, and their wider communities. Providers are expected to be accountable to their learners and their communities. They must report to them on what they're doing to meet learners' wellbeing and safety needs, and they must regularly review practices based on new evidence and insights from their learners and communities. So a continuous improvement approach. While the code as a whole applies to both domestic and international students, there are specific parts of the code just for providers with international students. And these parts of the code cover the full life cycle of that international student, all the way from their recruitment while they're still out of country, through their education and onto the transition into their next stage of education or work. There are specific parts of this for younger international students who are under 18 and under 10 years old. And these provisions recognise the distinctive, unique circumstances for international students, which your international students will face in Canada as well. So being less familiar with the country, with the culture, the language, and the different rules and requirements around housing and education especially. So under our latest code, providers must ensure that they include and respond to international learners' views and voices. I'll now hand over to my colleague Julia to talk about the implementation of the code.
Hello everyone, ko Julia Moore tōku ingoa. I'm Julia Moore from the New Zealand Qualifications Authority, NZQA. So we are the administrator of the Pastoral Care Code, responsible for supporting and monitoring education providers to give effect to the code. For our universities, we delegate some of our monitoring responsibilities to the Universities New Zealand, which is a quality assurance agency in the university sector. Our role as code administrator is diverse, it's multifaceted, and it includes a range of capability building, code promotional activities to ensure that providers and learners know the code and understand what the expectations are. Our role also includes monitoring, and we have a range of activities that we do in that space. We monitor the code across the agency. We've been given the code implementation role because of our education sector quality assurance role, and we integrate monitoring of the Pastoral Care Code across our evaluative quality assurance framework, which is founded on provider self-assessment, but includes entry processes, so being approved or registered as a provider, ongoing monitoring, external review, and a range of risk management activities. The primary focus is on building capability, and this reflects our code's framework for continuous improvement. We ensure we have effective communication with all key stakeholders. We involve stakeholders in the co-design and co-development of monitoring and capability building tools, guidelines, and workshops. To monitor performance, this is primarily done through provider self-assessment, the idea being that providers are best placed to know what good looks like in their local context, as long as they're working with learners and other key stakeholders and using quality evidence to make those decisions. Providers confirm to us annually that they've got the right systems in place, and we're working now to move beyond self-review to increase our targeted monitoring of what we see as the key strengths and risk areas under the code. Our key priorities for the next 3 years are to strengthen learner voice across the sector. This includes promoting the code effectively to learners, looking at the key cornerstones of the code and identifying good practice and indicators of good performance against those, and moving through that to really be risk-based in our monitoring, to reduce the compliance burden on providers while improving the quality of care to learners. And I'll hand back over now to Julie to finish off.
Sorry. That's a brief overview of the New Zealand system and how the code sits within it. We found this quote from the OECD really helpful in terms of just recognising how learners should be at the centre of education and have agency in their education in order to speak to their own safety and wellbeing and engagement. We've also included, in addition to some of the links that are in slides earlier, some background and some further work. The two items that we haven't really talked about here are the government's current refresh of the New Zealand International Education Strategy, which is underway now with a new strategy imminent. And that reflects New Zealand reopening to the world and being ready to welcome international students in larger numbers back to our country. And also a resource called Whiria Ngā Rau, which is a resource from the New Zealand Union of Students Associations and the other major students associations, our Māori and Pacific Students Associations, International Students Association and Disabled Students Association. This resource is about learners' preferences for being partners in decision making. the various ways that learners would like to see themselves involved, from consultation involvement to being genuine co-constructors and partners in full decision-making in providers. Some examples of what works for them and how to get it right. We see that as a really powerful complement. We supported its development, and we see it as a really powerful complement to the obligations of providers that sit within the code. And that is our presentation today. We're really happy to take some questions.
Thank you so very much, Julie, Jenny, and Julia. Amazing, and it's very heartwarming, because I think a lot of things you talked about in terms of, you know, a focus on the full cycle of, you know, the international student experience, and holistic approach, shared responsibility, importance of learner voice, and even the self-review sort of resonates a lot with some of our core interests and principles and values as well. So we're really excited to start this conversation, but we hope to continue it onwards as well as we work, you know, on our charter. So I want to start by asking you to, you know, a little bit, because it's been a long time since you've had this code, and something new that we're headed towards. So you know, we're really interested in knowing what prompted the creation of this code in New Zealand. What was the context at that time? And perhaps a little bit about how the code might have shifted over time in terms of changing contexts as well as changing needs.
Yeah, I'll respond to that question. Thank you, Rupa. So as you say, the New Zealand Code, the International Students Code, was first created in 2002. And at that time, it was part of a wider, it was before we had an international education strategy for the nation, but it was part of a government strategy towards increasing international education and recognising the existing growth in international education. At that time, there had been a self-regulation, a sort of opt-in, sector-driven consensus about how to, what offer New Zealand would make to international students when they arrived. But what we see when we look back at the evaluation of the first code is that that the limits of self-regulation were being reached, and there is a sense that partner nations are really looking, when they send their learners offshore, they're really looking for the host location to take care of them. And our providers were doing that in different ways, and some of those weren't working for the countries and the families that were sending their learners to New Zealand. So it was really important for the reputation of all New Zealand providers, and as a matter of sort of national reputation also, to think about an approach that would remain opt-in, in that it's not necessary to offer international education, but if you do, you need to opt into this code, but have something that is a little stronger and more able to be more consistently spoken of than a voluntary sector-driven resource. Over the time since the first code was issued, the international code had evolved quite significantly, and it had evolved in part due to changes in how international education was offered, you know, encompassing short courses, encompassing blended and online delivery, and also reflecting some of the challenges for migrants coming from different countries as we diversified and began to work in a wider range of countries to promote New Zealand international education. It became clear that expectations were different. Perhaps the offshore education agents operated differently in different countries, and our code regulates how providers work with agents. So it asks it asks our international education providers to ensure that their agents comply with New Zealand law and with the expectation of the code. And that's, and also, are ensuring that they are offering something that can be delivered in New Zealand. And so that the development of the code over time to ensure that that's done better has been quite important. In 2019, we began to develop the domestic code, and that's a really important development for our New Zealand students, but it's also a significant shift for our international students. And the shift is that the domestic code, as Jenny said, is much more holistic. It asks it takes a whole of provider approach to support for learner safety and wellbeing. And in doing that, it asks, as Jenny said, the providers to ensure that all the decisions they take about learner safety and wellbeing have an international student voice within them. At the broad high level, that those decisions are also seeking an international student voice. So that's quite a shift in scope, and in what influence international students might expect to have within their provider, and how that will play out is pretty much yet to be seen. But we consider it's quite important. Yes, and our shift to have a domestic code as well was prompted by a tragedy in one of our student accommodation settings. And as we began speaking with learners about their safety and wellbeing and how they experience that, with also communities and families about what their expectations are for safety and wellbeing of their young people or their learners in tertiary education, it became clear that it's a really wide-ranging concept, and there are a lot of parts of a tertiary education provider that have an impact on that learner experience. It isn't something that can be the responsibility of a student support services branch within an organisation. It has a broader impact and needs to consider that broader impact. So that shift is a significant one. We are 7 months into the 2022 code. We know that our providers have been thinking about this type of change for a while, and for some providers, one of our whare wānanga, which is our Māori tertiary education provider, they said, look, we have this framework. We have a framework that we've had. It's our framework and it reflects our values, but we can map it exactly onto the code. So for us, they didn't see a really significant shift within this code because of the way they worked with their learners already. And there's a real range of differences across the sector. I hope that answers.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll shift over to Christine to ask the following question.
Great, thank you very much. Your emphasis on the code being a shared responsibility to ensure learner well-being and success really deeply resonates with us in the discussions that we've been having. The challenge we see is that everyone touches the lives of international students, which makes for a very big stakeholder list. We're hoping you can tell us a little bit about who might be the different stakeholders that are regulated and monitored under the 2022 code, and how do you inspire or encourage their meaningful adoption of the code and their active participation in living out its principles?
Thanks, Christine. I'll take this one. So as Julie mentioned already, the code primarily or only regulates education providers. So they are ultimately responsible for meeting all of the requirements and outcomes of the code. But of course, and particularly in the international student arena, there are a huge range of stakeholders, both onshore, offshore, in accommodation. So we have, of course, education agents, student accommodation providers, homestay carers, designated caregivers, parents, family, a range of stakeholders. And the idea of the code is that providers have processes in place to ensure that the outcomes of the code are met by all stakeholders who are involved in contributing to international student safety and well-being. So for example, the international parts of our code require providers to have contracts with education agents, to have processes for monitoring and managing the conduct of agents and the quality of the information that agents provide to learners even before they become enrolled with the provider. There are mechanisms for the provider to terminate contracts. So there's an expectation that a provider would terminate a contract with the education agent were their conduct to be found wanting in terms of the outcomes and expectations of the code. For homestay carers, there's a requirement for providers to have a residential caregiver agreement. And there are a range of safety checks and welfare checks that the provider has to ensure that the homestay carer does, and that the provider also has to do on the homestay carer. And this is things like a police background check, a risk assessment of any homestay carer signing up to have international students live in their home. So those are just a couple of examples. But ultimately, the provider is responsible. And how do we encourage and invite the participation of all of the stakeholders? It's through building relationship, it's through building trust, it's through respecting our providers with clear and effective communication about what the expectations are and exactly what that means in practice. And creating spaces and forums where they can be co-developers and co-designers of those expectations and of those indicators of performance. So we have a lot of places where we have open channels, free and frank and often really courageous conversations around the pain points and how we can make this work in practice for all parties. And it's really important that we have that depth of relationship, because if we don't have trust and we don't have those open channels, then as government, we're not hearing the genuine concerns and issues, and we can't genuinely respond. So part of our role, together with our ministry colleagues, is to continue to evolve the code. So it may be that we find parts of the code aren't quite right, the settings aren't quite right. So we have mechanisms in place to amend them. And we've done that over the last 20 years for the international code, and it's working really well. In general, there's been a shift from prescription to an outcomes-focused code that gives providers and their stakeholders much more ownership of how they implement and put the code into practice to meet its outcomes.
Great, that's really helpful. Thank you. It sounds like there's a lot of common themes that we're hearing amongst our discussions in terms of the charter that we're envisioning that has a set of shared vision and principles, some recommendations, but the ability to have some flexibility to meet local needs depending on the community and the type of international students or the countries from which their students arrive and how many they have, what percentage of their institution is international students, some flexibility, but some mechanisms as well for accountability and reporting. So a lot of very similar themes, and you've taken a really inspiring approach to putting students at the center of success and enabling them to have agency in this process. We're listening to what their needs are and making that the heart of the code, as well as through the code, creating a sense of standardization, I think, of service and expectations for everybody, so that the expectations are clear and the reputation is very well protected and strong. So really inspiring work. I'll turn it back to Rupa for the next question.
Going back to the point you brought out, Christine, and what was mentioned very clearly in your presentation, your focus on learner well-being and safety. So we're just very curious to find out what you think has been the biggest impact when it comes to learner well-being and safety. in having implemented the code.
I'm going to just stop the video. We will have a lot of those resources on our website that you can reference as well, and we'll be happy to answer any questions as part of conversation with them. But I just wanted to make sure we have enough time with our folks from the UK. So we're going to shift focus now and have our presenters from the UK talk to us about their code, which is quite different in approach as well as focus. So if I can have Julie and Vinicius back on the screen, and we'll let you take over in terms of talking about the code that you have worked on, which is very recent.
Thank you, Rupa. I think we do have some slides.
Do I have the permission to share the slides?
Yes, you should be able to share your screen.
So if everyone sees the screen, please let me know.
Yep, bring me in. Yep, we can hear it. We can see it. Yep, just go into present mode. There you go.
Perfect.
Great, thank you. So it's really, we're really excited to be here. We're very excited that news of our charter has reached Canada already, as we've only just released it. So very briefly, I'm going to just give you a little bit of the UK context and a little bit about UKISA. And then I'm going to hand over to Vinny, who really has all of the detail about the charter that we've just launched. Also, just in response to what some of the previous presenters from New Zealand and Australia, there is also a very strong compliance regime in the UK. But unfortunately, that's very, very much about immigration, and it's not about looking after the students. And it's also pretty burdensome as opposed to what might be going on in other countries. So I think that's probably why UKISA has ended up creating this this kind of charter with our students. So yes, I just very briefly tell you about UKISA so that you can contextualize where the charter is coming from. So UKISA, the UK Council for International Student Affairs, was formed in 1968, so we've been around for a little while. We're a national body, but we're not a governing body. So unlike the Australian code that had council and international in its name, we've got no regulatory powers. We don't regulate, accredit, or trademark anything. We're basically a membership organisation, and all of the universities in the UK, who are public universities in the UK, are members. Lots of further education colleges, student unions, and a few other sector bodies are within our membership. We work really to support international students. So there are many sector bodies in the UK that are working in the education area and international education. Our starting point is always about the students, and we're starting about what do the students need and what do the staff that are in institutions supporting the students, what do they need? And that determines everything basically that we do at UKISA. So we have a website, we have an advice line, we do training, lots of different things to support students, sometimes directly, but a lot of our work is through our members who are student facing day to day in the education institutions. We're funded mostly by our members, so all of the universities pay to be part of our membership, and they benefit from all of the work that we do and the training that we do. But we are also partly funded by the UK, by the English government. The Department for Education has got we get a grant from them. We also get a small grant from the Scottish government. As you may be aware, education in the UK is devolved. We're working on the Welsh government to see if we can get some support from them, especially as we have a conference in Wales next year. So yeah, so that's a very, very very rapid overview of UKISA, and we have added a link to the website on this slide so you can look it up. And just very briefly to mention the UK education strategy, international education strategy. Again, just to give you the context of where this charter is landing. The strategy was released in 2019. You may be aware that prior to 2019, the environment in the UK for international students was not entirely welcome. They were caught up very much in this quite hostile anti-immigration debate that really was all over the UK and coming from the government. It kind of shifted, and so there was a new strategy in 2019. But this strategy was very focused really on trade, education as trade, and it's owned by the Department for International Trade. So UKISA was very active in trying to implement an update for the strategy, and that was released in 2021. And we were really, really delighted that the student experience started to emerge into the strategy. So there are a couple of action points where UKISA is mentioned within the national strategy in order to support international students. One, to do some research, and one, to look at employability. There are many, many other actions. But there was a real shift that you could see that they recognised students needed to be much more central to the strategy. So that's where I think we started to get this idea about developing a charter where the students could really drive that. And it's not coming from the government. It's not actually coming from UKISA or our members. It's coming from the students. So I'm going to hand over to Vinny, who joined us in January and has really, it was evolving over a few years, and he's been amazing at just driving the many, many voices who wanted to have input into the charter to create the what we're going to share with you today. So over to Vinny.
Thank you so much, Judy. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me well? Just making the double check. Perfect. Thanks again for Sheridan College and the City of Brampton for having us here today. It's amazing to talk a little bit more about our initiative, and just building on the trajectory that Julie was painting for us. There's a very important initiative. As you see, the name of the charter brings the hashtag We Are International Student Charter, and inside the work of UKISA, there's the We Are International campaign, which has started back in 2013 at the University of Sheffield, and then it has shifted a little bit in terms of its governance, but UKISA has been running this campaign to bring awareness and celebrate the value of international education in the UK. And in 2019, we started the We Are International Student Ambassadors program. And you're going to understand a little bit better how that relates to the charter, because when we speak about being a student-led document, these student ambassadors, they were the core of the development, the write-up process of the charter. We also involved what we call external students, which are students that are not selected as ambassadors, but they were the core of the development process of the charter. So UKISA has been working, as Julie said, you're a membership organization, but we also have the Student Ambassador Program, which connects directly with students throughout the UK. And in the last 2 to 3 years, these students have been working hard to come up with the charter. So I'll give a little bit of context about the charter. So this is a very rough timeline. I arrived only in 2022. So if there would be a line for my role, it would start here. However, the conversation is about the charter. The sector in itself has discussed the focus on international student experience prior to 2019. But then we had, I believe that there were two very important watersheds there, which is the first one is the launch of the UK International Education Strategy, as Julie mentioned, and then in UKISA we also had a change with our chief exec coming to UKISA and bringing this focus to international student experience. I think it's really important to mention and to highlight that what UKISA brings and what the ambassadors, the Student Ambassador Program brings to the education sector, to international education sector in the UK, is a shift from a sort of recruitment focused practice or recruitment focused agenda to a holistic agenda, thinking in terms of international student experience in what we call from pre-arrival to post-graduation. So we have some similarities there with our colleagues from New Zealand. Just in terms of methods, I think that we have a little bit of a kind of a different structure. But then, as you see, going from 2020 to 2022, what we call the cohort of ambassadors. So there's an application processes for these students, and then they are embedded into the organization. They receive training. They receive opportunities to advocate for the improvement of international student experience, to bring student voice to decision making and policy. And throughout this time, the charter has been written up, many discussions were held, and then in 2022 there was this push for this final cycle. And then in the final stage, after lots of discussion in development, there was a consultation process that was undertaken with UKISA members. So in terms of members, all the universities in the UK are our members. We also have members in the other groups of stakeholders as well, accommodation providers, colleges for their education. So we also encompass that group of actors. But in terms of the consultation, we try to paint a picture, and then my role here, I designed the consultation process to be as representative as possible. Again, it's important to mention for the regulatory system and framework that we are dealing here. I think that when we think, coming from the presentation that we're just coming from New Zealand to the UK, this shift in terms of structure and in terms of initiative. So this is a very civil society-led initiative, and then the sort of kickstart, the background with the international education strategy, and then here the student voice coming. So the devolution in the UK, so we are speaking about the 4 different nations that comprise the UK. So trying to have students in different levels of study, which is also a point that the charter looks at, which is really interesting, how it connects. So students coming for undergraduate degrees, postgraduate degrees, and then PhDs, and how these experiences relate together. And then we try to have all those voices and make an initial consultation. And then the result is We Are International Student Charter. Again, a student-led document. Now, I hope it makes sense a little bit when we speak about student ambassadors and the input of students and staff from across the UK. So as I said, we consulted not only students, but we also consulted our members. So we spoke with staff to hear their concerns, the limits, the challenges. And the consultation process, one of our focus, one of my main concerns was to be really, as a multi-stakeholder process, we needed to make sure that all voices were heard, but we are also walking in one direction, in one specific direction. So when we speak about accountability, I think that the charter in the UK, it has more of a social accountability focus. So we do not have any enforcement mechanism. During the discussions that we had, there were lots of points being brought up. How we are going to make institutions accountable? What types of enforcement mechanisms are going to be used? Are we going to have any government agency stepping in? And the approach that is brought by the charter is much more a positive reinforcement approach. So when we were speaking to Rupa, I talked about the positive agenda setting, and then the charter is organized around 5 principles. So when we were talking about principles, just for those who are familiar, for example, the European Union has 5 different types of legislation. So it goes from the most legal binding enforcement bind kind of rule that you can have, and then you can go to the directives, which are statements of intent. So UKISA does not act as a sort of a police for the charter. So if we don't have a compliance, then we have some way of enforcing that. So the approach behind the charter is a bit different. So we promote the principles, we promote the values, and then our goal is to set the agenda in the sector, and then share best practices and have a very collaborative work. So appealing to the idea of a social regulation. This is the charter, the structure of the charter. So the document is online. At the end of this presentation, I'm going to share with you a QR code, so you can just snap your phones at the screen if you have the opportunity, and then you're going to be taken straight to the website. But these are the 5 principles that comprise the charter. And these principles, one of the points that have been raised so far, and I think it's quite interesting to see the connection there, is the holistic vision. So when we speak about pre-arrival to post-graduation, these principles, they need to be thought of, considered in terms of policy making and practice throughout a student journey. So I am an international student myself. I'm Brazilian, and I'm pursuing a master's degree in the UK. So I have been through all these stages there. So we are talking about dealing with visas, looking for accommodation, understanding how everything works, healthcare, all the kinds of challenges that we have, the academic experience. There's also a focus on physical and mental well-being. And then at the end, or even throughout the process, the search for careers in terms of employability. Then again, the principles, the language of principles is intentional, because we are not talking about a model. I have a slide here that can make it a little bit visual. So when we think about regulation, and we think about, so when you think about regulation and accountability, we have that model that I try to bring here in a sort of a comparison. So in the US regulatory system, there is a lot of use in terms of accreditation. So we have organizations, we have the private sector, civil society working with accreditation, or maybe even in the UK, we also have other charters that work under a system of subscription. So there's a fee that needs to be paid, and then there's a sort of a checklist to be complied to. But then again, given that trajectory, the sort of path dependency of the charter is a statement of intent, right? A collectively constructed document. So consolidating priorities and helping to prioritize the agenda. So targeted support for international students, understanding that international students have specific needs and demands, raising awareness for this, promoting exchange between institutions, promoting the voice of international students, and bringing this positive reinforcement and positive exchange within the sector according to those principles. So just to bring very quickly, because I'm aware of my time, bring really quickly the challenges and solutions to the implementation of these principles. Again, there's a challenge of being specific, but the charter has been developed with multiple stakeholders. So there's a space for creation, there's a space for adaptation. So each institution has their own challenges with bigger levels of students in their PhDs or bigger levels in the undergrad. So these different characteristics of student body influence the kinds of policies to be implemented. This disparity of international student situations, as I mentioned, and there's also something that has been brought up throughout the consultation process, which is an issue of overload and resources. So organizations needing to deal with a lot of demand and how to cope with that demand in terms of new policies and practices. But then in terms of solution, not only speaking here about the difficult parts, but what we can reach with that. Institutional exchange is a very positive aspect of the charter. So the charter working as a bridge, a point of reference for the whole sector. So institutions learning with each other, organizational learning, collective organizational learning, the integration through societies, events, and the awareness about the charter, not only for institutions, but for international students themselves, to know that there is a document which works as a point of reference for their well-being. And then again, communication as a key point for international students and institutions alike to work towards the provision of a world-class student experience. So that's it for today. I think I have passed 1 minute of our estimated time. I apologize for that. There's a link here for the charter, and these are our contacts, but I will put up now the QR code. So if you
applause for staying up late for us to begin with. And so enthusiastically covering all the details in terms of their charters and codes. So if any of you have questions, please come forward for the UK or for Australia. We can definitely take your questions to our folks in New Zealand and definitely come back to you with feedback. But I think, you know, we're lucky in the sense that there are these three models available for us to steal from, borrow from, and create our own. So I think, you know, this is a fantastic opportunity for us to learn. So please go ahead, just introduce yourself and let us know if it's for the panel overall or for somebody specific.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ari Lask, and I'm here on behalf of Career Colleges Ontario. I guess the question that I have overall, seeing as we're talking to people from various jurisdictions, is what is your government's or your country's primary goal with international students? Is this an economic policy? Is this a population growth policy? Skilled labor disparity? What is the impetus that your jurisdictions are using to attract international students? Is it a problem that you're trying to solve within New Zealand or Australia or the United Kingdom? Very curious about that. Thank you very much.
I can very quickly respond for the UK. I think it's a brilliant question, and I think it's when we're sitting with colleagues from Australia and New Zealand who've got really great codes about looking after students, really the government lead on international students is about bringing in the numbers. So the whole strategy that was released in 2019, the main target was let's increase the number of international students to 600,000 by 2030. And then last year, actually, the number of students in the UK hit 605,000. And there was lots of celebration about, oh, we already beat the target. But at UKISA, what we're really driven by is what happens to those students when they choose the UK? When they come to the UK, we want them to have the best possible experience. So we work very closely with the government, and a lot of the work that we do at UKISA is actually around the immigration rules and trying to make them as comprehensible and navigable as possible. But really, all of the work that we're doing with this charter is nothing to do with immigration. Well, there is a little bit about visas, but it's really about the experience and trying to make it as positive as possible. So I guess a lot of where we're coming from is trying to counter what the kind of drive is that comes from the government. And all the regulations are really about protecting our borders. They're not really about protecting the students.
Joanna, do you want to talk about the Australian context?
Yeah, thank you, Ripa. It is a great question. I would say, similar to what Julie has just said, it's really about, I was going to say export market development, but the numbers, describing it as the numbers would also be accurate. It's not really about immigration growth, although we do now have very favourable provisions in place, Rupa, as you would know, for students who choose to stay on after their studies in Australia. But there's still a very strong resistance to allowing international students, prospective international students, to use a student visa as a mechanism for, you know, a quick fix of living in Australia long term as an immigrant. So yeah, so once you've proven yourself through your degree, or particularly a PhD, which allows you now to stay in Australia for 4 years after completion, yeah, that's a different equation.
Any other questions? Yep, please go ahead.
Thank you for your presentations. I'm Shreya Seksaria from the Peel Newcomer Strategy Group. I have question for UK. So in the presentation, it was mentioned that there is no compulsion to abide by the charter. There is no membership, no accreditation having. So if an organization says or states that we are following this charter, right? How do you follow? How do you ensure that what's all in the charter is followed? Because it's likely, you know, everybody says, yes, we are following it. It attracts the students, right? So how it is ensured? And apart from that, do you have a record like how many organizations have started to adopt this charter and following this charter? Yeah, thank you.
I'll leave that to you, Vinny.
First of all, I'd like to apologize for the technical problems that I had at the end of my presentation here. But that's a very good question. And it's one of the challenges that we have when we adopt an approach that is not that does not have a structure for monitoring and enforcement. And then here it comes the idea of social mechanisms of accountability. So the structure of the charter deals with these two target groups, which are the students in the organization. So the idea is to have an approach that has the students also participating actively. So the access to the charter and the idea of having principles and having the students participating brings a sort of it brings in strength that comes from bottom up. So that's the idea that we want the charter to promote. So that's going to be up to the strength of student unions, for the mobilization of students, for the use of best practices, exchange of best practices. In UKISA, we are also, I actually did not have the opportunity to bring those 2 points at the end of my presentation, but we are also attaching 2 initiatives to the charter. One is a research grants program. So we are going to fund research on the best practices based on the principles of the charter. So that would somehow raise the bar in terms of pressure. So if we have institutions that are going to say that they are abiding to the principles by some level, and then there are material specific empirical actions being taken by other institutions, then the expectation is that the level of involvement and implementation and practices in the institutions is going to be set up at a higher level. So students have more capacity to bring questions, to challenge institutions. So the idea of students challenging institutions is also one strength of the charter. So I know it can sound a bit difficult and challenging to grasp in the first place, but it's I think that I can say it's a bottom-up approach. And I'm not sure if it answered your question thoroughly, but yeah.
If I can add to something Vinicius said when I met him, if I may, he said, you know, think about rankings. It's not really a requirement that universities start participating and sort of adjust how they, you know, what their programs are, their statistics based on those. But it becomes a sort of an aspirational goal, a societal pressure. So I think if I can use your words, Vinicius, that's what he said they're trying to build, is this focus on an aspirational goal that most institutions would want to follow, just as they do for several other initiatives. So if I could just steal your own words, Vinicius, but I thought that analogy was very, very appropriate.
Right. Just to follow up, I'm so sorry if I missed it in your presentation. Do you have a follow-up plan, like after 5 years of implementation, you evaluate like how we are doing in terms of implementation of that charter? Would you have some KPIs that you look back?
Yeah, that's a very good question as well. So we think of the charter as we call it a live document. So the charter has been launched in UKISA conference in June. So we have a plan of reviewing the charter in the next 2 years. So we are going to run a cycle of the research grants program, as I mentioned, which is related to the charter. There's also a program of best practice that we are going to have the sector coming together to exchange that. And then after more or less 2 years, we are going to come together as a sector to see what kind of practices We have learned that work. So an idea of looking at what works and what needs to be improved in the charter. So the idea of having KPIs, of having something specific, and then bringing back the point that Rupa highlighted, a focus on soft norms instead of hard norms. So we are going to use those soft norms. We're going to use those institutional practices, and the idea of having a cycle of review between 2 or 3 years. We're still working on that, but there is certainly a point where we're going to come back to the charter and look at the lessons learned and rethink if there's anything that needs to be improved or changed.
Yeah. Thank you, and all the best with the charter.
For another question, maybe for the Australian context, if you spoke, Joanna, about the code being quite transformational in terms of practices that were followed prior to the code. So can you speak a little bit more to the kind of shifts you've seen, especially when it comes to the well-being of international students in Australia?
Thank you, Rupa. Look, I don't have my finger on the pulse of everything that's happened across the whole board. But I do have, with the hindsight of having worked in this area for a long time, I do have the opportunity to observe how much more committed institutions are now to the well-being issues and support issues and the positive experience issues than they were back 20 years ago or more than 20 years ago. And in fact, I really liked one of the lines from the New Zealand presentation where they talked about a shift from prescription to an outcomes focus. And I think that's very much happened in Australia as well. It has been highly prescriptive, but people have, with the evolution, with a new generation, basically, that has come through international education since then, people are very supportive, and it's not now seen so much as prescriptive, but being in everyone's interests to follow these guidelines.
Thank you so much. So one last question, please.
Oh, sorry, I think Julie wanted to say something.
Oh, sorry, Julie, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I was just going to add, it's really interesting what you're saying, Joanne. Because I had the fortune of joining the ISANA conference in Australia a few years ago, and it was extremely marked. The discussions, the presentations, the workshops, everything was about the student and the student well-being and the student support. When you come to a UKISA conference, everyone's talking about the immigration rules. And so it was really like, oh, this is so wonderful. This is the tone of the discussion was really all about student support and well-being, including those discussions about the ESOS Act. So I think from an outsider's point of view, I could see the impact that work had.
Thank you, Julie, for saying that.
Thank you so much. So we'll take the last question.
Hi, my name is Abhishek. So it has been very evident that international student numbers have been on the rise in countries like Canada, USA, UK, New Zealand. And I was even reading online, non-European Union students, they have a bigger role to play in United Kingdom's GDP than European Union students itself. So my question is that this rise in the number of students, it has led to a disproportionate reliance of academic institutions on the foreign tuition coming from these international students. So does your charter or any policy define what's that happy ratio which still delivers the same international student experience, quality international student experience to those students, and still maintain that operational capability of the institution?
I'll start briefly by, I don't think we have the solution to that here, but certainly there is a great deal of attention paid to the proportion of international students who are enrolled in some academic programs. And so, for example, it's sometimes said at the University of Adelaide when I worked there, and I left in 2016, but when I worked there, that a Chinese student who wanted to study postgraduate commerce might as well stay at home in China, because every other student in the class is also from China. And sometimes the teacher as well is a person from China. Now, that's probably an extreme example, but I think it shows us that there is attention, there is concern being expressed about the true international experience being international, in the sense that you are experience life with students other than just those from your own country. Sorry, not really an answer to the question, just a comment.
Yeah, I think we have a very similar dialogue going on in the UK right now, especially post-COVID. Many institutions in the UK have had very large numbers of Chinese students, especially in certain courses and certain topics. In other topics, there's maybe a high number of Indian students. They're the two highest groupings of nationalities. But there's a lot of concern at the moment if students are not going to be able to join us in the UK due to the legislation in China about flying and leaving the country. So yeah, it is a concern. Some of the reason for that in the UK is as a result of some of the immigration policies. So the government made it very easy for students from China to obtain visas, and other countries had very high refusal rates. And so there were many institutions who moved even more towards recruiting from China, because it was much easier to ensure that students would actually be able to get to the UK. So there's a lot of things in the mix about the numbers. But yeah, with our charter, that's I don't think that was anything that we discussed. But I think it's definitely about, we did talk about how to create a positive community and what can we do to ensure that students join together, domestic students, UK students from all the different parts of the UK, as well as students from other countries. I don't know if there's anything else in the discussions, Vinny, that you had with international students.
Yeah, I just wanted to add very briefly that in terms of these different orientations that you might have, the charter reflected that concern when I think it's in the beginning of the charter, it's the very first pages. We say that we recognize that the goal of the international education strategy has been achieved, like Judy mentioned, but then achieving the goal means that those students that have arrived now, they will need support throughout their journey. So in terms of that sustainability in numbers that you that you bring up, that's reflected in the charter as a concern of not having students only arriving, but after they arrive, how they're going to succeed, how they're going to go for the next steps. So that's something that the charter brings as a concern in terms of experience.
Thank you so much. In closing, I just want to make 2 comments. On our website, there's a whole link on resources, and we have posted a whole lot of resources, including the links that were shown to you today, so in case you want to have a look at them. And then just letting you know that it's a working lunch that is following. For that, we are really encouraging you to think about the charter, how you'd like to see the charter shape, and we are hoping this presentation will give you some sort of a backdrop to think about what aspects of the codes and the charters from other jurisdictions we might be interested here locally. So with that, I want to thank our presenters, and I request you to join me in saying a big thank you to all of them. And over to you, Sheldon. I think that's yours? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much to Rupa and our panelists for sharing your insights with us today, especially those sharing them under the cover of darkness in the time zones that they were calling in from. Who's ready for lunch? All right. So like yesterday, we invite you to use this time for tableside discussions. There are prompts at each table, note takers, and please identify a facilitator. And we really encourage you to think about what is needed in order to create a truly holistic system of supports for our international students. Please enjoy lunch, and we will reconvene for our afternoon sessions at 2 p.m. Sorry to interrupt. One more housekeeping note. There appears to be a car in the parking lot with its lights on, or it might even be on. Can't be sure. But if this is your vehicle, please maybe go out and take a look. It's a white Mazda CX-9, license plate Charlie Lima Mike Whiskey, CLMW 068. Again, a white Mazda CX-9, CLMW 068. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody, and sorry to interrupt your lunch. We still have about 17 minutes left in the lunch time that we have allocated, but I do want to point out that we have a speaker's corner available in the hallway just out the back rear doors of the gymnasium, where if you have any thoughts, reflections, comments on your journey so far with us over the last day and a half, I would encourage you to go out there. We have a video team that's happy to take a video reflection from you. We'd also welcome any comments or inputs or insights you have on the format of this summit, as well as any thoughts or ideas that you might have for what you'd like to see included in the charter as it starts to take shape in the days and weeks that follow this summit. So please make the most of this time with our Speaker's Corner. The Speaker's Corner will also be available at the next break. With that being said, please enjoy the last 15 minutes of lunch. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So I'm feeling the energy in the room come up again, and we have an action-packed agenda of 2 fantastic panels this afternoon. But actually, while my colleague Ian Cruikshank and I were chatting at the back of the room just before I came up here, we had a student leader come up to us and say, this is all great, but how do the middle 80% of students who are not either, perhaps disengaged or disconnected or hyper-engaged and hyper-connected, where do they find their voice in this conversation? And I thought, you know what, why don't we hear from the student leader himself to share with us some ideas and perspectives just for a minute on how we can reach those students in our planning, in our strategies, in our discussions. So come on up, Jagtar. Let's give him a hand, a warm welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, shout out.
Yeah, please do.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jagtar Singh. Besides being an international student, I am Vice President of our Centennial College Student Association Incorporated. So, as Sheridan has just discussed, like we were just discussing, there are 10% of the students, those are like hyper engaged. They are on like each and every meeting, so we can see each other, like they are so much engaged. And there are 10% like those are like so much disengaged, they do not even keep up with like their academics, like something like that. And there is an 80% of the population, and they are like just sailing the boat around, just sailing the college, they are just doing some things. So I was just discussing like what are the various ways we can invite those 80% of the population from the college to come up, to raise their voice. So personally what I feel, personally I just want to accept, I'm just short of ideas. So if any of you have some of the ideas, please reach out to me. So personally what I feel is, as I am a student leader, I can pass on some of the opportunities to other 80% of the population. Like there are many of the students, those who wants to engage, but do not have any platform to engage with, like to whom they'll approach. So that's the reason I think those 80% of the population should reach out to their student association. And what I feel is like all the student leaders in our student association are like too great. They are too welcoming, they are inclusive. If any of the students from 80% of the population will reach out to the board member and will say, we are looking for something, is there anything for us? They will surely direct you to a legit way. So that's the reason, and many of the times what happens is, we tend to dampen our voices when it comes to raising the voice, because being an international student, we are already facing many issues. And many of the times we do not even raise our voice, like, leave it, I'm alone here. But no, you are amongst thousands of international students in Canada, not only in Canada, but in the world. Do not hesitate to raise your voice. Only one voice can make a difference. So thank you so much to Sheridan College for taking this initiative. Although we do not expect government to listen to our voices today and tomorrow just go out and make policies, but this is actually a great initiative. So thank you so much, Sheridan, for organizing this great event. More power to you. Thank you so much, Sheridan, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jagtar. And that is really the spirit of what this afternoon is going to be. And I think we heard the first of many calls to action from our student leader. And so if you have ideas for how Jagtar or your institutions can reach more of our students, I think it's a good reminder of the humanity of these issues that we're facing. These are not a monolith of a population. These are individuals, these are people, they have lives, they have stories, they have futures. And there's been a lot of reference to future leaders, but it's not even about future leaders. It's about people here, now, and today. So thank you, Jagtar, for using your voice. We will collectively work together to find more space for voices like yours. And I know that this room is committed to supporting students like you who have made this very difficult choice and are here facing great adversity, but also finding great success. So thank you for that. So who's ready for 2 amazing panels this afternoon? Not entirely convincing. So let's try that again. Who's ready for 2 amazing panels this afternoon? All right. I was asked to raise the energy in the room, and as a pretty low energy person, that is what I came up with. All right, so once again, I just want to point out we have such fantastic students and student leaders in this room. Many of those students are note-taking at tables. Some have joined us here on their own time and at their own expense to participate in the conversations impacting their lives today and their futures. And really, such a great turnout today demonstrating a commitment to these students, and it's quite inspiring. So just a big applause to you and to all of our students for what it is we're doing here today. Our next panel discussion will focus on shifting the narrative around international students and the role of communication, media, and student advocacy. This panel will be moderated by Jake Deere, Senior Manager, Omni Television at Rogers Sport and Media, Inc. Jake is a Senior Manager with Omni Television, Canada's only multilingual and multicultural television broadcaster. Jake has and continues to serve on the board of several local community organizations, including the Mississauga Board of Trade, Trillium Health Partners, and Peel Regional Police is Sikh Advisory Council, to name just a few. He has been recognized with a number of awards and recognition in the broadcast industry for his more than 35 years of volunteer community engagement and humanitarian work. He was recently recognized by the Senate of Canada with the Senate Sesquicentennial Medal for Outstanding Service to Canada. Wow.
It's all good.
Please join me in welcoming Jake to the stage. And now I'll also like to introduce and welcome our panel participants. Nicholas Kung, journalist, Toronto Star. Prabjot Sohal, news reporter and news talk show producer, Red FM. Tarun Paul Singh, news reporter, Omni. Ali Raza, journalist, CBC. Sharanjit Kaur, Senior Vice President, World Sikh Organization of Canada. Kyle Budge, President, Sheridan Student Union. Woo, Kyle. And joining us virtually, Balraj Kalan, founder of One Voice Canada. Please join me in welcoming all of these wonderful panelists to the stage.
Thanks very much, Sheldon. How's everybody doing this afternoon? You doing well? Yeah, you can applaud for sure, yes. It's great to be here. I love Sheridan College. I've been engaged with this college for a long time. In my role in the community, and I remember through many ways, but the campaign cabinet was one of the main ways that I got involved with Sheridan College and trying to help raise some much needed funds for our students, for our schools. So that was absolutely a wonderful experience. And then my nephew actually is an international student. He just graduated, and we were at the graduating ceremony, which was absolutely awesome. It was an awesome graduating ceremony. So and then my role at Omni and media, really we tell the stories that matter to our community in the languages that they understand. So a lot of the stories that we also talk about are about students and international students, and some of the plight, the challenges, and some of the great things that they're doing as well, right? And really that's what today is about, to speak about the narrative. And before I do that, I want to give, I don't know if he's back there, but I came here a little late because a few other things going on, but Christine took me in the back and said, grab some lunch, got some vegetarian lasagna, and there's a young man back there, Shahid. I said, is that tiramisu? It's my favorite dessert. Excuse me, I'm going to have this later. But the topic today is shifting the international student narrative. The role of communication, the role of media, and the role of student advocacy. Three very important things, and in three very different ways, but yet when you combine them together, it can create a very positive impact. So when you look at the role of communication, and that is How do we communicate? Especially now, when you look at everybody is a self-proclaimed journalist, right? Everybody's got a story to tell. And when you look at the social media, the reach is so far and wide. You know, are we telling the right stories? Are the right stories being told? And when the stories that are right are awesome, are we supporting them? And when we're not, are we standing up and stepping up and saying, well, wait a minute, here's the real thing. And then the role of media. Media has to do their part, right? The media has to report the story, report the news as it is. That's the journalistic integrity, right? But are there opportunities to share and to work together and say, what other great stories can we share, right? It shouldn't just be about the stories that we unfortunately see or read or hear, right? But there are lots of other great stories. I look at Thurn Paul Singh, graduate from Sheridan College. I hired him on Omni. I think what a great kid, right? And he came with a great reference from Sunan, said, you got to talk to this guy. But that's what relationships is all about, right? It's not just about getting the resume, it's about relationships. Everybody in this room has the potential. And then imagine, your outreach, right? Let's work together. Let's work together and help each other out. And then the other aspect is the student advocacy. And that is also very, very important, right? You have a young guy, he just won, he's an international student, represented Canada working, he's a jump rope enthusiast and an athlete. And I said, this is awesome. I sent, he said, here, in our culture, we call everybody that's older uncle or aunt, right? So I'm older and I'm an uncle. But he said, Uncle Jake, look at all this stuff, I've done. And I said, that's awesome. You represented Canada and this and that. And I shared it with the Omni folks, and I said, let's get this kid on, right? That's a positive story. And he said, I'm too shy to come on. I'm not ready yet. And I said, yes, you are. We need to tell your stories, right? Student advocacy is very, very important because it's lived experience, right? And Kyle's going to speak about that. I love Kyle's hairstyle. I just love every hair, but that's good. So let me... But that's what it is, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to introduce these wonderful folks, and they're not applying for a job, so because I have the very, very long bios, I'll just say a little bit about them, and Sheldon's helped me do that as well. So just a little bit about them, so you have some backdrop. But their resume or their bios are in the papers in front of you, online as well. So I'll have each of them say a few things. I think they have about 7 to 10 minutes, and in media they understand timing. They're not elected officials, so they get it. And then what we'll do is after that, because I really want to leave room for Q&A, right? Because I think this is that opportunity to engage in how we can work together, right? Ask the questions, speak up, and let's have that wonderful, engaging conversation. There are 2 mics, so please, because we have folks online as well. In fact, one of our panelists, I believe, is online. So we need to make sure that you get to the podium, or you can come to the podium if you want, but you get to the mic to ask your question, right? So it can be heard online as well. And then we'll wrap it up, I think around 3:30 or so, right on time for maybe tea or coffee that Shahid will have for us. So, sounds good? All right. So, let me start by introducing you to Nicholas Keung. Nicholas, and I think what I'll do is I'll just ask, as I go down the line here, I'll just introduce, and then you say your part, and then I'll move on if that's okay. Sounds good, okay. Nicholas has given me his blessings. Nicholas Keung is born and raised in Hong Kong. He studied in the United States as an international student, and so he's got that wonderful lived experience. He worked as a general assignment reporter at Seng Tao Daily in Toronto before joining the Star in 1997. He's been the paper's immigration reporter since 2003, and over the years he's covered numerous stories on Canada's immigration policies, on international students. And I'll tell you, he's a wonderful journalist. I was standing there, and a young lady, I think Jaspreet's her name, she came over and said, oh, you're Nicholas Keung, I read your article, and that's amazing. That speaks to the work that you do and the engagement that you have. That's absolutely terrific, Nicholas. Please welcome Nicholas Keong.
First of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me here, and please forgive me if I have to pause from time to time because I forgot my reading glass. So I've been covering the immigration beat for almost 20 years now, but I only started covering international student story and keeping a close watch at this particular demographic since 2014, 2015-ish, when Canada introduced a new international education strategy. And as a result, we've seen a surge of international student population in Canada. I think the narrative about international students actually has shifted dramatically over the last few decades. Obviously, the presence of international students in Canada is not new, but I think what is new is the volume the volume of students who actually have come here as a result of those policy changes. I often reflect on my own international student experience. The context, is a bit different because I was educated in the U.S. and it was, back in the 90s. But I remember those days, most international students, including myself, I came here with the intent. The primary goal was to get a good education that I could use as an asset when I returned to my home country so I could contribute and make a great living. Again, the primary goal, was about education, but at the back of my mind, I always knew there was a good chance I could use my education, my American education, as an avenue to work and to stay in the States or in North America. But that concern was secondary. And I think a lot has changed these days because I feel, as I cover stories about international students, I have the impression that the access to immigration and permanent residence actually has become the primary goal. I'm not here to judge. I think we all we set our own goals. What we'd like to achieve, but that to me, getting for a good number of international students these days, getting a good quality education appears to be secondary. I'm not sure how many of you actually were around, in the 70s and early 80s, whether you remember an episode on W5, the news current affairs program. They had an episode called Campus Giveaway, where, in the segment, they showed a lot of visible minority students in a pharmacy class at U of T, and the story essentially, raised the alarm about foreign students taking over Canadian campuses and taking the place of real Canadians in medical school, dentistry school, and in school of pharmacy. Although it turned out that the students, the visible minority students, the Chinese students in the segment were actually Canadian citizens, but I think that episode actually spoke a lot about the narrative, the perception of international students. And that seemed to be the undercurrent of how international students are still sometimes being viewed today, that they are foreigners, they are competitors, they take away resources intended for domestic students here. And in the last decade, I would say, I've noticed another change, a shift in the narrative in the international students' favor. I think there's a conscious, intentional effort, made by policymakers, colleges and universities, in their messaging, in their language. So less and less we hear the use of the term foreign students. Instead, we use international students more and more often because of the negative connotation of the word foreign, which is a very exclusive word, in my view. And now, in the public discourse, we hear, discussions, descriptions of international students as international talents, their future, they are workers that Canada needs, they are going to be future citizens of this country. But then, in the last few years more so, we started to hear more stories from international students themselves about the challenges that they faced because Canada's door has opened wider and wider. But as the system has become more and more complicated, there are also more gaps, I think. It also more chances for international students to fall through the cracks. I think policymakers, whether it's colleges, universities, advocates, international students themselves, and the media have an interdependent relationship. But I would say for the most part, the media outlets don't generally set the agenda. As an observer, I think it's interesting for me to observe the dynamics of these stakeholders. Increasingly, I feel there's a tug of war going on, between all these stakeholders, and you see the back and forth of the two prevalent narratives about international students, one as economic contributors and future citizens to the country, and the other narrative actually focuses more about the challenges international students face, and as well as the shortfalls of the immigration policy. So I think throughout, the media has done a pretty good job to inform about policy changes, about the experience of international students. But I always wonder why, I find it interesting that, how the media has become that platform for information distribution and communication among these stakeholders. And maybe, I just, because I'm not, an insider, and I don't know how the inner workings, how these different stakeholders communicate with one another, but I always feel, there's some sort of they are working in silos, even though they all have the same goal to improve that international students' experience, but there may not be, sometimes, they fail to look at the big picture, how they could collaborate to improve that international students' experience. And I think, this, summit is a great step forward, to be that kind of platform, and I do hope that the charter that came out, that would come out at the end of the summit would be able to, give some clarity to what we are actually doing and trying to achieve here, with Canada's international education system here. I think some of those basic questions that we need to answer is, why Canada wants international students here? What are they here for? Do we look at them as cash cows, which I have heard quite often, particularly from international students and advocates? So, do we look at them as cash cows? Do we look at them as workers? Do we look at them as immigrants, future citizens? And I think, if it's the latter, we want them to be future, the goal of international education is really about immigration. I think we have a lot of work to do to improve their experience, and we need to do a better job in supporting international students from day one, even before they get here. Thank you.
For someone who forgot their glasses, you did pretty good. Nicholas, thanks very much. And some of the points that I made, interesting narrative about changing, talking about foreign students versus international talent, international students. I think you're absolutely right. And media doesn't set the agenda, and that we've been able to engage the stakeholders, and stakeholders engaging us as well, which I think is very good. So thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I'm going to, I think instead of going this way, I'm going to go down my list. That way I'll make sure I capture everybody. Ali Raza is a reporter and writer for the CBC News in Toronto. He's reported, before joining CBC, he had written for the Narwhal, University of Toronto magazine, and has covered local communities for a variety of Torstar newspapers across the GTA. He was born and raised in Brampton, so he's a Brampton boy. Ali, it's great to have you here.
Thanks for having me. I noticed there's a bit of an echo, so I'm trying to find out the optimal distance to speak in the mic. But yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you, Sheridan College, for hosting this event. I think it's really important. So a lot of my reporting on issues surrounding international students kind of began through the CBC Brampton Bureau, which was a temporary pop-up bureau, which ran about 5 months. And it gave us the opportunity at CBC to kind of make those really deep dives into the community, specifically in Brampton, to kind of see, you know, among international student issues, what other issues are kind of affecting residents in the city. And one thing I noticed is that we often kind of think about issues with international students in a silo, but I think once you kind of dig deep and look at what their day-to-day experiences, you actually realize this is an issue that affects all Canadians, whether you're a citizen, a PR, or a newcomer. And a great example of that is I still live in Brampton, so on the way here, obviously I encountered a lot of traffic. And normally when I drive around Brampton, if you notice at every bus stop, you'll see international students. 30%, about 30% of the city uses Brampton Transit. And so if you think about the average day of an international student, which is likely waking up in the morning, taking the bus to class, and then once you're done through school, taking the bus back home or to where you work part-time. I used to take the bus when I was younger, and back then there weren't as many people in Brampton. Now there's a lot of people, and so if you were to take a bus, you know, in between classes and work, and some students have a second job, I'll get to that later. There's a lot of time that you're kind of missing out on. And so that's a really simple thing in terms of policy, in terms of municipal policy. You add an extra bus on that line, suddenly, you know, dozens and dozens and dozens of international students can get to where they need to be on time. And that kind of brings me back to the narrative, which I'll kind of briefly speak on, is at CBC, we've only kind of begun to scratch the surface. We haven't really dove or really done any sort of investigative work with it, mostly because a lot of that coverage began with this bureau, and since then has kind of blossomed into coverage across Ontario. And just from that, what I've noticed is that international students face a lot of barriers almost in every facet of their life. And so if you think about housing, they're precariously housed. There's obviously, I mean, the range is you'll have international students who live on campus on housing. You'll have some living in apartments, but a vast majority of them end up living in basement apartments in Brampton with landlords who could be great or more often than not, aren't that great and are a bit exploitative. That's one. And then labor. You know, there is a 20-hour cap on how many hours an international student can work per week, which is a bit unfair because I don't think anybody in this room can work 20 hours a week and pay for everything they need to pay for, just given the rising cost of living. And just even recently with inflation, it's just become, I can't even make sense of how somebody's supposed to do that. And so often what you'll see is happening is a lot of students end up working cash jobs. And those are precarious because you're not really on the record. And so there's been cases where there's a workplace injury because a student is working a labor job in a warehouse or factory in Brampton, and there's a workplace injury, but you can't report that injury to the Ministry of Labor. And that student is just kind of left to, oh, you know, your hand's injured, you might as well go to the one hospital in the city and try to get it fixed. Oh, but then you are out of work because you have an injury, and then now that kind of dominoes everything else going on in your life. And the other thing is really what I want to focus on is the mental health issue, because the vast majority of international students, especially here in Brampton, they come from India. My parents themselves, they came from India here decades ago, and one thing I've noticed growing up is that there's a stigma around mental health among South Asian communities and among South Asian families. And in speaking to some students and through interviews, what I've learned is that some students they'll struggle to even recognize that what they're experiencing is anxiety or is depression or is really, really high stress, because they haven't been in a kind of space where those labels have been given without scrutiny and without stigma. And so if you just think about, you're an 18-year-old from India, and I want to kind of put in that India is a very massive country, and there's a really big difference from international students that come from Delhi or Mumbai versus international students that come from a rural community in Punjab, UP, or Gujarat. And their experiences are different, and their level of exposure is different. But regardless of those differences back in India or back in Pakistan, they come here, and they're just kind of thrown into what we call a rat race, and they're 18, 19, 20. Many of them haven't ever lived alone. Many of them haven't even made decisions for themselves outside of choosing to come to Canada. And that alone is overwhelming enough to kind of affect any one of us. And so if you add to that, well, you're housed precariously. I once interviewed, via Zoom, I interviewed an international student, and his background was an unfinished wall, so I could see insulation. And I thought, well, you shouldn't be living in those conditions. And he just kind of laughed it off. And I said, it hit me that, this student doesn't actually, he's not aware of the landlord and tenant regulations and laws and all of those rules that kind of govern that relationship. And in that kind of unit, he's with 6 other students, and it's just an unfinished basement full of beds. And that's just one of so many examples. And so, and then you get to the fact that the cost of living is so high that 20 hours isn't enough. They end up working on cash. In a lot of those cases, the employer withholds their wages. One of the stories that we produced with the Brampton Bureau was there was a girl, international student, who was working at a restaurant here in Brampton, and her employer, who already was paying her with cash under minimum wage, her employer withheld her wages for, I guess, 2 or 3 months or something like that. And so you're working, and you're not getting paid, you have payments to make, and you have school to do, and your entire visa relies on you doing well in school. So that's a lot of stress. And so she, luckily, with the help of advocacy groups, which this specific one was No Jawan Support Network, which is doing excellent work in the community, with the help of that group, she was able to fight a legal battle with the Ministry of Labor and get her wages back. But that's one example of so many that can't do that or are afraid to do that. One of the barriers that I've met, one of the barriers that I've approached that when I try to report this stuff is international students a lot of them are worried. They're if I show up with a big mic and a camera guy and I say, here, tell me about your experience, they're rightfully concerned that, hey, will I say something to endanger my visa status? Will I say something that will upset my employer or my landlord, and then I'm evicted, or then I don't have a job? So there's all of these kind of thoughts that are going into your head, and you got to think about, if I was 18 and I moved to Japan or Russia to pursue education, and Russian state media or Japanese state media kind of showed up to my house with a camera and a mic, I would be terrified. I wouldn't know what to say. I wouldn't know, how to get out of that situation. And so there's a bit of delicacy when it comes to approaching international students and kind of getting them to share their stories, which is why advocacy groups like No Jawan Support Network, like So Much Mental Health, like One Voice Canada, they're so useful to kind of bridging that gap, because they present themselves as a trusted kind of group, a trusted source in the community that a student can go to and share their grievances with, and then they can relay that message onto members of the media like myself. And that's where our reporting actually becomes something that I hope could affect change, because I sincerely believe our coverage of that girl and her wage theft issue really just kind of accelerated the process for her to kind of get those wages back and be compensated. So that's the narrative. There's a lot more to kind of dig deeper into, and that's what I hope to do. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ali. Thank you for sharing all of that and the narrative and the fact that you spoke about the advocacy groups and that engagement, and that allows you as someone in media to change the narrative, right? And not just talk about the challenges, whether it's housing or labor or mental health. And in many cultural communities, mental health is not looked upon, it's not even considered. Well, there's nothing wrong with you, and they just don't want to accept it. And that is wrong. That's a problem in itself, but that's a whole different story. But good for you to get that advocacy groups involved and engaged, and then now you can change that narrative as part of media. So thank you for sharing your perspective. Our next panelist speaker is Prabjot Sohal. Prabjot is a Brampton-based journalist and communications researcher. She's currently working as a news reporter with Red FM Toronto. She covers a lot of wonderful stories, and she wrote for leading newspapers in India, the Indian Express and Hindustan Times. She's taught journalism as well at the post-secondary level in India. Her focus today will be on communication strategies and local media partnerships to build an informed student community that is engaged in a meaningful way. I think that's very much important. Prabjot.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the organizers, Sheridan and its partners. It's great to be here to have this opportunity, and it's great to share this stage with my colleagues from different media. Usually we're on the other side, so I'm terrified to be here, but I'll try my best. And I'm going to focus on a couple of points because Nicholas and Ali have laid a great foundation for me. I'm going to focus on the role of local cultural media in creating an informed student experience and a good student experience so that they can be part of the community. I'll start with one point, and that is trust. I was speaking with somebody yesterday from investor relations with Alderman, and they said that their trust barometer has been over the years becoming the most important product because people want to know how their institutions, how their organizations are trusted. And we can tell you as media that over the years, trust in what we do, what we report, has been going down. And I say distrust because we are partially to blame for it. I would say the mainstream media has had problems because of the ad revenue model or other issues that they had to consolidate their bureaus, focus on big cities, and that has robbed the local communities of their voice and their stories. And that's where a local cultural media steps in. And today I'm going to talk about that, and I'm going to share one story, and when I share this story, I don't mean to judge anyone by the profession that they choose to do. I want you to reflect on the role of media through this story. A couple of months ago, there was a girl who called me. She's an international student, and she said that her parents in India, back home, are extremely worried because they came across a story which said that international young Indian women who are coming to Canada to study are at risk of sexual trafficking, sex trafficking. And she said, my parents are so worried, they don't want me to do the evening shift, they don't want me to go out, and they are telling me to come back as soon as I finish my studies. And she said, moreover, when I live in my South Asian community, and I hang out with my male friends, the guys, all of us go together, there are microaggressions in the community. People look at us differently. They don't want to invite us to their community lunch because they think we are doing something wrong. So I am really stressed out. I don't feel part of this community because sometimes how we are portrayed as international students in the media is not really true. There are problems. This is a very sensitive issue, and it exists in society, and yes, certain women, certain groups are more vulnerable to sex trafficking than others. But I want you to reflect on this article. And when she was telling me this story, it clicked. Yes, I had seen this. I had seen this story circulate on my social media circles, and I remembered that I did click on the international student bait. I did read it. And the first thing that struck to me as a journalist was no byline. How am I supposed to trust something when the writer does not want to claim it? But that's not how most of the people think. That's not how news is consumed these days. We have the WhatsApp University because whatever goes there, people accept it. There were quotes, there were anonymous sources saying very serious things, very serious claims, but nobody to take responsibility. The problem, the issue is real, but somehow there was a victim blaming. Somehow it was the international female young girl students who were the focus of the story and not the solutions. So I think this is what we need to work on as cultural media. We need as mainstream media, and I wouldn't say sometimes the cultural and the local media has more bandwidth to step aside from the news values and do stories of the communities. We have the reach. There's a Punjabi poet, Shiv Kumar Batalvi, and he wrote that you can laugh in any language, but you can only cry in your own language. So when I was back home in India, I worked in English language media all the time, and I never understood this concept so much that I did when I came to Canada 2 years ago. And when I came, I worked for the first time in my own language, Punjabi and Hindi. And that's when I connected with people, because people who are listening to the radio at Red FM are current students, former students who are now in the trucking industry, going long haul, they tune into the app, they're listening to us. And Manan Gupta has been a regular contributor. So we talk about trucking, we talk about these industries. Young women working at Tim Hortons, going back on the transit, listening to the radio. So we are connecting to those people, and when they have a story to tell, when they're upset, they're reaching out to the media. But we need to think how we are amplifying negative stereotypes, how we are focusing more on the problem and not the solutions. And I think this is where partnerships, a community-centered approach in journalism is important. Sheridan has a great role to play in that, and I think you can create more avenues to create platforms or campaigns. This is one thing that I would think we can work on. I would just give one more example. I broke one of the stories of a college in Scarborough, which a lot of students had their enrollments unilaterally canceled. Now this student calls me, she's a young girl. She calls me and she says, I don't know, maybe I did something wrong, but can you help me? I came to India 2 days ago. I'm in my orientation, and the fee has been paid by my future in-laws. And if my enrollment is canceled, my parents back home will be harassed. I cannot afford this to happen to me. What can be done? I'm talking to you because I trust you. You speak my language. And of course, the barrier of gender is there, but still. So there are complex stories. How we approach them, how we deal with them is very important. And as media, I shouldn't be going about and only amplifying this problem as a negative stereotype that the students are wrong. When I do a show on the radio, anytime I mention any problem in Brampton, driving, housing, anything, name it, my message board is full. Students. That's because of students. Everything that's happening wrong in Brampton is because of students. And then it takes probably one caller to break that spiral of silence, and they'll be like, no, it happens everywhere. And that's healthy communication. I think we need to talk more about this discourse. We need to enlarge our discourse. We need to add more voices. It takes time and efforts. Media has done this with other marginalized communities, with other marginalized groups. And I think with international students in Canada, we need to take a similar approach and focus a lot on positive, constructive stories so that we can connect with them, get them back into the communities. It's not as if international students are not part of communities. They're helping seniors in South Asian communities with their tech needs, answering those WhatsApp, doing those emails. They're still doing that. When they needed their COVID-19 shots and everybody in the family was out working, they were driving them to the clinics and helping them get those shots. So they are part of the community, but we need to engage with them better. And I think partnership, community-centered journalism, the key word I'm going to use, that sort of a framework needs to be created. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Prabhjot. Thanks for sharing that and sharing those very personal stories as well. And so true when you talk about culture and cultural journalism. And really, you know, we separate mainstream versus cultural journalism. I think cultural journalism has a lot of more engagement, especially when you look at the international students and the kind of stories. And then journalists like yourself who, who get the phone calls because they understand your language. And as you rightfully said, it's that trust factor, right? And then I'm sure you don't just report the story, but you try and help and engage and connect the dots and do all that stuff as well. So I think that's very important. I think accountability as journalists is important as well. And to tell the stories in a positive way. So lots of good things. The engagement of new voices, I think, is also the right one. And you know, to the students and to the staff of Sheridan College, you know, Prabhjot just said that she gets calls from students. She gets calls from students that are struggling, you know, and that are in pain and that need help, right? So we and I've always believed, and I think this is the reason why we're having these 2 days of engagement. It's not just the responsibility of the college or of a post-secondary education, it's everyone's responsibility, and I get it, that media has their role to play like you are, like all of you are. And I think that engagement and that partnership, right, the more involvement with stakeholders is important. So next we have Tarun Paul. Tarun Paul Singh is a news reporter and host for Omni Television and City TV. He came to Canada in 2018 with a law background. He did his journalism program at Sheridan College, graduated in 2020, and then I hired him because Sunan told me to. And he has been doing really, really well. Tarun Paul.
Hello. Yeah, you could hear me well? Yeah, thank you. It's such an emotional thing being sitting here to all my mentors and all the seniors. They have given me wings. I think I'm able to reach 1%. I'm able to contribute a little bit. It's all because of the Sheridan College and the professors, seniors who have been here. And yeah, Jake sir also, he's here. So it's been a great experience. I'll start with the main topic regarding the media role in regarding to the international students. What I felt during the pandemic, we were a little lagged behind. There were a lot of confusion between when I do a lot of ground reporting. Students say that during the pandemic they were left behind. No one was there for them. They lost their jobs. They were on that layoff thing. Nothing was there for them. Colleges were closed. We were lucky that we were in the college. We were guided by many people, many students and stuff, but they have no one there and they don't know what to do. They were just dependent upon that CERB thing, and in that also, they were not, in that situation also, some were not able to contribute or not able to get anything about that. So in that part, I feel like during the pandemic, we were a little lagged behind. We might have done a lot in that respect. We might have gone to, being from the media background, we should have gone to them, we should have talked with them, what problems they have faced. We did a lot of stories. We did regarding the stories of their layoff stuff, but I felt like during that time, something more could have been done from everyone. I think the panel might also agree that we might have done more about that. The student experience have been totally different according to me. Being an international student, I have seen that what international student needs here. They need a little bit of motivation, a little bit of pat that okay, that you could do it here. You are coming from the different country to the different place, seeing different people and doing different courses, doing the jobs and stuff. I felt like maybe we have done a little better there in the international student experience wise also. What the narrative of media could have been a little better, which I'm already saying about it. The narrative in such a way that how we present the international student stories. For example, we did one story, Prabhjot also mentioned regarding the wage theft one. One person was not giving the wages to their students who were working there. So we went there, we covered the story. And try to try to keep focus on the students also, and try to hear the story of the other side also. Sometimes, as a media side, sometimes people think that we do just one type of stories. I mean, we just listen to one people and not listen to the other side. But being from the media, it's our responsibility to listen from the both sides of the stories. regarding the waste theft, regarding the rent issues which Ali Bhai mentioned, and everything. It's like we need to mention both the stuffs. And regarding international student stuff, which we have been talking about, doing the ground level reporting, I have seen that there are a lot of organizations which have been working, like the Nojwan one, Manan Gupta have been actively participating in that, and then Jaspreet Singh and Kaur, they have been doing some international organizations, they have made that organizations who are working on that. What we could do is that we need to bridge the gap. We are kind of middleman. The politicians see our stories and come to know that, okay, these things need to be done. For example, there was one story about the immigration one. Immigration story, I did one immigration story regarding the CEC backlog stuff, and I got a mail from the immigration minister that we were not knowing that the students are suffering from these things. That students were unable to go, were unable to apply for the backlog. Some have to go back to their nations, to their other countries. So that bridges us. We talk about that. And regarding, like Prabjot mentioned, we do, in Omni Television, we do a lot of reporting in Punjabi, Hindi, Gujarati news, the news which belong to our community a lot. Like, we could say the stories which belong to our community, stories which the mainstream never covers sometimes. Like, I could give a little light story, a Navratri story. I don't know many people know about it, but mainstream sometimes avoid that. They do that, okay, that we'll do the main story regarding the international store ones and the other stuffs. And but in what we have taken into, and my producers, the great producers, what they say that we have to cover their stories which are at the ground level, which others are not covering. The story like the festivals one, the one Janeu one, we are doing one story on the Janeu one, and Janeu one, it's like the Hindu ritual stuff. We are trying to cover that story. It's like that ground level thing, which we try to cover that. The role of communication, which I feel like we are doing it, but still a lot of work is in progress. To the international student, I just wanted to say that talk with us. If you are facing any problem regarding the rent issue, talk with us. We are available on LinkedIn, other IDs, and everywhere. Just talk with us. Text us on LinkedIn, text us on messages, have my card and everything. Just tell us about our story. And we will make sure that your story is there in front of audience, and the justice is there towards, and people start working on that. We have seen, and today, before this, I was doing a lot of interviews for my newscasts and stuff. So I talked with a lot of people, and they told that international student has been taken into consideration. Like they have in India we say, I don't know if the word is right or not. They are took as a degraded people sometimes. That all the things which are happening in Brampton, it's all because of international students. But that's not true. We have seen that things which are happening, in actual, they are the people who are suffering nowadays. A lot of organizations are covering that stories and stuff. And as mentioned by the other panelists, we can bridge this gap. We could work on that. It's just that they need to talk with us. They need to come in front. If they have rent issue problem, they come to us, say that, okay, that they are facing this problem, they need to work on that. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tarun Paul. As an international student and now in media, very passionate, as you can tell. And you know, it's interesting that you know, the mainstream media will report the stories that need to be told and will do, you know, a 30-second soundbite, right? Whereas the cultural media will actually go deep and we'll talk about the underserved communities and look at it through a cultural lens. And I think that's very important. And I think when students engage with the media, and I guess mainly cultural media, let's also talk about some good stories, right? I really, don't just say that I've got, and you know, you need to do that, absolutely. And I know that the schools, all the post-secondary schools have the right departments and stuff to manage and support that, and you know, and that's your first step, right? And then of course you get your media, but let's talk about some good stories as well. I think that's important. I'm cognizant of time. I said we'll we'll give a little bit of time for everybody to do Q&A, and it's 2:55, and we're supposed to wrap up by 3:30. So I'm going to move along. Sharanjit Kaur is the Senior Vice President of the World Sikh Organization of Canada and lead of the Canadian Sikh Family Helpline. And there's a beautiful bio of her. She's an incredible supporter of youth leadership and mentorship. Currently the Executive Director of the Toronto Metropolitan University's new School of Medicine, Sharanjit Kaur.
Thank you. I think I had slides. Oh, perfect. So I was totally feeling like the overachiever who prepared slides, and I was going to pretend that I didn't have them. But then as the panelists were talking, I realized that all of my points have been taken. So this is just proof that I'm not copying, that these were unique ideas, and I know academic honesty is very important to Sheridan, so I'm just putting that out there. So thank you, everyone. Next slide, please. Oh, supposedly there's a clicker. Thank you. Excellent. For those who are not familiar with WSO, we are the World Sikh Organization of Canada. We are the longest standing advocacy organization amongst the Sikh community, so we are now celebrating 38 years. Our mandate is to promote and protect the interests of Sikhs in Canada. That is a very broad mandate, but it allows us to ensure that we continue to be nimble and flexible and meet the needs of our community. This is our current board, and I share this picture because I am so proud to be attached to an organization where 90% of our board is under the age of 40. Sadly, I am not on the right side of that equation. Over 50% is female, or identifies as female, and our executive committee is 66% female. Now, in addition to that, thank you, I will take the applause because this is something that we've worked very hard for. In addition to that, we have included international students because international students are our community. So I will take this moment, and this person is going to be absolutely mortified, but if I'm on stage and I'm going outside of my comfort zone, he has to do the exactly same thing. Jaspreet Singh is in the audience. Jaspreet Singh will now be forced to stand up, and I will literally run away after this session because he will not be happy with me. So Jaspreet Singh, please stand up. For those who don't know, Jaspreet Singh is a Sheridan alumni. Jaspreet Singh was the founder of the International Sikh Students Association. When I started my work on the Sikh Family Helpline, it was Jaspreet Singh who was critical on the ground. When issues were being raised, people didn't know us. WSO existed, but we weren't relevant to the international Sikh community, the international student community. People brought their issues to Jaspreet. As a student, soon after he had graduated, they continued to do so. And he's the one who actually brought the issues to us, who basically has been navigating for I don't know how many years now, but he is a member of our board. And we have ensured that across the country, in all of our regional offices, we do have international student representation. Now, why is that important? For the Sikh community in particular, we are approximately 500,000 strong in Canada. 100,000 are international Sikh students who have arrived after 2016. This policy to bring international students in is one of our greatest assets as a community, but it has fundamentally changed who we are as a community. Some of our smaller communities like Windsor that used to have a population of 7,000 to 8,000 residents who probably arrived starting in the 1970s now have doubled because of international students. So the face of our community has completely changed. And what we recognize as an advocacy organization is that it is not an us and them situation. International students are our community. So international student issues are Canadian Sikh issues. And that's why when there is a concern, you're not dealing with just a small portion of the community, you are dealing with all of us. Now, most recently, we had an issue with a college. Many in the room are familiar with what happened in that situation. Bringing that forward to the media, engaging with the students, ensuring that they had a voice. That became our principled cause for however long it took until that issue was resolved. More recently, City of Toronto brought forward a masking ban for bearded individuals who were security guards. What was really the driving force behind that was it was international students who often are security guards who actually brought that issue forward to us. So we will advocate for those issues because their issues are our issues. Intersectionality matters. We talk about intersectionality in every other space of our lives. And when it comes to international students, the story becomes really, really simple. International students, that's it. International students are racialized. Gender, sexual orientation, disability accessibility, these are all facets of the international student experience. So when we're going to shift the narrative, we really need to ensure that the stories are brought forward with this intentional focus on intersectionality. Strengths first, and thank you to my colleagues on this panel who brought this forward as well. There are so many issues that these young people are facing, and it is so important that we continue to draw attention to them. But when we tell the story, please don't victimize international students. These are by far some of the most resilient, strongest individuals I have ever met. When you tell their story, tell it completely. It's not when they're navigating the healthcare system that they just ended up in the emergency department. It's that they went through the system and without having English as their first language, without having insurance, they tried every other formal and informal avenue that they could. And they faced doors and they faced barriers. And it was after that they ended up in the ED where now they're uninsured and now suddenly there's a story because they have a massive bill that they need to pay off. Tell their stories completely because on the front end of that, you will always find a story of resilience. And that story needs to be told. And it is the responsibility of all media and anybody who's contributing to the narrative to ensure that that is brought forward. And last but not least, as much as I speak about WSO and our role, we definitely try to be a credible voice on behalf of the Sikh community. That doesn't mean that we are always a voice. When and where possible, we will always ensure that the most credible voice may or may not be us. It could be somebody else. And in the case of the international students, we say that it's their voice that matters. So we will always put them first. Again, in the most recent example that we had with the college in Scarborough that had a number of issues. So this was hilarious because, again, Jaspreet Singh put me in contact with a number of students, and my job was to, talk them through, basically give them a media briefing, which is hilarious because if anybody knows me in the room, knows that I absolutely hate doing media interviews myself. But, if you can't teach. So there I am, and I'm trying to provide support to these young people, and I stopped because I had nothing to offer. They were phenomenal. The young women in particular, I could listen to all day because they just needed the chance to have the mic. Nobody needed to speak to WSO. WSO needed to ensure that we could leverage our networks to ensure that the right media coverage was there, both from community and ethnic media and from mainstream media. And then we needed to hand the mic over, and we needed to let these young people tell their story because their story is impactful, their story is there, and nobody else has the right to tell it. So that is our approach, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, Sharanjeet. Some incredible points, and thank you for sharing that presentation. Intersectionality, so important, so true. And Jaspreet Singh, thank you very much for getting the students engaged and getting this started. I mean, it just takes one person. And I love the last part where, we're happy to stand by you, but it's your story. You tell us your story. It's your voice. And I think that's absolutely wonderful. Some incredible stuff. It's such an honor to be a part of this panel and listening to all of you. It's beautiful. I've got two more panelists, and We have Balraj Kalon. Balraj has an undergraduate honors degree in economics and a master of public policy from Simon Fraser University. He works as a public policy professional in the BC Public Service. He's also the co-founder of One Voice Canada and the author of the report, The Realities of International Students, Evidenced Challenges. So Balraj, there's Balraj right there online. Over to you, sir.
Great, can you hear me? Okay, so I prepared a quick presentation for my opening talk. So thanks again for inviting me to the summit. I was asked to open by sharing my experiences and challenges engaging with media and policymakers in my advocacy work. So to start, I want to say that I know this is seen as a student issue, but I actually think it's better framed as a migrant problem. The reason being, international students we are concerned about are facing the same problems as a lot of migrant workers in this country. And in fact, they are migrant workers at the same time. And if you just look at the list of organizations across different communities helping migrants, I think it's indicative of a bigger migrant problem that's not being addressed. Very quickly, who is One Voice Canada? So One Voice is a group of volunteers that came together because a lot of the problems concerning international students were going unaddressed. I'm sure many people already here are familiar with them. A lot of what we do is connect international students and migrants to necessary services because a lot of them just don't know where to go to get help. And there are times when we'll even represent them in disputes with their employers, landlords, or private college. In terms of reaching out, a lot of what we do is just rely on social media and word of mouth. So when discussing the media and our experience with it, I don't want to group all the media together. And I would say looking at South Asian media, news media first, in recent years, and I emphasize recent, there has been more quality coverage of the issues. And I know several programs have invited us to provide our perspective. In print media, there has been ample coverage of the issues over the years. And some pieces have been very in-depth, I would say. And by far, print media has been the best platform talking about this topics to date. Now, the biggest interest is always kind of what we refer to as mainstream radio and TV news media, just because that's where you can reach the most people, have the biggest influence. But dealing with them has been more of a challenge over recent years. I would say, for one, many international students are not comfortable speaking publicly about their problems. And over the years, some of the stories of deportation have also made it more difficult to get them to speak up and complain against their employers or landlords. I found from my experience, newsrooms are more inclined to cover quick, dramatic stories, but not really systemic issues. That's not to say individual journalists aren't interested, because I have met a number of journalists that really want to take on this issue and give it the attention it deserves, but they just can't seem to get the go-ahead from the newsroom. I have found trying to advocate through media does have its limitations because a lot of politicians don't feel compelled to take any action because they know the attention from critical news stories will dissipate. And given that news coverage is only really effective when journalists are persistent and they decide to really hold decision makers to account. But if you're going to just move from one story to the next, it's not going to make much of a difference. So the whole point of trying to advocate the media is kind of to influence policy change. And so some of our experiences directly dealing with elected officials, I would say up until now, the challenge has been that we have found that they really do not care about this issue much. And I say this because we have held community forums with local politicians in attendance, hearing about the rampant exploitation of international students. We've held a roundtable with a minister, but nothing has changed. And I highlight this one response from a roundtable that we received that says, we can work to help ensure international students are informed about their rights. I highlight this because it is a common response advocates will hear when politicians don't take an issue seriously. Initiatives to raise awareness are kind of an easy out for them. So this example just underlines why it is so difficult to get any meaningful change. In 2018, MPP Pramit Sarkaria made a comment to a local paper attributing a lot of the issues to private career colleges, referring to them as diploma mills. 3 years later, I know the Ontario Auditor General report released was very critical of the lack of oversight of private colleges. The year after that, I guess another recent news story of the private college that had suspended enrollment of hundreds of international students. And I know just later that month or later that year, Ontario PC still swept the Peel region. So, you know, a lot of elected officials know the issues, they know what to say, but nothing gets done and the problem just builds and builds and there's no real political consequence for them. So a number of advocates, including myself, have tried to have more informal conversations with people in politics to figure out if there's any way to get traction on this issue. I thought people might be interested in some of the comments that we've had to hear. They include that they don't want to touch an immigration issue because it is very divisive. The economy is very dependent on the status quo. There's a lot of money, a lot of jobs tied to the current system. There are no votes from fixing these problems, so it's tough to get any elected party motivated to take a stand. Another interesting quote was that politicians from minority communities are concerned with being accused of only caring about their own community. And one of my favorites is, we are already aware that there are suicides. So to end, I just want to focus on some key facts. In a survey, 90% of international students stated they are under financial stress. In a separate survey, they found 80% of women that are in trafficking are financially vulnerable. And another study found that international student graduates have worse economic outcomes compared to domestic students. So anyone who's really close to this issue and been advocating it will tell you that the economics is the problem and the economics needs to change. But again, you asked the former immigration minister in a committee, he made a comment that he thinks that international education is great for our economy. It's driving economic growth. Another MP, Suk Dhaliwal, made a comment in the same committee that he thinks that Canada's international education system could be a model for the world. And I share these quotes just to show that a lot of these politicians are really getting away with being complicit in the suffering of international students. And the best chance of even getting any action is for the media to do a better job of trying to hold them to account, because opposition parties have not been interested in taking on this issue. That's all I have to say for my opening. I'm happy to elaborate on anything during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Balraj, and thank you for raising those points and being a great advocate. Balraj will be still on, right, during the Q&A? Perfect, thank you so much. Thank you. You know, I'm not an elected official, but it would be very short-term thinking to say that I'm not going to care much about international students because I don't get their vote. They're going to be our Canadian citizens. They're going to be, with God's blessings, they will be here, they'll be working, they'll be our peers, they'll be our bosses, and we'll be working together. So if I'm in it for the long run as an elected official, I gotta be nice to them, I gotta make them work, and they're gonna build the economy, they're gonna build houses, they're gonna create jobs. I mean, we have to be thinking in that space, right? I love international students. I do. I really love them. I think they're absolutely awesome. We go to, anyhow, I'm going to shut up because I'm looking at time. Kyle, the incredible Kyle Budge, is president of the Sheridan Student Union, has been a major advocate for the betterment of international students through sustainable, lasting solutions for the unique situations they face. And there's a whole bunch of stuff about the amazing Kyle. But let me just say this, partnering with other student unions, student associations, and external partners and governmental advocacy groups, Kyle hopes to shift the systemic inequalities that international students experience when coming to Canada. Thank you for doing that, Kyle. Thank you for being that strong voice. Kyle, over to you.
All right. So I have the challenge of going last on this panel. So 90% of the points would have already been talked about. So I'm actually going to take a bit of a different perspective on the challenges that international students face to kind of give you a different perspective. So I come from the student union. I've been with the company for 6 years now. So I've interacted with hundreds, if not thousands of students over the last 6 years. The vast majority of them have been international students since we have such a diverse international student population here at Sheridan. And a lot of what I've learned through interacting with these students is that domestic students and international students face very similar challenges. However, the international student population, all of their challenges are amplified. They have fewer resources, they have fewer structures in place to help them out. They have a lot less opportunity to overcome those challenges, and it requires a lot more effort on their part to do so. And this comes from various systemic issues that they face. So the thing I kind of want to talk about is the fact that all of these challenges, they're talked about in a lot of different ways. And people such as yourself here today, you're the ones that are interested in actually hearing these challenges, focusing on them, seeing ways that we can combat them and to come up with solutions for them. But we're 250, 300 people. Those joining online are maybe another 100 couple people. And meanwhile, there's hundreds of thousands of students across Ontario. There's millions of people living in Ontario that don't know of these challenges, that don't see any of this, and aren't really invested in finding solutions for it. So that's where the systemic challenges come in. And from my perspective, and from interacting with all of these students, one of the biggest issues that I see is that the students themselves, they want to paint a picture of success. They are coming from another country, they're coming from very challenging backgrounds sometimes, and they want to show their families back home, or even their families here, that they're doing great. Everything is going well, everything is fantastic, there are no issues. They don't come out, they don't talk about them, they don't seek the help that they might need to seek. And all over social media, they post all of the wonderful things that they're doing, all of the successes that they've had, and they don't talk about any of the negative aspects. Those negative aspects are the things that I hear about. They're the things that students come to me and ask for assistance with in private. They don't want their friends to hear about it. They don't want their families to know about it. They don't want the public to know about it. And yet it's still happening, and the public, the others that are actually in charge of being able to make these changes are the ones that need to hear these things. So as a student advocate, my entire role in this situation is to come out to events like this and to talk to those people that can make those changes and to try and shed a voice for those people that don't want to speak up or that can't speak up. And you know, as my co-panelist here said, sometimes you just need to pass the mic. That's great. But sometimes they don't want to take the mic, or they don't know how to take the mic, and we still need to talk for them, and we still need to advocate for them, and we still need to make changes for them. And making changes for them are also changes for domestic students, and are also changes for Canadian citizens, and future Canadian citizens, and future international students. All of these changes that we want to have take place and have happen don't just affect the students that are here today, they affect the students to come 10, 20, 30 years from now. So having these conversations and being able to shed some light on those negative aspects without victimizing, without dwelling on those challenges, with actually finding solutions is what's really going to help us thrive as an institution, as a city, as a province, as a country, and being able to get all of those interested people that want to immigrate to Canada, that want to come to Canada and study and start families and find jobs here. Those are all solutions that are going to improve Canada, Ontario, Brampton, Sheridan College as a whole. And I think the one thing I would really like to see is more international voices being spoken, not just from somebody from a student union, but actual international students talking about their challenges. You know, I'm the only white guy on the panel here today, and I have probably interacted with more international students than I can count, and I've probably heard the stories of so many different people from so many different countries, and I can't have the same lived experience as them, but I can speak on their behalf. And I can do the best I can, but we really need voices like everyone else on the panel here today to talk about it and to get into these roles that can make changes and can put policies in place and can, expand on all of the programs and resources that are available to encourage people to actually come out and make that change and to find those resources and make their lives better. So that's my perspective on this. Like I said, I don't have anything else to really add, but I echo all of the sentiments that my co-panelists have had, that this is a very multifaceted issue and that there's so many different ways of looking at it and different ways of thinking about it. And that's why we are a panel of 7 and why we have diverse backgrounds and why the media and the communications and social media and talking with people about it is so important, because this 1.5 hour panel that we have is just the start of reshaping that narrative and reshaping the narrative over the next dozen years to ensure that international students have a platform and they have the resources and they have the supports available to them, that new students, new immigrants coming to Canada aren't going to think that everything is going to be sunshine and rainbows because that's what they see on social media or that's what they hear from their friends that have already come to Canada. It's going to be that there are challenges, but Canada, Ontario, Brampton, Sheridan College, we're working on it. We're making it better, and it will be better. So, thank you.
What a great positive way to wrap that up. Thank you very much, Kyle. And I love your point about being vested, and as a community. And Sharanjit spoke about this earlier, about the resiliency, right, of each of these, each of these humans, right? They're human beings, they're young people, and she spoke about this earlier as well, coming here. So, and I think it has to be a continuing conversation. This should not just wrap up here. It's a continuing conversation that should carry on. And I can't speak for my peers on the panel here, but I would be willing, Sheridan already knows this in my personal capacity, but certainly as part of media, maybe we continue these conversations where we, instead of the 200, 300 people that we have, maybe it's a smaller group, and maybe it's monthly, maybe it's quarterly. I don't know what that looks like, but I'm happy to be a part of that if that's required. Certainly Amini, and I know my peers at this amazing panel can probably support that initiative as well, but happy and important to continue the meaningful conversation as we go forward, because that's, I think, where you're going to really have real change, as everybody has spoken here. I am going to shut up and ask you guys if you have any questions. So 2 mics over there. I see one person, gentleman over there, so just come over to the mic. And yep.
All right, well, thank you so much for a really good panel discussion, and it's good to see some of you in person finally. And so my name is Pat. I run a company called Empower. We are a job search platform for international students, really using technology to solve that employment issue. Now, I really am interested to hear more about your point of view as regarding to be an observer. So over the past 2 days, we talk a lot about the problems that we hear in the space, and for all of you who are sitting on the stage today, you are acting as a third-party observer with a very unbiased view. So I would love to really understand what are some of the top 3 complaints and concerns that you are hearing from the international students, and how would you rank them in top 3? Thank you.
I thought my kids were running the mic. I think what we'll do is, I see a number of folks, I'm looking at the time. Maybe one person can take this and then we can move on if that's okay, and somebody can add to it if they want to. Is that okay? Because instead of going through everybody, then we're not going to get through everybody. Is there anybody in particular you'd like to ask the question to, or it doesn't matter? So anybody who wants to speak up.
I would take a stab at it.
Yep.
I think I can think of the top 2 concerns in relations to employment. One is the 20-hour weekly limits imposed on students, who like to work off campus during the school year. The second thing is the non-renewable postgraduate work permits. I think those are the 2 main complaints I've heard.
Yeah. Thank you. Does anybody want to? Yeah, Kyle?
Just to elaborate on that, that 20-hour cap, that really comes down to the finances for international students, which is a very big issue that I hear a lot about. And that's from work limits that they either have to take jobs working under the table or that they just can't work enough. But the other financial aspect is the uncapped tuition that they have to pay, which in some colleges or private colleges is really substantially more expensive than what the domestic students would have to pay. And that kind of imbalance is really what leads to a lot of financial issues over the course of 2, 3, 4 years for some of the degree programs.
Great, thank you.
Can I also add one quick
You
thing?
sure can, yep, sure.
And also, I've heard, it's not a main complaint, but I've heard international students talking about they were not given enough information before they were assigned a program at an institution, and they only found out, in the middle of the program or towards the end of the program, with the prospects of employment after graduation. That's another concern.
It's a very good point, very good point. I'm looking at that, that's 327. I'm going with that one. That gives me 3 extra minutes. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sharjit, you made a great point that international student issues are Canadian Sikh issues, and that's something that I strongly believe in myself. How do we educate the community on that, though, when everyone seems to gravitate towards the sensationalism, and it seems like anyone can start up a talk show these days on TV, radio, or on the internet? So how do we create awareness about that?
Thank you for the question. I'd say first and foremost, you lead by example. So I think how every person in this room decides to bring forward the issues as international student issues versus our issues. If we don't do it, if we don't set the example, there's no one else to follow. We are the leaders in this space, so we have to do it. And then it's a multifaceted approach. So from an organizational perspective, you leave no rock unturned. I'm pretty sure I said that wrong. But you get my point. It is all of the above. It's every prong, every opportunity. So whether we're lobbying to politicians on a number of issues, they're there. If we're talking to media, it's there. If we're talking to institutions, it's there. Whether we're talking to a healthcare institution about the healthcare needs of Bramptonians, we always talk about the needs of international students. So it becomes a part of our ongoing narrative on all of the issues that we advocate for. It's a subpopulation to bring forward as those who face additional barriers within our own community.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Sir?
My question is for the guy from CBC. So whenever we talk about international students, we think about big cities, Toronto, Vancouver, Calgary, and cities like that. But, I recently went to a small town of Kenora in Ontario and Fort Frances. These are the towns, they have 15,000, 8,000 population. Just a quick story. There is a Tim Hortons. It was doing bad business because there's not much young population to work. It was taken over by an immigrant guy who came over from India. He got international students from different cities. Now he has 3 Tim Hortons in that city. So my question is, why is there so less coverage about these small cities where international students migrate and they put a life to that city because there's not much young population there?
That's a really, really good question. And I think that relates to, I think Prabhjot mentioned this point earlier, that the trust in media has fallen as a result of media only focusing on Toronto, Ottawa, Vancouver, Montreal. And I've seen through CBC a few stories about international students in Sudbury, in London, Ontario, none in Kenora, unfortunately. But again, that's one story you're going to see probably over the course of 6 months. From our end, it's I'm not on CBC management, so I don't know what's done with the money. But from our end, I know that it's a staffing issue, it's a resources issue. It's if we go and set up a bureau in Kenora, what's the ROI? And I'm saying like financial ROI, because ultimately that's what it comes down to. What's the ROI on that? And I know CBC is publicly funded, but it still has this mandate to generate a revenue like every other news outlet. And so where I've seen that gap filled is through social media, right? And so, I mean, if an employee, if an international student working at that Kenora Tim Hortons is sharing their story or sharing their experience through social media, that's where we pick it up. And even the advocacy organizations I mentioned, because just of you go to population centers, they focus on Brampton and Toronto and even London, Ontario. But Kenora is such a small, I know exactly what you're talking about too. It's such a small place. It's in Ontario, but probably CBC Manitoba will have to cover it. So that's kind of, the onus is now on us to not only scan social media for what's going on in those communities, but make those relationships with people in those communities. And I mean, that's all I can do from my end. But your question really kind of goes to the foundation of why media trust has eroded. So thanks for asking.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Sharon, you spoke about earlier too, where there's a population that doubled and built an economy because of the international students. Yes.
Hi, I just want to honor our time here. So
No, I'm honoring that time versus that time.
Oh, I'd like to honor this time because
Okay.
I think that we should, any other questions we can direct directly to this fabulous panel. Thank you guys so much. I just want to respect the time of all the amazing guests here today. So thank you kindly, everybody on the panel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The fundamental problem, right? I'm gonna take 1 minute because I have too many crazy ideas with the practical experience for the last 27 years looking after all the newcomers in the country. What I'm saying is we are looking at the scratch, like on the top part, fundamentally either from bottom up or from federal level to down. It's always problem is with the policy. If we need 400,000 people, like international students, right? We need to acknowledge that 80% of those students are not coming here to study. They just want to be permanent. They're coming from villages and all that. That's not their fault, right? Because they don't see any future in their country.
Sir, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. So let me say this to you about that. The topic is about the narrative on media, and we have to wrap it up. And I'm happy to have that conversation with you separately. So we'll have that conversation with you separately. And the media is here as well. We'd be happy to chat with you. But I really want to thank each and every one of you for being here. This is not a problem of just one person. This is not a problem of one. It's not even a problem. It's not even a problem. It's about relationships, right? It's about relationships, and let's help our international students, our international talent. I think somebody said that here. I think it was you or you said it. International talent, because they are our neighbors. They are our family. My daughter will get married to one of those wonderful boys, and my son will get married. It's family, my God. They're going to help build economies. They're going to help build cities, right? It's everyone's responsibility. I love Sheridan. I love international students. Let's continue the conversation, all right? Let's continue it. Thank you very much, and God bless each and every one of you. God bless this incredible panel, and God bless our international talent. And tiramisu. I love you, Sheldon.
Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate your help.
I'll get this out of your way.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you. Okay, so, I just want to acknowledge that there's a lot of energy in this room, and Paula, my colleague, and I were chatting at the break, and I think what we've heard our colleague who was up at the mic there just reference is that there are some challenges that we have been able to move the needle on, and other challenges that have persisted for a very long time. So this type of summit and experience is going to help us make that change. Before we have our final closing action reflection discussion, it is time for another stretch break. So where is my friend Mustafa? There he is. Always just in time, Mustafa. Come on up, and let's do another quick 1-minute stretch before we head into our final session of the day.
Thank you, Sheldon. All right, I'm going to ask everybody to stand up. Everybody stand up. Beautiful. And now we're going to do burpees. I'm kidding. All right. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you guys to stand, legs shoulder wide, hands all the way up. Reach for the sky as far as you can. Amazing. Bring the energy back to the center, right to your core. Bring it up again. One more time. There you go. And bring it down. Nice and easy. And now what I want you to do is bring one hand up. Reach for your shoulder, between the shoulder blades, and hold it right there. Now, if you really want to, you can hold your elbow. Same way I showed you. And just hold it right there. And keep it for 3 seconds. 2, 1, put it down. Opposite hand, reach out as far as you can between the shoulder blades and hold on to your elbow. Count 3 seconds. 2, 1, bring it down. I'm gonna put the mic down for this one. Hands together. I want you to reach forward as far as you can. Tuck in your head between your arms and just hold it right there. Don't look at me. Look at the ground. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Hands down. Last stretch that I like just for the lower back. Just legs crossed, nice and easy. I don't want you to go all the way down. Just reach as far as you can. Put your hands on your knees and just hold it right there. 5, 4, 3, 2. Slowly go up. Switch legs. There we go. And all the way down. Hands on your knees and just hold it right there. 5, 4, 3, 2. Bring it up. Thank you, everybody. Well done.
Thank you so much, Mustafa. All right, I think we're ready now for this next and final panel presentation. And again, a big thank you to Uncle Jake and all of our journalism and media guests for the insightful panel. So this next and final panel presentation is a reflection on the summit and the next steps that we need to collectively undertake to prepare the proposed Brampton International Student Charter. This session will be moderated by my colleague, Maria Lucido Besley, Sheridan's Dean of Students. Many of you know Maria, but her career in the post-secondary sector spans 3 decades as a leader, practitioner, faculty member, administrator, learner, and collaborator. Her expertise is in the college student experience and the developmental journey across the full student life cycle. At Sheridan, Maria has held leadership roles in the areas of new student transition, holistic student advisement, student persistence, wellness and success, peer mentoring and tutoring programs, and work-integrated learning, as well as graduate employment and employer relations. Maria's passion lies in creating the conditions and coordinated structures that allow students to thrive, to overcome barriers, and to have transformative learning experiences to successfully reach their desired goals. Please welcome Maria. Maria will be joined by Chief Bill Boyes, Fire Chief, Brampton Fire and Emergency Services, City of Brampton, Paula Gouveia, Vice President Academic, Cambrian College of Applied Arts and Technology, Luan Trong, student, Sheridan College, Julia Collier, Vice President, Research and Policy at the Higher Education Quality Control Council of Ontario, David Ipiem, Dean of Students, Student Life, Engagement and Development, or SLED, from what I heard earlier, at Centennial College, and Christina Furtado, Mental Health and Wellness Specialist, Guard.me International Insurance. Please join me in welcoming our final panel.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. So Kyle, you said it was tough to be the last person on the panel in the second to last session. So now imagine how we feel being the last session and the last panel of the day. Anyway, I know that there's a number of you getting coffee and making your way back. That's fine. What the name of our session is Looking Back, Looking Forward, Reflections on the Summit and Preparing for the Charter. So pretty self-explanatory. This session is really for us to be able to share our thoughts, our reflections of our learning over the last couple of days, and then get some of your thoughts and reflections around how that learning gets embedded into the development of the charter. So what we're going to do is we're going to engage as many members of the group here as possible in sharing what you're thinking and gathering that as our colleagues begin to start that work in putting pen and paper together around the charter. And so we will start with our panelists, and then we'll move on to the group. So start thinking about these two questions. What are really those key learnings and takeaway, or maybe aha moments if that, but the things that stuck in your mind as key learnings on Monday and on Tuesday? And then how might that and ought that inform the development of the charter, the content, and the way we move forward with it? So I'm going to start by introducing our panel. You're in a different order than that's on this list, but that's okay. But that's all right, Christina. So from right to left, I'm going to introduce you to Christina Furtado. And Christina is mental health and wellness specialist for Guard.me International Insurance. Next, we have Paula Gravea, Vice President Academic at Cambrian College. And next to Paula, we have Julia Collier, Vice President, Research and Policy, Higher Education Quality Council of Ontario. I can't see that far. And then we have my colleague David Ipiam, Dean of Students, Student Life, Engagement and Development, Student Experience and Success at Centennial College. And last but not least, we have an international student from Sheridan, Luan Truong. So a diverse set of individuals with different roles, different experiences. So we're pretty lucky to have this group here for our last session. So if you don't mind, Christina, starting with you, what are some of your reflections, your key learnings over the last couple of days? Question number one. And what are your thoughts and recommendations in terms of how that informs our moving forward in writing the charter?
For sure. I think part of the last 2 days really highlighted that all these concerns that we've talked about, the challenges, the barriers, it's nothing new to us. These are conversations that we've had in various silos within our various jobs and roles. And what we really need to do is shift that conversation to what this particular summit has done. And that's bring us all under one roof to say, hey, your experience with an international student is the same as mine. And one story is going to be the same as many. Enough about trying to discuss that solutions need to happen. We need to come up with those solutions. We need to take action. We find ourselves not only in working with international students, we're all in a state of recovery and healing, right? And it is through healing that we can actually create change that is meaningful to each and every single one of us. We all have a responsibility to the sphere of influence that we find ourselves in, whether it be working with a colleague or working directly with an international student, within our communities, within our jobs, or within our schools. We need to look at those opportunities of collaboration that this summit has provided and actually take action of small, meaningful, sustainable change. We have big pictures, we all do, with big ideas, but those big ideas become unattainable. We need to bring it back to the basics, and that's building a sense of community where we're all aligned with the main focus, and that's connection and collaboration, and actually take action towards achieving that in a way that is meaningful.
My mic's not working here. I love the colors. Thank you, Christina. Paula, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm going to try not to repeat what Christina said. But first, I have to thank Rupa, the organizing committee in Sheridan, for this opportunity. I love to tell new faculty that the best way to become a great educator is to invest in your learning and to never stop learning. And so the last 2 days really have been about learning. And it's not learning about a new issue. but it's actually coming together and dialoguing as a group of individuals who together can make a difference. And so putting me in that position of a learner is something that I always really appreciate. And so I've learned a lot over the last 2 days. And the takeaways for me really reside in the fact that, again, as Christina said, this is not a new issue. This actually is something that's also not isolated to Peel, and I say that with sadness. Cambrian College is in Sudbury, and we're having these same conversations around how better to support our international learners, because we don't just want them to come and study with us. As we've heard, we want them to be welcomed, valued, understand the vital members of our community that they are already as learners, and the contributions that they can make as Sudburyans. And so that's an important conversation for us all to continue to have. And so for me, a couple of the things that resonated in my mind and that I learned, well, it was referenced so many times, health and well-being. And how many times have we reflected on physical health? And we had 2 wonderful physicians talk to us yesterday about physical health and the impacts on the physicality of being an international student facing issues that are very complex at the micro level and all the way through to the macro. When we think about mental health and well-being and what it is that we can do to support as we all rise from the pandemic together, how many supports are we putting in front of our international learners that they can access in their own languages so that they feel comfortable and that any barriers with language are completely eradicated? And I had the pleasure of speaking to a group of international learners a few semesters ago when we had an in-person orientation. And we often talk about ESL, so English as a second language. Take that away. It's an additional language. And if you ask students to stand and let you know how many languages they can speak during that orientation session, I was humbled when I had more than 5 standing and were fluent in 6 languages. That's a learning opportunity. As a young coordinator in the college system several decades ago, we won't tell you how long ago, having international students come to me about transfer credit and telling me, no, I'd rather not, I'm afraid not to have a course, and presenting their transcript and reading that transcript from a university in India and understanding that they had graduated first class from their degree, and turning to them and saying, I'm not going to give you a transfer credit. I'm going to walk you to our learning center. You need to be a tutor because you have talents that you need to share with us. And so another key message for me was, how do we build our own cultural competence? We talk about peer supports, we talk about mentoring and the importance of having students access what they need. How do we learn more about who they are as individuals, their culture, what they have to bring to us to enrich in our own learning experiences at our own institutions in our own communities? And so reflecting upon that continuum, there was one phrase that kept coming through my mind. This is about supporting learners to, through, and beyond. And we have gaps. It's not just about coming, it's also about helping them to be more successful, and it doesn't stop at convocation. And so what are those gaps that we need to address? Will we build our own cultural competence? How do we bring employers to our tables and have them understand the talents and the gifts of those learners that we're graduating as they cross across our stage, and helping communities to understand that value, because the regulations that we may be familiar with, others are not. And we can all work together to learn. How do we help to lessen financial barriers? I love to give credit to my colleague Christine Morrissey. Several years ago, she modeled something called a tuition set-aside program for our international learners, because they need to make friends, they need to have access to campus work opportunities. We fund that. We can all do that, and I call upon our Ministry of Colleges and Universities to take what is called the International Student Recovery Fee and invest back in that so that our students have access to those same services at all of our campuses. I also say that as graduates, career services, career advising, looking at all of our alumni networks and increasing access to career fairs. I call on our Ministry of Labor Training and Skills Development. Employment services exist across this province, and our international learners need to have access just the same way each one of us would. And so much for us to do, so much for us to learn, gaps for us to address, and our calls to action that Christina already summarized. We came together in partnership, but not everybody is here who needs to be here. So I'm going to quote the very famous L'Oreal commercial, "Tell two friends." And then they'll tell two friends, and they'll tell two friends. And then I'm going to do one more, and that is, as Christina said, let's stop talking. We eat this elephant, no insult to elephants, I promise, one bite at a time. So if we each commit to go back to our offices, our places of work, wherever they are, and make one small change starting tomorrow, that collectively is a huge change. And we heard it today from colleagues from New Zealand, Australia, and the UK. We're not reinventing the wheel. We just have to learn to drive. So let's learn from their best practices that they willingly shared with us because organizers thought to bring that forward. And we can make this happen because we are a village. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Paula. Julia.
Thank you. Thank you, Rupa, Maria, all of the different panelists and speakers over the last 2 days, especially the international students. It was great to hear from you. I've also learned a lot, and I'm really grateful for this time to be with you. For those of you who do not know HECO, the Higher Education Quality Council, that's the place I work. We are an independent agency of the Ontario government, and we engage in research and evaluation projects about post-secondary education to provide advice, recommendations, perspectives to the Ministry of Colleges and Universities. And our work generally falls into 3 different categories: accessibility, quality, and sustainability. And these are themes that have come up over and over again in the last couple of days. I've been thinking a lot about the fact that international student success is one of the rare topics in HECO's orbit that actually cuts across and through these 3 different themes. At HECO, we take a broad sector-level approach, and so I find myself toggling a little bit between sort of the question of the specific charter that you're all working on and the more systems-level approach to thinking about international students and their success. And I think you'll hear some of that in my notes. First, I'm struck by the fact that the issues we've been talking about are so fundamental. Safe places to live and learn, food security, affordability, being able to contribute to the communities and to work, finding affordable health and wellness supports. We heard from an international student just this morning that he doesn't feel safe in this community. And that made me stop and really think, this is not an abstraction. This is actually the lived experiences of many, many students in this community and beyond. It goes without saying that there are no easy solutions here. The issues we have talked about are complicated, they are layered. Some of the solutions we might be thinking about could be invitations to other kinds of problems. I'm mindful of a comment from a different international student yesterday who raised a question. He reminded us that the first requirement for addressing a problem is to have the intention to come together and look for a solution. We've heard from many speakers, not only that there are colleagues across the sector who have stepped up to problem solve, there's also a remarkable amount of work already underway in areas of students' transitions to Canada, health and housing, employment and academic supports. It's been so rewarding to sit in these conversations throughout these 2 days to hear about these incredible initiatives. So one of my takeaways from these conversations is a renewed awareness and an appreciation for this work. There's a couple of other highlights that I will bring forward. The first is that local context matters. The issues students navigate are shaped by local communities, by geography, economies, culture, language, local histories. So while we should be sharing best practices across colleges and universities in terms of programming and student supports, we should also continue to engage with international students to ensure that the steps we take locally are meaningful and relevant. This came up in our New Zealand panelists earlier today, thinking about this idea of a continuous learning model. Another important takeaway for me is data and accountability.
There is important work underway here in Brampton and at other Ontario colleges to understand outcomes for international students, and this should be a priority. We need to build better data infrastructure, including intersectional data, to inform success for all students in Ontario, including international students. In particular, we need to better understand labor market outcomes and immigration pathways for our graduates. My third takeaway is that when we ensure international students' success, we also help ensure the success of domestic students, and we help ensure the sustainability of all of our post-secondary institutions. This we heard from Kyle just a couple of minutes ago, so thank you, Kyle. I think we have a lot of different tools at our disposal. In some ways, the pandemic and the shift to virtual everything, teaching, support resources, all of that, that's helped post-secondary institutions develop more flexible, more accessible online resources for all students, and we should keep going. We also have incredibly talented and dedicated faculty and staff who are doing innovative work. We heard about much of it today, including the examples from Sudbury this morning from one of our colleagues about ride-alongs and other kinds of programs. So I just want to note that I'm really inspired by the work that's happening in this room and in this community at this college, and I look forward to learning more about your successes. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. David.
So thanks for having me on the panel, to the organizers, the hosts, and to all who hosted breakout sessions and who shared time on the panel, because that's what stimulated my learning that I'll share with you, maybe in like three nuggets, and then I'll tackle the question of how I'm thinking about the charter. So for me, my first takeaway is around just an increased awareness around the various strengths in the system. And when I say system, I mean the multiple connected systems that we have here that create one living organism to support international student experience. And that's the goodwill, the thoughtful programs and services, the emergent and also interventions that have a lot of roots in these communities, the research. I spent a good time reading the research that was on the website, and it was really informative. As a colleague mentioned, the issues are not new, they are known, right? And then the resilience, the community resilience and the individual resilience of international students and the communities from which they come and in which they now reside. And that despite this, international students, as we know, face multiple immense pressures, complex barriers, and experience harm, right? And that this impact is differentiated and diverse. So while there are commonalities, every international student, even if from the same region, may not experience things the same way. And I'll also walk through an example that I kind of came into this conference. 50%, almost 50% of our students at Centennial College have expressed concerns around food security. So that is things like, I have to decide between staying in school or having a nutritious meal or having enough food in a day, right? And that's not dissimilar from other colleges, but where intersectionality matters and where there's differentiation, we then look at that data and we saw that international students of those 50% are more likely to report those concerns. Not only that, male students are more likely to report those concerns. Not only that, students from a particular campus, we have 5 campuses, are more likely to report concerns. And if we peel back the layers, we realize, and thanks to this conference, looking at that model where you have the macro, meso, micro, realizing and providing me with language and framework to say, okay, at the macro level, that's related to finances as well. So we look at that 20-hour work week. We look at capping tuition, international tuition fees, right? At the meso level, where I operate mostly, at the institutions, community partnerships, agencies, what are we doing in terms of wraparound supports around food security? And at the micro level, I have to give a shout out to my colleagues at Centennial for reminding me that we can have the food banks, we can have the coupons, we can have the food available and culturally appropriate food, but then we need to also educate on how to prepare that food in an economical, sustainable way that suits the living arrangements of the various students, right? So these are things that in the last few weeks, and thanks to this conference as well, Summit, have come to light. That was the first lesson. The second lesson was around the effective intervention, right? The effective intervention really requires that radical collaboration, that I'm borrowing that language from design thinking, radical collaboration for complex problems across that macro, meso, micro level. And I think someone in our first panel mentioned that we all have a piece of the puzzle, we all have a piece of the problem. So I appreciate coming here together today, over the last 2 days to lay that out. And then the last lesson for me is around the idea, and I'll come back to it as our first speaker shared, Christina, that many issues are known, and for me, I think we need to continue with that awareness building, and that's what excites me about the Charter. Because the Charter is not just a product, it's also a process that builds awareness and teaches as we build it, and builds capability within communities to talk about the issues, to bring in 2 friends and 2 friends and 2 friends to our colleagues to be a part of the solutions, to enhance student experience and for international students. So when I think about the Charter, I think about how it can be designed to stimulate shared responsibility. And I think about the goal of the Charter as something to help as a catalyst, a visual, a process for system change and collective impact for and with international students. So if you'll kind of, I'll kind of draw like a visual. I don't have a slide, but I think about the question I have if I were to be engaged with the Charter is, what are the agreements? What are those shared agreements, principles that are required of all of the actors involved in the student journey, right, for more ethical internationalization, or if you prefer a different word, for better conditions or ecosystem for international students to succeed. So I can picture like principles or stages of the student journey on the vertical, and then the various actors from institutions to students themselves to the educational industrial complex, agents, police, community services, and then we plot along that map that superimpose on a student journey the various responsibilities. So that's exciting to me. And I agree that, so I looked at the Okanagan Charter and then the New Zealand Quality Authority, and I feel like we've got the right pieces, plus the work that the Roundtable's done. I feel like now we just need to put it together so that we can have some common language and then kickstart that action. So I just put that out there for stimulation. Not like it's not the answer. I just want to hear some thoughts from the panelists and the group, but that's enough for me for now. And looking forward to my fellow panelists here.
Thanks, David. And now over to you, Luan.
Thank you, everyone, and please forgive me because this is like my first time after 21 years old. I've been talking with a lot of people in front of my face like this, so please forgive me if I'm a little bit nervous. So from the past 2 days, I've learned a lot from my friends, Andrew and Paneet, that international student and also as an international student from Vietnam, we kind of like went through a lot like during the pandemic and until now. So I want to bring up my story. So the story began like 3 years ago when I was in high school, like 17 years old, and just keep thinking about going to school, play video games, and that's it. Like not much, just that's enough. And one day my mom was like, "Hey, do you wanna go to study in a better education?" I was like, "Yeah, why not?" I mean, yeah, that's a good opportunity. So we went to an agent, and she asked me a bunch of questions like, "What do you want and where do you want to start?" I told her that I love computer and I love living in Toronto because I was born in Saigon. It's South Vietnam is the biggest city in Vietnam, so I want to live in somewhere like that. And she threw up a list of school. There's a lot of school, and I felt so overwhelmed. I was like, okay, I'm gonna give a random choice. So I chose Sheridan, and I'm And I'm so glad that I made that decision. Um, yeah, so, I got a visa, eager to move out from parents, move out of the control, I know, yeah. Nobody can control me. I can do whatever I want. Uh, um, so around this year, around 3 years ago, I was in this room, going to the orientation with a lot of, you know, um, like about the opportunity upcoming for me, and I was like, I wish I could be on stage, like other peer mentor that can help other peers and speak with a lot of people like this. Um, but the thing that it stopped me that first is like the language barrier and also the cultural barrier. I was stay inside of the dark box for like a year. So speaking of my study, it went very well. Literally, everybody called me like a nerd. Because yeah, so I love studying. So my study is going very well. But the thing that I suffer from is like social life with other peers. I'm feeling very shy to like talk with other like Canadian students. I'm scared that they think that I'm bored, I'm lame, like all of the topic that I talk. Um, so um, it it was until like it hit May, no, around like March in 2020 when pandemic hit. So everything is like moved to online, and I come here and I was like, I wish I could have a job in like in co-op semester. I keep my dream and all of the motivation until that I couldn't have a job during the co-op program because like half of the job were canceled because like nobody first of all want to hire a new students, and second is um, how would I say? Second is like it is hard for me to like explain all of the complex vocabulary that I don't know about the major. Um, so at the result, I didn't find any like co-op placement. So there are two options. One that I have to drop out of the co-op. Second, that I have to quit my part-time job at that moment. But like during COVID, like everybody wants a job and everybody wants to have something, to sustain their life. Um, so if I did drop co-op, I can go to work. But if I did not and referred my co-op to the end of semester, that I have a 4 month doing nothing, I am not allowed to go to work or like doing anything, and also it's gonna be also affect the work permit or like study permit. Um, so I decided to drop out of co-op, but another chapter began when I did drop. I was thinking that why I keep stay in the darkest box instead of like going outside and see the sun. So I decided I joined the peer mentor program. I met a lot of people. I met a lot of amazing peers, amazing students, and I want to say a big thank you to Christine, Erin, both Erin Norms and Erin DeJohns, Rob and Danielle. They are amazing people and amazing leader I ever met. And how would I say? Yeah, so oof, I'm ever met them, and I'm glad that I stay. I think outside the box. I step outside of, and I enjoy everything that I'm doing right now as a peer mentor, like having other folks, and I also you know, enjoy talking and with my team, my peers team. That is, you know, and also I'm looking forward to for my graduating this December, and also to start another new journey at Sheridan as well, in the honor bachelor degree in in information sciences, and you know, willing to join the team again. Thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome. And that's what it's all about. That is what it's all about. So, okay, friends and colleagues, now it's your turn. Feel free to make your way. Where are the microphones? Boy, I need new contact lenses. There we go. So, the questions it's really about just sharing your reflections on the key learning and any recommendations, thoughts you have as we embark on the writing of the charter. So, we're hoping that we can get as many. Oh, sure. Now people are fighting for the mic, and now we're not going to see people walking to the mic. So there's Abby. There's Abby. While you're walking, Abby, you know, I think about my reflections and over the last couple of days, and like many, I've been in post-secondary field for a long time and had the privilege of working and learning with domestic and international students, and it's been such a pleasure. And I often say I learned so much more from them than they ever learned from me, and learned a lot about myself in the process. And when I think about the past couple of days, I think about how it's not about how we ought to work together. It's that the only way to truly advance the international student experience and a home in Canada is to work together. We need each other. I mean, we truly need each other in order to realize that and make that happen. We're so much more interconnected than we even realize. In Brampton, for example, we have Sheridan and our public post-secondary institutions. We have over 70 private colleges. We have many students who are attending other colleges and commuting to other parts of Ontario, but want to live in Brampton. And we have those that are studying virtually. And so we're in it together. And I'm really, really looking forward to what that might look like for us, and extremely hopeful and very grateful for what our leaders have been doing to try to get us to this point. I've heard folks say that, you know, some people see students, some people see a revenue source, some people see workers, some people see immigrants. And, you know, I often say I see a whole person. I see a human being who is embarking on a journey. And that journey starts long before they get here. And as we think about this and work together, it's really understanding that journey from long before they come to well after they graduate and they're within our communities. We listened to our student, I think it was Praneed, or there was a number of students who said they really had no idea what was going to happen when they came to Canada. We've heard others that said, we have agents in home countries that may not be informed. We hear lots, but what are we each going to do when we think about the journey that this human being, this international student, this new immigrant, this neighbor, this computer programmer or educator in the future, or who knows, maybe even the spouse of one of our children one day, what is it that they need and when do they need it? When we think about pre-arrival, what is our role, government at all levels, municipal, provincial, federal, post-secondary education, or community agencies, when we look at that journey and each point within the journey, and we think about our purpose and our mandates, what direct role can we play at that juncture? What indirect role do we play, and who do we need to be partnering with in order for that to happen? I see so many really dedicated people over the last 2 days that are really trying to get their message out to international students. And what we really need is an understanding of what we respectively do, a baseline knowledge so that we can partner and we can share that information with our international students. It's really a village. There's no real, I mean, it's a village, and it's one student at a time. But really, more than anything, what really cemented for me is our community partners, our community agencies, and so many that I've spoken to over the last 2 days that are saying, you know, this is what we do for newcomers, and this is what we would like to do in preparing our new students, preparing our international students. We want to help. Well, we need the help, and we want to do it together. So I think about the charter, Rupa and Christine and Janet, and I think about how do we create clarity? How do we build the framework to create clarity? I think Brene Brown said clarity is kindness and kindness is clarity. Sheldon just reminded me of that over lunch. The more we understand of each other, the more we understand of the student, the better that we can support them. And maybe it just starts with understanding each other. Okay, I think Abby was number 1, and my contacts are terrible, so can somebody help me with who is next in line? Okay.
He was the first one, but he passed his turn. So my question is for everybody in the panel, but I really liked what Paula shared about cultural competence. And I just want to throw this out to all the universities or colleges present in the summit today. So when we talk about cultural competence, we don't think about people who are serving at the front desk. Just talk about student advisors or wellness counselors. Are those people who are immigrants? Do they even understand what I'm gonna share? So that's the mentality of a student when they know, okay, there's a wellness services, but they're not gonna understand me. They're not gonna understand what culture I'm coming from. There's a white person sitting there, and I don't think they have the capacity to understand me. I'm an alumni, and the people are amazing here, the counselors, but I have the courage to go and share my concerns. Same as Luan. Yeah, so not everybody has the courage. The student, Luan. So not everybody has the courage to come up and say, okay, I have the concern, I'm going through this and I want to share. But if I know, okay, somebody is from my community is sitting there, and I'm pretty sure that they can understand what I'm gonna share, so they will be more open. So this just can be a recommendation. Maybe while hiring a person, we need to see, okay, there should be a diversity. What is our population? What is the client population, or what's the student population? When the student will be going to seek a service, who is the service provider?
I think that's a great point, and something that our students have been telling us for years. How do we reflect the student body in all that we do, in the services that we provide, in the education that we provide? Again, I don't take credit for things that I haven't done. My dear colleague Allison, one of the concerns brought forward was around our counseling and accessibility services, and the need to have some very private and confidential conversations with someone who had the lived experience that you just mentioned. And so we brought in a counselor who actually was born in India, was trained as a social worker in Ontario, and can speak the language of the students, not just because they have the fluency, they have that cultural understanding to break down a barrier if it exists. That doesn't mean we have 100 individuals like that, but it's small steps that we can take to be very conscious of the needs of our students, the same way that with international students we are trying to reflect our Indigenous learners with the services that we provide. Who are we serving, and how do we reflect their needs better?
That's a great point, Paula. I want to mention that too. International students are not the one who don't speak the language, so it's not like we need the translator or somebody. I know what my problem is, but I don't know how to put the words together, because this is the first time I'm facing this problem. My parents were there. I never faced a financial problem. I don't know what a cultural barrier is. I'd never been in such a diverse country or met with such a diverse people. So that's the problem. And I just want to tell this message to any person who is present from International Center or International Student Association from Sheridan.
I didn't meet a person, I don't know. I was a part of Sheridan International Student Association, so I just want to throw this word out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to start by saying I'm a Canadian student, and I think you're really cool. And I think a lot of international students have that hesitancies around what Canadian students or domestic students think about them. And I want to say that sometimes there's that relationship just waiting to happen. So I want to encourage domestic and international students to take that risk in reaching out and saying hello and stepping out and seeing what's possible in terms of those relationships. And thank you for being up here and for taking that risk and sharing your story. And then in terms of what we're accomplishing today, I think that we got to hear from so many different people who have different perspectives and different powers in what can happen with international students' experiences. So at the end of this summit, I'm gonna say I really miss Zoom and Teams, where I could see the name of all of the people and say, oh, that person said this. I'm gonna write down their name and send them an email and say, hey, I like that comment, let's connect. And over here, I see faces with no hovering names on top. So I wish we could create some way after this summit to have the names of all of the people who were so engaged and the people who asked questions and those we got to meet during the different breaks and during the lunch times to say, okay, we had this conversation, but how can we keep that conversation going? So that's one of the things I hope we can create, Zoom in real life, Zoom IRL. And the second thing, that since we are so many different people with so many different perspectives and powers and privileges and influences in different spaces, it'd be great if we can also create a list of how all of us in our different positions can support a collective initiative. There are so many things that are happening very segmented, but it'd be so great if from all of those different angles we could have that collective approach. So that's what I'm hoping to see at the end of all of this.
Thank you very much. We were just saying how we're actually missing Zoom right now because you can't hide your notes, right? And so we need a whole crash course and transition back to in-person. Thank you. Abby.
It's not a recommendation, it's sort of an, Dave, sort of an end note from me as an audience. It's gonna take 2 minutes. So I just want to ask for permission before I go ahead.
It's not a question.
Should I go ahead? Yeah?
That's what we're hoping for.
Okay. So I would request the audience to, mindfully imagine what I'm gonna say. Imagine that situation. As I said yesterday, the student you are trying to help might look like someone else for you and might look like someone else for me, but at the end of the day, we just need to face that challenge and fix those, create those solutions. So, hi, I am an international student. I am from Amritsar, a renowned town in Punjab, where the world-famous Golden Temple is situated. The road to my home is a very wide one, but as it gets closer and closer, the road gets narrower and narrower. The potholes get bigger and bigger, surrounded by agricultural fields on both sides, which lead to the small village named Keala, where I grew up. I am from a family where butter made at home is much more profound than the peanut butter most of us buy from the grocery stores. The dream of traveling abroad for studies is a big one, but the courage to afford that dream financially is an even bigger one. In fact, some of you might even call it a suicide. My house is put as a collateral damage to a bank loan because the cost of my program is equal to 8 years of the income of the sole earner in my family. Fast forwarding, I enter this beautiful country which is going to fulfill my dreams. I see this state-of-the-art academic institution where doors open by themselves magically, just when I am steps away from the door, where I am amazed by the cultural and international diversity and the unseen technology. I never knew I was brown until someone called me brown. I thought I was white because the northern part of India they have fair skin. Soon I'm hit hard by the harsh reality, the bumpy road, a crowded road, yet a lonely one, which I am treading on. That road has different stops, like bus stops, varying from suicide to drugs to exploitation. It's hard to keep treading on this road. Saying hard is an understatement. Fast forwarding again, I complete my studies, I get a job, but not the one which I needed to get permanent residence. I move to a smaller town into a remote part of Canada where I start from the ground up again, establishing emotional and professional relationships all over again, and invest in that small town so that I could get my PR. I have returned the loan of my family, which took 6 years of my life. I have got the PR, and I have burned myself out. I'm emotionally, financially, and spiritually drained. Now what? Now I accept the reality and have made peace with the fact that I have burnt myself for the last 6 years. And the hopes and dreams which I brought here, I will be transferring them over to my own children. The same hopes and dreams which were transferred to me by my own parents. While I am thankful to Canada, I wish from the bottom of the heart that one of the results from this summit is that the next kid who will be coming from my village makes it and gets it a bit easier. Thank you. Hi, everyone, and I'm an international student.
Well, how's that for a way to begin to wrap up our summit? Thank you so much, Abby. I think that's 4:27, and as we wrap up, that was such an amazing way to wrap it up. And in closing, I want to say that many of us we go to conferences. Some are more moving than others, and I hope this one's a very moving one for all of you. I walk away and I think, okay, so what am I going to do immediately? What am I going to do as a professional? And what am I going to do as a human being as an outcome of what I did and what I learned? So maybe I'll just share for you what I will walk away with. I say that I will, one by one, how do we say, Paula? 2 by 2, 1 by 1? You tell 2 friends and I'll tell 2 friends. Okay, I'll tell 2 friends and you tell 2 friends. To create a forum to have conversations. So my daughters, my husband know every time I'm at a conference, I'm going to come home and they're going to hear all about it. But it's really around educating. It's about rewriting the narrative. It's about busting myths. It's about telling the real stories. It's about sharing the story that Abby just shared with us. It's about sharing that with others. It's about thinking about, might we rent a room to a new international student, even if it's for a transitionary period of time? Do we have a role to play in helping that new international student who is going to stay with us for 2 months, acclimatized to the environment, to act as a mentor? And then certainly, what do we do as a post-secondary institution in our work as members of our communities, as friends and neighbors? And I hope you're thinking much the same way. Yeah. Do you have anything else to add, panelists, as we wrap up?
I was just going to say, we are all agents of change, and we all need to take, we can talk about duty and responsibility. Duty is something that is placed upon you by an external factor. Responsibility is what you choose to take upon yourself. So I think we do all have a responsibility to be an agent of change and be that domino, create that domino effect. And today, in the last few days, really achieved that. So we just need to keep the momentum going.
I was interviewed last week, and someone asked the question, so what have been successful initiatives around advancing the student experience, or, et cetera? And I said, well, what are some of the ingredients? I think these are the ones. One, ask the student. Ask students often and always, because they'll tell you. Don't make the assumption, no matter how well read you are, just to learn and to respond and to connect, and then to do. And so I think that that's where we're at now. It's we continue to listen, we continue to ask, and we do together. And together we're way more than we are individually, and I think we all saw that over the last couple of days. So I will pass the mic back over to Sheldon, but want to say thank you so much to my esteemed colleagues. It was a pleasure.
No, that's okay.
If I was on Zoom, I know you wouldn't even have seen these.
Do you need a bag, Marie? Well, I don't think I can speak after that beautiful, mindful reflection from Abhishek and from our panelists. I think, before I read my notes, which will probably cover some of what I'm going to ad-lib, what a great opportunity for us to ground our collective action in common humanity. Undoubtedly, there is an energy in this room that we can channel into some concrete and real actions to help support international students carrying such a heavy burden, but with so much promise. And to Abhishek and Luan and Puneet and all of the fantastic, inspiring, resilient international students here today, and for the many more whose voices we didn't have a chance to hear from, we are committed to you and to all of you to continue to work on doing better. So thank you for choosing to share your voices with us today. I was just buying myself some time so I could hold back the tears. Friends, colleagues, and esteemed guests, this brings the Summit on Improving the International Student Experience to a close. What a great first conversation, but what a great 1,000th conversation we've had on this topic. And again, we heard from a participant who was at the mic often about issues, stories, challenges from his own life, some of which appeared to not have moved in 40 years of him witnessing and observing those challenges. And in other cases, very new challenges and opportunities that we have to make the international student experience better for our students today and for our students tomorrow. On behalf of Sheridan and our co-hosts, the City of Brampton, thank you for making the time to be here with us this week and for your commitment to these critical issues in our communities. I hope that you found the past days enlightening and informative, and that they inspire you to learn more, to build upon new connections you've made this week, if you can remember people's names in the corner or on their name badges, and begin to take action within your sphere of influence to help us create a strong, holistic system of supports of international students. And if I can encourage you to do one important action today, it's when you receive the post-conference survey at 6 p.m., that you fill it out with what's top of mind for you. Unfiltered is fine, but just put what's in your brains and in your hearts into that survey so we can capture it in our post-summit planning, please. Over the next few weeks, we'll compile and comb through all of the notes from our lunchtime discussions and workshops, and this will form the basis of the proposed Brampton International Student Charter, which we will continue to revise over the fall and unveil later this year. And I hope each of you will take away a small piece of pride in knowing that your insights, your participation, your engagement were crucial, integral, and fundamental to where this charter goes next. A final word of thanks to our generous summit sponsors, our platinum sponsor, Guard.me International Insurance, and to Keith and his leadership team, thank you. Our gold sponsor, Centennial College, thank you, and for your engagement and presence here today as well. And to our silver sponsors, St. Clair College and Nadia Wen. We will now actually not be moving into the reception in the courtyard yet. I will be inviting Janet up to say a few words of closing, and following that, we will have a nice reception and time together in the courtyard. Janet?
So thank you. I'm always mindful. I feel like I'm always the speaker before a meal or before the courtyard and our colleagues' amazing drumming. So thank you all for a tremendously fruitful, productive, inspiring 2 days. Really important work is exhausting, and so you could sense the energy consumption in the room, and that to me signals that we were doing good, hard work. Learning is hard work. We tell that to students all the time. We need to be mindful of it ourselves. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your contributions as we move forward towards a cohesive, thoughtful, accountable approach for moving forward. Just a couple of thank yous to the AV people. Awesome. This hybrid space, not easy, so for facilitating the live streaming and the hybrid presentations, thank you very much. To our student affairs team, thank you. You know my heart is always with you, but our student affairs team, both peer and professional, thank you very much. To communications, special events, external relations, just could not be more proud to work at Sheridan and to lead at Sheridan. I have to say a huge heartfelt thanks to our students. So many of you have been so gracious and kind to tell me how amazing our students are, like duh. They are amazing, they are smart, they're articulate, they are tremendously courageous. So to all of our students who, please rest assured, have been paid to be here for the last 2 days because we respect them and their time, please, a heartfelt round of applause. And so, you know, just before we go, and maybe atypically, well, not for those of you who know me, this has been awesome. But this isn't really what's important. What's important is that we take what we talked about, what we've talked about again, and translate it into action. And I am just gonna reiterate, I'm quite mindful, I may be the last president in the room. There were a few here this week. I know there are VPs in the room. There are leaders from across the province in the post-secondary sector. There are community leaders, certainly. Leadership matters. It matters. So there are right now 86 post-secondary education institutions in the city of Brampton alone, 86, okay? If you were to expand that to the region of Peel, that number grows even larger. So I really appreciate, can't tell you how much I value the constructive, positive feedback about what Sheridan is doing and isn't doing. There are 85 other institutions who call this amazing community home. On top of that, this is a really safe space for many international students. So every single one of you, my colleagues, particularly during this time of online learning, has learners who call Brampton home or who spend a tremendous amount of time here because it is a safe space. And so I can't have you leave as guests to this amazing city without underscoring that you too are our community, and you too have a duty and a responsibility to contribute to ensuring that the student experience in Brampton, in Ontario, in Canada is as positive as it can be. And so leadership does matter, and just a couple of points for what I think it looks like. Great examples. But in practice, the face of your leadership team matters. And so every one of you needs to go back, and this has been a very difficult journey for all of us, but leadership matters. Is your leadership team multilingual? Do they reflect the diversity and the lived experience of the students that you as a leader serve? Are you in touch? And this is really hard. You know, I've built my life around students and student leaders in particular. It's difficult sometimes to stay in touch with the student experience. I'm so pleased that students were generous and frank with their experiences. What do you do every day to hear from them? Right? I have a mentor every term with thanks to Christine Hessler and all of her leadership. Most of those mentors are international students. If you create a safe space, students will tell you about their lived experience, not just today, not just yesterday, but every day. And every leader needs to find their own way to hear those experiences in context in their home ecosystem. So I encourage you to do that. The other thing I heard from an international student yesterday is that they actually never had a meal or a social experience in a Canadian home. Every single one of you can do that. And so concrete examples of leadership mattering and leadership needing to be informed. We talk about students' lived experience all the time. Our lived experience matters too. And so how are you cultivating lived experience that informs your leadership? So I'm really confident that this summit will inform where we need to go, but we'll need everybody to step up. It will be easy to articulate a charter relative to the challenge of actually living our commitment to it. And so my challenge to every one of you is that up and down your leadership trees, the conversation isn't about writing the charter, it's actually about living it. So thank you so much for being here and for contributing to this fundamental and important conversation. As a final thank you, so my colleague Christine is awesome. And if you know anybody who's been here and involved in organizing, you're just like, honestly, I hope our students have a sense of your just unwavering commitment to their well-being and their success. Thank you, colleague. I learn from you every day, so thank you. I also want to thank Rupa. So Rupa and I have known each other a really, really long time, and it's so awesome to have you at Sheridan. Thank you for lending your tremendous talents, your insight, and your compassion to our goals here today. And to my colleague Sheldon, you did a great job in facilitating, just amazing. So thank you for keeping us on track, focused, and engaged. All right, so now, it is my extreme pleasure to invite you to a reception and a steel drum performance by Seichi Drums, featuring my colleague and friend, Associate Dean Peter Ampasa. Seichi Drums is a GTA-based percussion and dance collective that performs, teaches, and shares traditional West African and Afro-Caribbean music, rhythms, and dance. Peter is awesome. You will love this. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Get home safely. Thank you.